tell us who these people or what this organization really is or who they really are. But they're the number one group that our government says we, the American people, should be worried about. I'm a black man in America. I don't think Antifa is my number one hate group that I should be worried about. I can give you at least 4 or 5 other ones that I feel like personally I should feel. People that's just everyday guys who likes to walk around with their hair cut all the way off, with a little splendor of mustache. Like, I can give you at least 4 right off the top of my head. But they don't want to talk about those because those are predominantly white male. There is. There where nobody can actually depict what's going on in that organizational group, even in hearings in our own government. Our own FBI had to tell people, we're trying to figure out about where Antifa's headquarters is. Basically stated that they're figuring it out because they're making it up. And it sucks because, I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it anyway, it took a black man to ask those people those questions. Man, when we can actually see, and we know, and we've seen them in action, January 6th, real hate groups. I watched a clip the other day, or maybe it was just some random guy on Instagram breaking it down, but there's another guy talking about this situation and how the Black Lives Matter organization was co-opted in those air quote riots or protests. How they were dropping off bricks. We all remember those videos of groups dropping off bricks in neighborhoods before the night falls. But somehow we keep coming back to this Antifa group that nobody has a clue who they really are. But when white men march down our city streets wearing exact same uniforms and exact same masks and marching in unison, we know exactly who they are, but they're not our. They had proof that they were organizing the days before and storming the Capitol. When they were jumping out of U-Haul vans to storm the Capitol. Until we start having real conversations about those groups, then we'll just keep having conversations about the boogeyman. I'll land.
Thank you, Chris. We'll go to Aaron, followed by Dom.
Yeah, how you doing, everybody? Yeah. I mean, taking this man seriously is just kind of ridiculous as a broad thing. This thing pardoned the former president of Honduras, who was convicted of drug trafficking on a massive scale. He says, they're going after these Venezuelan boats for drugs. Right? Like, this is the kind of consistency that this man has. Like, there's just nothing that we should take seriously in terms of the logic. There's a lot of people who I think want to find a way to apply some sort of logic to this, like something that we can hang our hat on and say, no, he's not completely bad. Like, he's not, proto-fascist. He's not all the things that he apparently is. But we should just accept him for who he is and understand it. This man does not care about the rule of law. He just tried to indict Letitia James for the 3rd time on trumped-up charges. Bullshit, as I said. Like, this is a guy who's gone after people who just were doing their jobs. This is not someone who believes in justice. This is not someone who is even pretending at this point to use the government for the benefit of the American people. I mean, like, what about what he's doing would add into that? And the people who need to be called out the most, because like Trump told us who he was, and people voted for him. This shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. I can't imagine who here is like, oh my God, I can't believe that Trump would go after people that he considers his enemies. I mean, whoever could have predicted? But he was going after quote unquote left-wing groups or left-wing radicals or whatever. He's blaming quote unquote left-wing radicals for almost everything. When the truth is that no left-wing radical has had power in this country in ever. Certainly living memory. Like who are the left-wing radicals that are in power? Bernie hasn't been in power. We're going further left of him. People who are out of government. Like, what are we actually talking about? Like, there's none of this is real. When it comes to violence, we've had radical left-wing violence in this country. It absolutely happened. You could look at the Weather Underground. You could look at God, I'm blanking on the environmental radicals from the 70s who like put spikes in trees and attack loggers and things like that. I forget what they were called, but ELF maybe. Anyway, the point is those were actual violent radicals. Who is that today? Like, there's nothing to even point to. But we can look at right-wing violence. Oh, by the way, religious extremist violence is right-wing violence. Like, the right is the party of conservatism, of religious traditionalism. That's where we place religious radicals on the political spectrum. I mean, I don't know how you could ever put a religious radical on the left. And so many right-wing governments have been religiously radical. That's been a hallmark of many of them, not all of them, but many of them. So they definitely fit there. And then the idea that it's the left that we need to worry about. In what universe? We've seen endless right-wing violence in this country over quite a long period of time now. Like, basically my entire life has been right-wing violence and almost no left-wing violence when it comes to political violence. And that right-wing violence has scaled up. It has happened more and more and more. And let me remind you, this is the party that was crying foul about Biden and the First Amendment. That wasn't that long ago. Like, he's only been in office for a year? Not even. And we're talking about left-wing violence and what happened to the First Amendment. Like, what happened to all these supposedly, First Amendment people, the people who would say stuff like "fuck your feelings," just to make a point about how I should be able to say whatever I want and you can't stop me. What happened to the quote-unquote heterodox thinkers that were talking about how important free speech is, but have nothing to say in a moment like this? I can tell you where they are. They're just being exposed for their hypocrisy over and over and over again. They don't believe in free speech. They were grifting at best. And maybe they're just famous people at worst who don't believe in the First Amendment. I mean, this is a president who has attacked journalists over and over and over again. What does he care about the First Amendment? He doesn't care about it. He just called a journalist piggy the other day. Like, I mean, this is someone who described a journalist, Jamal Khashoggi, as, what do you call it, controversial or something like that when it came up when Diaz was here. As if that somehow justifies him being literally cut into pieces. So I just, like, the sort of sheen of reasonability that I feel like some people are giving this, as if there might be some kind of rationale that makes any sense it's anything other than the evil that it apparently is, I think is a disservice. And I've said this in this room before, but there's a whole bunch of, sort of centrist, traditional liberals or something who have a lot to answer for right now. And this is the kind of reason why a lot of people have given up on traditionally, liberal institutions, is because in the face of things that they should be calling out, they fall flat and they don't do what they need to do. And they try to pretend like things are normal that aren't normal. They try to pretend that things that fall so far outside of their professed values are things that they can abide. And that's actually what I'm more worried about today right now, because Trump is just showing us who we always knew him to be. But it's those sort of centrist liberals that I think are embarrassing themselves at the moment. Thank you.
Aaron, I'd like to ask you if they go through with what is at least implied as a threat of taking law enforcement action against political adversaries, and if that, in fact, is challenged in the courts. Do you have any faith that if it ultimately reaches the Supreme Court, he will be held in check?
Well, I'm not sure that the Supreme Court checking him is going to be treated with the force that it used to be treated with. I mean, I have some faith that there are courts, particularly the ones that aren't the Supreme Court, right? So circuit and districts will do the right thing. And I say that because we already know that Trump is going to go after his supposed enemies. Because we can just look at Tish James. Like, we can look at what he said about Jack Smith. We can look at what he did with James Comey. Like, he charges people with crimes where, there's no basis for charging for the crime. So we already know that he's going to do this. I mean, it's been done. There's just more. And the people who are less public and probably, therefore, have going to do. Because that's going to be the group that's not fully under attack. Who's sort of the next group up. And they have to thoroughly for the work that they've done. And, like, for example, dismissing charges against Tish James. That's great. And hopefully that continues to happen. But there's going to be a lot of people who are harassed. There's going to be a lot of people whose speech is chilled. we've seen this over and over and over again, whether it's journalists, people who dared to hold Trump accountable for what I think are clear crimes in some cases. So yeah, no, I think this is already a constitutional crisis, and it's going to be like a series of them because the Republicans lack any sign to stand up to Trump. And there's some kind of check on his power, but like right now, there's almost no checks. And even institutions that it held in the first term, like the military, have been so cleaned out that you have to start to wonder like what's going to happen with the number of generals that have been either sidelined or pushed out of the military. Like what does that look like as an institution now? Like has he successfully, corrupted that one as well? I hope not, sincerely, but I think there's very few institutions left to protect us from this kind of I'll be nice and call it pro-fascistic behavior, or how we just call it authoritarian behavior, because it clearly is that.
But a third time, but somehow someone in the administration, and I don't know who it would be above her, or maybe advisors to her told her not to do it, and they haven't. But she wanted to go after her a third time.
I heard that she did. Maybe I heard the story wrong, but I thought that she did, and it got thrown out. Maybe all the systems was fine, but I could be wrong. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe. I may have read it wrong. Thank you, Aaron. We'll go to double followed by David.
Hi, Barry. Yeah, I don't exactly know the left-wing groups they're going after. I had friends with a bit of Antifa. I mean, I participated in some of the left-wing protest movements of 2020, and people died. I witnessed someone get murdered in front of me, and other people were getting murdered, within days of, or at least shot, within days of event, and it was all part of kind of the chaos that I helped create as part of my participation in that. Even when we're doing these protests, people were like graffitiing, spray painting, like just tearing up the city of Seattle where I was participating in this. And I felt really uneasy about this. And even at that time, as people were protesting, against police, I suppose, in some cases, brutality or overreach or corruption. I was on board with, greater or better policing, better public services, more accountability, more justice, and these sorts of things. But even at the time, I was looking around at the chaos part of this and thinking, and then looking back at like the civil rights movement, people are out for their best, they're trying their best selves to these things, and it was just absolute, pandemonium. It was just like an excuse for anarchy. And during the civil rights movement, there was an excuse for anarchy. Is that what you just said? No, sorry. No. I thought it was well organized and people brought decency back in the civil rights movement. And I'm saying, contrast that with 2020, what I participated in. It was just anarchy.
So were those folks reflective of some organized network that is a clear and present danger to the United States of America today, and therefore justifies this memorandum from the Attorney General, in your opinion, since you've seen it up close and personal, and presumably understand how it works? Is she spot on with this?
I haven't read the memorandum yet, I apologize, but I think what I would say is we shouldn't tolerate criminality. There shouldn't, none of the...
No, that wasn't the question. And we already ascertained that I think we all agree, at least I said so during the opening salvo, that there are laws against criminality and that they ought to be enforced no matter who's breaking the law. That wasn't the question. Do you need me to repeat it?
Maybe I do.
The question is, since you have firsthand knowledge of what happened in Seattle, do you believe clear and present danger to the United States of America, and that maybe they're the same people who were in Seattle, I don't know, and that they deserve the kind of investigation that brings together all of the federal law enforcement agencies of the country reporting to the FBI in order to take them down before. Of course you do. Very convenient. Free, followed by Merrill.
You're saying whatever, so I'm address that. First, talking about addressing certain ideologies of the left, if that's what's being said, of course, activities or things that's pending, such as calling for violence, planning terrorist attacks. Of course, I think we all can see that as black and white, that they need to address that and be aware of that and move on that like so. Same thing with ideology. If there's terrorist groups operating in America and they have, or any group for that matter, have terrorist ideologies, that would make sense to highlight them. And I know he said left according to the article you read, which I'm not surprised about, but I feel like I'm in the twilight zone because we haven't lived through what we lived through in the last lighted and police 24/7, but there's certain aspects of it. Calling for violence, calling that. If you look at my BTR, that is something that happened at Charlie Kirk. I said that someone printed a 3D shooting of him and sold it. And not only that, many of the left call for more violence online.
Was the left, with some organized leftist organization network responsible for the assassination of Charlie Kirk? I hadn't heard that, but please, if it's the case, make your.
So yeah, right. So it seems that which goes to the Antifa point. It seems that Antifa does advocate for a great deal of violence. They're doing for a while. To the person who spoke before me, who said, which is weird that nobody knows who it is. Many people do. I was going to post a link, but I see you guys have to chat off. It's a guy named Nick Shirley who interviews them routinely. So there are an organization. I don't know.
I'm sorry. What's the guy's name?
I've looked at their organization.
Shirley.
There's no such organization named anti-fascist.
Yeah, that's fine.
There is a definition that you get from there's a definition you get from the Encyclopedia Britannica, but there's not a website that says this is the official anti-fascist website.
Correct, and I'm not saying that either. I'm not saying that's the case. So yeah, so as we know, all organizations don't have a website necessarily. They don't have a business. They're basically a terrorist group. So I don't think they're going to advertise like criminal organizations. Like I don't think the Crips have a website either.
The Al-Qaeda had an online recruiting arm and an online publication arm. Yes, terrorist groups are online.
Right, but generally speaking, that's not the case. So was Al-Qaeda operating out of America?
For the
I just want to make sure you said Al-Qaeda,
Hamas,
ISIS,
Islamic Jihad, all of those guys.
Gotcha. Right, and it was operating out of America with their websites.
Operating transnationally.
Gotcha. So the bottom line is, I don't know if they have a website or not, and I don't think it's necessary for them to have an organization. I don't think it's a requirement. But regardless of they
I apologize for interrupting. I just want to focus on my previous question. Do you believe that Tyler Robinson is a member of some organized leftist organization that promulgated his actions in his alleged killing of Charlie Kirk?
Not necessarily, and I don't think anybody need to be, just for clarity, I don't think anybody this BLM or any other feminist groups or the LGBT groups, I don't think anybody is or necessarily have to belong to the group itself. Like they take an oath and they have a membership and all that shit. It's a matter of them believing in the ideology.
And you consider the Black Lives Matter and the various LGBTQ plus organizations to be extremists?
No, not necessarily. Certain aspects of all those groups are extremists.
Yeah, because you just mentioned them, so I just want to clarify your point.
Fair enough. Yeah. I wasn't saying the group in and of itself is, but certain aspects, certain ideologies those groups share, and it's becoming more prominent within those groups. So it's not like blacks can't be racist, and if they decide to loot or steal or whatever the case may be, as a form of reparations or retribution for ills of past, women can't be sexist or something like that. So therefore, if a woman happens to have a false rape allegation of a man, it's just due for all the women who actually didn't get justice, shit like that. So people.
So expand on that for me and explain how, as you just stated,
Even that you can burn down cities or attack activists as well as political people. There's tons of videos of random people just wearing MAGA shirt or hat or just having general conversations. Like I said, Nick Shirley getting attacked by people who happen to be on the left. And these are regular people. Like I said, they don't necessarily belong to any particular group. It's just the fact that they coming from that particular side. But then you do have people a part of these particular groups who do tend to act on these things. So
okay, so let me go back to what I said in the very opening of our discussion today and see how this. How you reconcile your commentary to the memorandum. So I'm going to quote verbatim again from the Washington Post. Bondi's December 4th memorandum, which was first reported by journalist Ken Klippenstein and then later confirmed by the Justice Department to the Washington Post, listed, and these are quotes, anti-Americanism, anti-capitalism, anti-Christianity, opposition to law and immigration enforcement, radical and morality as some of the political agendas espoused by the individuals who might merit investigation. Now, I don't know whether that's what you were responding to in your commentary, but I would like for you to focus in on what exactly the memorandum addresses and whether you feel that that is justified and legal for law enforcement and the Justice Department to go after people.
A lot of us are, based on giving the knowledge of some of these things. So, for example, the capitalist aspect. Luigi Maggione, I probably messed up his name. He just killed the guy. Of course, we know about the United Healthcare guy getting killed, right? A great deal of people celebrate, just like the Charlie Kirk situation, as well as Trump getting shot. It's people celebrating these things, and again, it's not just a celebration of it; it's the call for these things. So, if I was to sit here in your room and call for violence against anybody,
you would be removed from the stage.
Exactly right. But not only that, if you knew me personally and had enough information on me, you could actually report me for a terroristic threat, right? And that could be legally enforced. So I don't see the exception for where it's happening in the general public of people using social media to call for violence for other people, and that makes sense to me. If they're going to enforce the laws, then they should be able to enforce it. And it seems that a certain group that seems to dominate this particular ideology, that assassin culture or violent culture is acceptable to get your point across. So if that's what they're saying in a nutshell, then I agree with that. It's not. I don't think they're saying that we're just going to arrest people or police people for saying just anything we disagree with. It's like if you call them for certain things that are illegal, we're going to enforce it. That's the way I interpret it.
So we know that the Justice Department identifies in terms of quantity that the deadliest domestic threat has been from the right, from right-wing extremists. So if, in fact, what the Justice Department has articulated and the historic assessments show that groups such as white supremacist anti-government militias from the right are a greater threat, why do you suppose that the administration is specifically targeting the left? Is it because the left is a greater threat in reality than what has historically been correct? Or is it because these are folks who tend to be opposed to the policy of the current administration?
Well, two major things that makes that stat flawed that they refer to. First off, they don't count in a lot of leftist attacks or violence. So whether it be the BLM riots,
you're saying that in the FBI statistics, which are published every year, that those statistics purposely are fudged to not include left-wing violence?
Yes.
And how do you come to that conclusion?
because when you look at what's tallied from the actual stuff that happened on the left to what it reports, it is a big miss. Like I said,
Has anybody actually investigated that claim and published statistics that back up what you just said?
Yeah, there's a few of them. I don't have them on top of my head, but I do follow you, so I can send them to you through your back channel.
I would love to see them because
absolutely.
I'm a bit of a student of all this, and this is the first I've heard that allegation. But what do you say to those who are opposed to the president, who believe that he is attempting to stifle legally protected dissent against his administration? You don't believe that that's happening?
No, I don't believe that's happening. Now, clearly, he's a person, so he doesn't like people disagreeing with him or whatever. And not just a person, he has his personality. So, that's bottom line is on a personal level, he doesn't like it. But as far as enforcing it by law, I don't think that's what he's saying. I mean, he's been this way since he got into office.
No, this is not just rhetoric. This is a memorandum from the Attorney General to all federal law enforcement agencies. So this is not just the president's rhetoric, addressing the nation and maybe telling the truth as he did yesterday, or maybe not telling the truth as he did yesterday. We understand political rhetoric. This is an actual decision that has been made by the current Attorney General. So I don't think you can be dismissive of it by saying that this is just rhetoric.
No, I'm not. I was going to go. So tell me what this means. You said it's a memorandum. What is he asking them to do? Maybe I'm missing something.
I'm not going to read the whole article again.
That's all right. Just give me a summary of what he's saying. Because if I'm understanding what you're implying, you're making it seem that he's targeting people who are saying things that he doesn't like. So therefore, he's targeting.
Let me ask you this, and then we'll go on in a different manner. What would you say to people who interpret this memorandum as being an attempt to put down political dissent? What would you say to me, who is one of those who's concerned about that, to allay my concerns?
Yeah, if you're not breaking the law, you ain't got nothing to worry about. That's what I would say. So if you disagree with Trump, and if you want to say things about him that is discouraging or inflammatory, whatever, that's fine. But as long as you don't do anything illegal, I think you'll be fine.
But it's okay for them to investigate me for saying those things.
No. Well, again, if it's not illegal, I don't think they should investigate you if you're not saying anything illegal.
For me to make anti-Christian commentary?
No, absolutely not.
Well, but that's included in the memo.
Right, but again, it depends.
So why if I am a person and I'm not somebody who's anti-Christian, but I'm just saying, what if I were a person who's anti-Christian? What if I stood on the street corner or I put on social media that Christianity is an evil religion? Do you think that it is agencies investigate me for my rhetoric?
Not for that. No, not for that. But let me give you an example of something I think that you would and should be investigated for. If there was a mass shooting of Christian children, like we have seen, and someone said, we need more of this, that would be something I thought, yeah, we probably should look into this person.
That's all illegal already.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't think this is.
All right.
Go ahead.
Okay. I don't think you've allayed my concerns, but I'm glad that you articulated your opinion. Thank you. All right, so now we're into extra time. We won't be adding anybody else to the stage, but everybody on the stage will get an opportunity to speak. So we'll go to Merrill, followed by William and Barbie.
I am thoroughly confused by the last speaker.
Well, you shouldn't be, because I think it's important to hear the voices of folks like Free, because there are people who truly believe this, and I know that people like you and me who are very concerned about this memo, it's almost as if we're on two different realities. The previous caller, right? And he's not alone. There are people who support what the president is doing. They don't see this as being, they would say, Jerry, by even making a room on this, you're being an alarmist unnecessarily. That's basically what he said. His response to me is, if I'm not doing anything wrong, I have nothing to worry about. Well, if I'm not doing anything wrong, why are they investigating me if I make anti-Christian comments? To use that example. But I don't think we should be confused. I think people like you and me who are concerned about this should listen very carefully and thank Free for making the comments that he did, because it gives us insight into the thought process of those who would support what the president is doing.
You're right. I should have rephrased it. Number one, he labeled a couple of groups. He labeled one in particular as being violent, but he has nothing. I know of no violence that they have committed, but it doesn't matter. He had nothing to back him up. He said it's out there. So that troubles me, that when people want to come on a stage, a critical thinking stage, I welcome them to do that. However, they should understand it is more helpful, even for them, to have something that they can hang their hat on that is true.
Well, when he said that he might back channel, and what I would recommend is that he click on the link above and put it in the chat for all of us to see his documentation.
Yeah. I certainly am troubled by the memo, and I'm troubled by it because, quite frankly, someone's going to come knocking on my door if I say what I really feel like saying right now. I'm going to give it a try. Just make sure you guys come and get me and bail me out. The people that I think are the most anti-American at this particular time is the president, the head of the DOJ, the head of the FBI. Anybody who is going to write that memo and follow that memo, that's the ones that I think, that is not America. That's not what we are. And that's what dictators do. That's what people do when they want to control your thoughts, control your words, and want your neighbors to come out so that they come on your door, your neighbor turns you in for something. That's not what this, we are a country of laws. And by the way, maybe we shouldn't worry so much. Maybe I shouldn't have I'm not on the left. I'm not a leftist, even though I am always called that, because I'm not deal. Why can't we go commit some crime? I wouldn't. But hey, all you do is you commit these crimes. You disable people, punch out their eye, cause one to have a heart attack, tether them, do all kinds of things, taser them, make them lose their fingers. You'll get pardoned. Isn't that how it's supposed to be? Because that's what our president believes in. That's what he believes in. But he believes that people who don't agree with him, they should be investigated because they have an idea, an ideal. They don't like him. They don't like his people in his administration. So that's why we should be investigated. But the really dangerous ones who are those of us who just disagree, we're the enemy now. We're the terrorists. I really, 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 I see every day something happening here that gets worse and worse and worse. And I don't know. Maybe it's me. Maybe I am just waking up. All of his senses are fine. And it's me who's crazy listening to him.
You know, often in history, Meryl, when we look back at things that have happened of a totalitarian or dictatorial nature, we kind of say, how could that happen? How could people behave in the manner in which they are? And I'm starting to think this, based on what's happening, applies for and becomes a federal law enforcement officer. Never, I shouldn't say nobody, but the vast majority of people who signed up to be Border Patrol agents or ICE officers didn't think that they were signing up to do this. And then they're ordered to do something that they never imagined that they would be ordered to do. It's not so easy to say no, because ultimately they're putting their job in jeopardy, and you take a job in order to be able to survive. You need a job to survive and to provide for your family. And imagine also that you work for some federal law enforcement agency, of which there are a number, and you are ordered to make intelligence on your neighbors based on their political ideology, and you start compiling files on people because the Attorney General, the top law enforcement officer of the nation, to whom you ultimately must report through the channels, says this is your job now. Probably most of the people who have received this memo never anticipated when they took their jobs that this is something that they would be ordered to do. How easy is it, and I'm not excusing those who don't, but I'm recognizing how easy is it to say, no, this is unlawful. This is un-American. This is contrary to the Constitution of the United States. I'm a high school graduate. I'm a college graduate. I know what the First Amendment says, and people have a right to espouse what they espouse so long as they're not provoking people into violence.
May I?
I mean, the President of the United States espoused what he espoused, and there was a subsequent attack on the halls of Congress, but the president wasn't held accountable in a legal sense for that because he was exercising his First Amendment rights. So, and some people might say he violated the law by doing that, but history has shown that he was not held legally accountable for making the comments that he made on that day. I don't think folks take these jobs looking for the opportunity to violate people's rights. I think this is how we slip down that slope to a society. Yeah, of course I'm talking to you specifically. People slip down that, how a society slips down that slope, and we look back and we say, how the hell did that happen here? How the hell did that happen there? The prime example is the very liberal society of Germany. How did Germany become a totalitarian? How could that happen? It wasn't part of their ecosystem. I think this is how it happens.
I wanted to mention that, but when you do, a lot of people say you're trivializing.
I didn't say the Holocaust. I just said, I didn't say the Holocaust. Okay, hold on a second, Meryl. Just for clarification, I purposely didn't say the Holocaust. I just said how that society changed, how the liberalism of the society changed to the point where people stood by while their fellow German citizens, and then of course, same thing in Poland and other countries, Czechoslovakia, all these other countries, how they ended up getting rounded up. How could they have allowed that to happen? We say that looking back and studying it, and I think this is how.
It absolutely is. It absolutely is. You could trace it, and you could follow the language that was used to get people riled up, to appeal to their emotions. It happens right here. It has happened with this president. If you really pay attention, and anybody who's ever gone to a concentration camp now, today, and went to them, a museum, a concentration camp, look around what's in that area, and you will find out where all the people lived around there, and that they may have known or should have known what was happening. But to me, you bring up a good point, and that's that people don't expect to be told to do something when they get a job. That happened with everybody in the Department of Justice. All those prosecutors who left, they said they didn't believe they would ever be asked to do things that they thought were wrong. However, we have people who were confirmed by which really confuses me, who were actually confirmed knowing what Trump's policies were going to be. And they wanted to be with the power, and they wanted to be with the president. And the Congress people that that confirmed them or because they were afraid of them. As long as he's doing it as the president, it's a presidential duty. We do have some problems here. It would be fine if we thought that he was rational. And it would be fine if we thought that we had a Susie Wiles who made us think in those interviews that she might be the person that was going to try to be the sound of reason and be the adult. And then we find out, no, she's just like them. Thank you.
Well, supposedly, and who knows whether this is true, she was the one who urged the president to put on that dog and pony show last night. Yeah, Marshall.
I was going to say, I think one of the chief differences, and one that doesn't make the Nazi analogy always apt for, was the Weimar Republic was 10 years old. Germany's attachment to being a democratic society was not long fulfilled. It was young, very young in the nature of countries that express that. The United States helped set their banking system up. They got help by the World War I Allied powers set that stuff up. I think some of the
damning because we do have a longer history of pluralism and democracy, etc.
I think what it makes it is what we've ended up deserving. Now, I don't mean like either bad stuff to happen to us. What I mean by that is when the country votes, the country gets what she deserves, not what she needs. I've always wished the system worked the other way around, where you got what you needed and not what you desired. But in the American system, we get what we desire, not what we need.
So does that suggest to you that it may not be a vast majority? I know last night we were told that the president won by a landslide, like no other landslide in the history of the nation. And if that's the case, my question takes on even greater importance. I don't believe that's the case. But at any rate, what does that say about us as a society? Is that saying that we endorse what this memo represents as a society?
I'm not sure. As the Romans would say, and the historians in Rome would say, the mob is fickle. They go from thinking things are a good idea to not thinking things are a good idea all in the drop of a hat. Large groups of people don't do that. If you're talking about individuals, the motivations are different, and people can be smarter. The mass groups of people tend to change their minds overly frequently. And they do so in a way that is always guided by emotion and never by fact. And it doesn't help us that we're in a populist moment when we're eroding some of the informal norms of republics. That's not helpful. But part of this problem is that people are not involved. I will beat that horn until the day I die.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mark.
No, go ahead.
I was just thanking you. I didn't mean to cut you off. But I'll thank you anyway. Thank you, Marshall. And thank you, Merrill. We'll go to William, followed by Barbie.
Thanks for having me up. The right to petition your government for redress of grievances, the right to challenge the government, and enemies of the administration because they have views different from the administration, that sounds more like it's going back to the era of the McCarthy era, or when J. Edgar Hoover investigated Martin Luther King.
So we managed, William, to get through that period to where we are today. So are the concerns that I and others have expressed here therefore overblown?
No, they're not. They're serious concerns. Russell Vogt, one of the main architects of Project 2025, really sort of laid this out. We are in a march on illiberal democracy style of government. And we're backsliding. We are a backsliding democracy. And great strides have been made. Great progress has been made along those lines. And the members of the Trump administration, Miller, and Russell Vogt, and all the people that ties together the failure to abide by rules of war, the using our U.S. Navy and Marines to basically act like privateers and grab oil tankers off the coast of Venezuela. Sounds like we're no longer committed to a rules-based economy with free trade and a rules-based democracy. We're privateers, and there's a backslide. And these events are not isolated.
Thank you for that, William. Barbie, you get the last word today.
Oh my goodness. Hi, it's good to be here. I am reading through the memo. I have been reading, and I'm very supportive, obviously, of prevention when there's actual threats. I know there's all kinds of stuff happening all the time, and sleeper cells and all the things, and definitely very increased targeting of, for example, the Jewish population and all, recognizing all of that. The problem I have with this is that these are the same, and I, again, coming from my own background, et cetera, but people writing these memos, certainly a lot of the Trump supporters, et cetera, are the same people that say there's a war on Christmas, which thankfully that we haven't been hearing that now for a few years very much, but there was we're being persecuted because we want to say Merry Christmas instead of Happy Holidays. There's been for a long time a persecution completely, anything that's going to, assassination attempts, all of that, clearly very, very bad. But then you talk about organized campaigns of targeted intimidation. Well, what exactly qualifies as that? I feel like this is so elastic. Is it if I run, a public interest campaign, what I consider, let's say I'm some part of some nonprofit and I run a campaign that's saying one thing and it's different than what the government wants the people to believe. Is this targeted intimidation? I know it sounds a little bit like I'm stretching things, but based on what one of the previous callers who was saying, well, if you don't do anything bad, if you're not breaking the law, you don't have to worry about it. I'm not sure, because some of the language here talks about a focused strategy to root out all culpable participants. That's not people doing necessarily violence. And yes, you got to get rid of the funding. But it's just this whole thing is. I'm not an attorney.
But from what you're saying, Barbie, sorry for interrupting, but it could actually be counterproductive if you are taking finite federal law enforcement assets and not concentrating on the aforementioned terrorist groups, which we all want to be eliminated and in order to protect the homeland, and you're spreading those resources thin to go after some of the, named groups of people who are not part of any terrorist organizations, but who have an ideology that is in opposition to that of the current administration, which I understand the current administration believes is not favorable to the well-being of the American people and that we need to be protected from that ideology. I get that. Isn't that counterproductive? Because it diverts resources from where they're needed toward something that doesn't even exist. I mean, Antifa is specifically mentioned, and Antifa, there is no such organization. So if I'm investigating some sleeper cell
And I'm told, well, in addition to that caseload, Agent Gary, you have to investigate Antifa, and you have to produce a memo that our agency must give by a Friday deadline to the FBI to show that we are investigating Antifa as well in our community, and we're under deadline, so put your resources on that right now. Isn't that counterproductive?
Well, I think if everything is terrorism, then nothing is terrorism. We come back to that, and I think that will dilute resources. One of the concerns I have, and when I look at this, it does say, it doesn't just say use violence. It says that, or the threat of violence to advance political and social agendas. So I just don't trust. I think that the interpretation of this is up to all kinds of interpretation. So including, and this is where the thought police part comes in. Well, maybe, I am for law enforcement, but some of the things that are happening with immigration, I am opposed to. So therefore, you could.
Or maybe you're John Lennon. Imagine there are no borders.
Exactly. And then here we go. Of course, extreme views. Who's going to define what an extreme view is? It says in favor of mass migration and open borders. Yeah, that I could see that being a threat. Like open borders, I think would be definitely a threat to the country.
But just the fact that I advocate for open borders, maybe I believe that people have the right to migrate anywhere they want in the world without any restrictions. I'm not saying that I do, but let's just say I advocate that, and I go publicly in saying we should open the borders. We should have no border control. It's inhumane to have border controls. People should be able to live wherever they want. Does that make me a target now of the federal law enforcement apparatus?
I mean, potentially, depending. I'm going to skip past the anti-Americanism and anti-capitalism and go straight to the anti-Christianity. I find the fact that anti-Christianity is here like extremely offensive, because, and then hostility toward traditional views on family, religion, and morality. So let me interpret that for you as someone who is multilingual when it comes to conservative evangelical Christianity. This is not just about one man, one woman, one child. This is not. Feminism is a very bad word. Women in leadership, certain levels of leadership, is anathema. And I know I sound like I'm, extreme here, but I have to keep repeating, as I put in the chat every now and then, Pete Hegseth and his pastor do not think women should vote. Certainly the head of the household can vote, and the woman should vote according to how the head of the household believes she should vote. So there's so much more here that are so many limits, and also, not so many extremes of what is a hostile view towards a traditional family. There's many things there, but the anti-Christianity part is also kind of completely. This whole thing is just not thought through. I guess that's my problem. There's so many contradictions because, Scott can talk about this too, but you have also got Orthodox Christianity. You have got Catholics. You have got, a lot of the traditional evangelicals are very anti-Catholic because of all the quote-unquote idolatry. Like, what are we actually going to enforce here? This is just not thought through. And on top of that, we are a pluralistic society, so I really don't need the government defending my religious beliefs. My Christianity is my Christianity. So this is very slippery, and it's just not well defined, and it's got so much room for misuse and abuse. And even the ignorance. One of the things it's talking about, further, the ideology that paints legitimate government authority and traditional conservative viewpoints as fascist, that ideology supposedly connects political violence, and then it cites the bullet carvings that were on the Charlie Kirk's, the assassination bullets, sadly. And those carvings they've been taking them at face value and saying, oh, it's hey fascist catch, so these are anti-fascist or Antifa. But if you dig deeper, the young people right now, a lot of people are like, this guy was just a troll, he didn't mean any of that. There's a whole bunch of other things going on with this guy. So it feels, and I'll land because I'm saying a lot of things, it's just contradictory and too perfect for abuse is pretty much.
I said you were the last speaker, but I note that Brent fell off the stage and managed to climb his bloodied hand.
Yeah, first, I do think I need to take a bow. I don't have to be banned from your space, but I did largely get that speech right. It was economics, but to this subject, Rules for Dictators, a kind of political science book by Wayne de Mosquito, takes a kind of look at systematic look at kind of, if you want to kind of develop an authoritarian regime, what sort of rules you kind of go to kind of step your way through. One is you want to kind of limit the number of people that keep you in power, right? The selector, you want to kind of make sure it's a narrow coalition that keeps you in power, and that you can replace that coalition, military leaders, oligarchs, etc., anytime you want to. Another thing you kind of want to do is you kind of want to control the information environment. I think this needs to be seen in a bigger picture. Barry Weiss at CBS, actively doing political favors for certain voices, social media. I think there's an overwhelming theme in the right, especially this administration, taking active steps to control the information environment, and this is one kind of subset of using law enforcement to go after speech you don't like. And it's very stereotypical behavior that you would want to see if you wanted to consolidate power and you wanted to kind of maintain that power. And I went into this administration saying you never know when your last free and fair election was, and I think it's still worth thinking that we've already had our last free and fair election, and we are on a fundamentally different course for this country.
Thank you for that, I think. Brett, folks, we're here Monday through Friday for Peace Out.
One in the world, actually, and then in the United States
In the garden. Now, if somebody does say that, I'm not.
Yeah, well, let me just clear that up, can I? Second Corinthians chapter 11, verses 2 through 4. For I feel a divine jealousy for you. This is Paul speaking. Since I betrothed you to one husband, to present you as a pure virgin to Christ. But I am afraid that as the serpent deceived Eve by his cunning, Eve is the one in the Garden of Eden. He said that the serpent deceived Eve by his cunning. Your thoughts will be led astray from a sincere and pure devotion to Christ. Now,
Does Paul call the certain Satan?
No, the Revelation does. And so the problem is that clearly the serpent is the one that deceived Eve, and then the serpent is that old serpent, the devil.
Leviathan is also called a serpent in the book of Psalms. Revelation looks a hell of a lot more like the dragon described in the book of Psalms called Leviathan. Now,
Alvin, I would say that I don't don't think that as much of Revelation is allegory as maybe some people would take it to be, but I would definitely say the dragon who chases the woman with the moon under her feet, right? I think that this is an allegory. And for that reason, I don't think that Satan is literally a dragon, although I think you could, probably.
Well, I'm saying that, now here's the thing. I'm saying that creature, Revelation, is the same creature Jesus is describing when he's saying, I saw Satan fall like, right? But I don't think that creature is the same guy in the book of Job. I think that's what I'm saying. I don't think
Hebrew.
that's the same.
Why?
What you say? Yeah, I don't think that Revelation dragon thing is the same thing.
Well, I mean, it doesn't really matter that much what the debate really was, but I would say it is, especially when, like I mentioned, he's called the accuser of the brethren, and you see him accusing Job in front of God. So
you think that angel in Numbers 22 was like Satan in the book of Revelation?
No, well, I mean, obviously the word Satan has a semantic range of use, so obviously it just means adversary or opponent. But contextually, we define our words. So when you see Satan mentioned, right, you see him mentioned in a few different places in other scriptures, and it'll be like, in that time there will be no Satan, and obviously it's saying there will be no adversary. But we define our terms based off the context, very to him in that moment. But it's not like Satan doing that, to my knowledge. But when Satan accuses Job, he's being the accuser of the brethren, and I think that's what lines up with his title in Revelation.
Now, this is my theory, right? I think there's a lot of missing stuff that is tradition that we no longer have. Like when it says you're a murderer from the beginning, right? We don't have I mean, people say this is talking about Job, right? But there's not like Job is not like the beginning of the world.
No, I didn't.
There's some other stuff happening that's like lost. And even when I look at the Satan in Zechariah, what stands at the left hand of the Father, right? Like you're standing up there, right? And he's still got a position. He's not fallen from heaven, right? And how he's operating is more like a disgruntled employee. But then when you go to the book of Revelations, this guy is bringing up armies and battling other angels, and it just looks like even when you look at the book of Jude, it's like Michael and Satan are over there talking about Moses' body.
What about it?
That within itself is like, again, it's kind of this thing where Satan can just be there, and it's like it's not an issue.
Yeah, I think that God has there's an understanding that Satan has his role to tempt mankind, to test them. To my knowledge, now you guys can treat this as you will, but in the book of Jubilees, you see an encounter with Satan where Noah is praying that God take away the demons, the disembodied spirits, because they're tormenting his descendants. And Satan pleads his case to God, saying, leave some of them so that I can exercise my will on men, because men are wicked. Basically saying, I'm the tester of mankind, so I need some helpers. And so God takes away 90% of the demons, the disembodied spirits. So you can take that with a grain of salt. Not everyone accepts the book of Jubilees as scripture, but it's an interesting scenario, and I think it helps me understand.
If I start dealing with that thing I'm not supposed to deal with, Satan then goes back to God and say, hey, I thought Alvin was your man. Look, I'll put this in front of him and look what he did. What you got? Like that's kind of the MO right there. I'm gonna put this thing in your face, because that's what he's doing. He did it with Job. I mean, he even did it with Jesus, right? Like, hey, I'm gonna put this in your face. Let's see if you're gonna take it. And if you do take it, he's gonna report back and say, see, look what he did. Like that's kind of like his thing.
Why does he report back to God if God knows all that's happening, right? So Doesn't make sense.
I don't take this.
That's just
I think the ancients view things as strict as like the Omni Junkie says. Like, is he so powerful he can't make a rock, he can't live, like all that stuff? I just think the authors of the text just think he's the most powerful and knowledgeable of all the gods and everything.
Yeah, well, I would say he's the only creator, right? Yeah, and obviously he's the most powerful. When it comes to some of these conceptual ideas of, physics and philosophy, I have my clashings with those, the understanding of space-time and all these things, and God can't be confined to space and time or whatever. Anyway, I gotta get out of here, but it was good talking to you guys, and Andrew, you're very articulate, so I'm glad I could be part of this conversation. Maybe I'll have a conversation with you in the future. Anyway, see you guys later.
I appreciate you. Bruce, join the house. The link's above me, and anybody who hasn't, please do. Bruce, I appreciate you being here. I'm glad I bumped into you in that room. Come back anytime, brother. We do rooms often. So
is this your house here?
I mean, right now we're in a public room, but the house right above me is a house that I often am in, at least at times, and we will do more rooms there. So yeah, just join it, man. Add me, and then just come back. We're here pretty much every day, and I appreciate you being here, man.
Great stuff, guys. And this is
Bruce, real quick. Just to let you know about Andrew, he thinks God is black. So.
Yeah, no, I don't. But appreciate you, Bruce, and God bless you, buddy. And yeah, come back. We'll be here.
Yeah, God bless you guys. Wonderful. All right, later.
All right, man. Later. Appreciate it. Amir, are you here, sir? You said something in the chat. I just wanted to ask you about, and I'm glad to have you on the stage.
Yeah, I am Drew. Thank you. Yes, I'm here.
Appreciate it, man. So you said something. You said, JCC, you're right. The so-called holy books of all religions are nothing more than, the holy books of all religions are nothing more than, what does it say here? JCC, you're right. The holy books of all religions are nothing more, let me kind of jump past it here. Nothing more than fairy tales, I think, is what you put it.
Something to that effect.
Yes. So, how do you know that that's true? I'm just curious.
Well, first of all, hi guys. I just apply basic logic to it. The sorts of the stories. Let me just tell you what my background is. I was born in a Muslim family, and I was a Muslim for a long time. And then I started sort of looking at the literature from a logic perspective. And a lot of these stories just don't add up. And that's why I came across the conclusion that it needs to be, read to children as stories. Really. I mean, like the Noah, for example. I mean, how can that possibly be right? So that's where I'm coming from.
You know what's interesting about that? The scholars that, like, non-believing atheist scholars, right? The people that, like, study these texts from, like, a scholastic standpoint, none of them describe these texts as, like, fairy tales, right? They'll say, hey, these are ancient texts and give us a view into the world back then and their views of morality. Like, a fairy tale is, like, something specifically made for entertainment. Right, like, hey, we're making this story.
Children's stories. I didn't say fairy tale. I said children's stories.
Even children's stories. These are stories incorporated for adults on, hey, this is how, especially if you look at the Torah, this is like our theocratic constitution, and it's based on these things. So a fairy tale or even a children's story is like to entertain children. And I'm pretty sure you read the Old Testament. That book is rated R, okay? There's not, I wouldn't describe that as like a children's book.
Some of the stuff children watch these days, pretty rare.
Like that is, you know what I'm saying? It's more like,
for example, Jonas was swallowed by a whale and the ark is correct. Is that what you're claiming?
I'm saying, I'm disputing the claim that it's made for children. That's the claim.
Are you assuming that these are correct? Are you saying that these stories are correct? They actually happened?
Not necessarily all of them. I'm just saying that idea that these are children's books like Mother Goose.
Yeah, the
I don't think that's an accurate description.
stories are scary.
They don't even have to listen. I'm not even saying you can say they're fantasy if you want. There's fantasy books that are written not for kids, right? That's the point I'm disputing. Like The Watchmen is a fantasy comic book, but it's not a comic book made for kids, right?
He's saying it's the wrong genre. He's saying it's the wrong genre.
It's the wrong
genre. Right.
If it is a wrong genre, then why is it in the children's book category in the library than was out?
Well, they do a different depiction of it for children to read. They don't do it in a manner the same way it is for us to read, right? So.
A majority of the history, at least certainly in the New Testament, there's going to be a massive amount of historical facts that are correct. So you can do this thing where you don't agree with the metaphysical claims about sin, God existing, Jesus rising from the dead, walking on water, etc. That's fine, right? You can dispute that. Many people do. But as far as Jesus doing there, and I think it's kind of meant to kind of, to devalue maybe or to reduce the authenticity of taking these things seriously. But
I don't honestly need to do much to sort of take away the authenticity of it. I mean, you only have to look at a lot of the stories in there. It just does it for you. Just look at the Genesis, at the beginning of Genesis. I mean, you're talking about the hand of water, the hand of God over the water before even you have light. You can't even have down condensation, man, without having light. So I mean, it just doesn't. There's just so many errors in there.
Amir, do you say this about all ancient writings in antiquity?
100%, yes. Anything that does not add up to falsifiability, to anything that does not sort of stand up to science and through the falsifiability, then obviously it's not going to be accepted.
So based on that, you're not throwing away the whole Bible as a children's book. You're saying, hey, the portions that
I don't want to waste time on just Bible being a children's book or not.
Forget about the children's book.
I think we're well
let's throw that in the
actual central point here.
We can throw that in the garden. We got to bring the children. But what I'm saying is that I don't think you reject the whole Bible.
How twisted they are, I do not know, because they're not verified. They're not cross-checked. I mean, history.
Okay, simple. Okay, we have the records from the Babylonians of them deporting the Jews out of Israel and keeping them captive in Babylon. They said they did that, and then when you look in the Bible, they say that's what happened to them. So you have verification there from both the people that.
As I said, I don't have a problem with that. I mean, you can say that there are some historical facts in Bible, as there are some historical facts in other books. But what does that get you? That doesn't get you religion.
Well, okay, so if we're talking religion, you're now talking about the way of life and the codes people abide by. Now that's represented in how a person is living. So there's good and bad points to this. You know what I'm saying? I think religion is dependent on the person who wills it. Sure, there's people that join cults and everything, and they go away from their family, but they pick up a Quran or a Bible, and now they're like law-abiding citizens because these two books inspired them or whatever, right? Like this is a thing that happens, right? So
I mean, that's a susceptibility of an individual. That's not going to be a sort of a marker for me by any stretch of imagination. I mean, I look at it as it is. I look at the anthropology of human evolution through, social evolution, that is, from the time that we were hunter-gatherers to today. And I know exactly how the ethics, how the code of conduct and social contracts developed throughout the ages.
We don't even have to keep things supernatural. What I can say is that the process of religion did something to where you're now organizing morality. Now, hunter-gatherer days, it was kind of a free-for-all, okay? if, there's no set codes of anything, but at least with religion.
Allow me a couple of minutes, Alvin. Allow me a couple of minutes just to explain my perspective on this. At the time of hunter-gatherers, there was one guy who ruled, and he said everything that he wanted to say. He made all the laws and everything else. And we kept animal. Then what happened was that villages couldn't move. We couldn't just take our land and go with us like we were nomadic prior to that. So what happened? Now we have a village here. It has a land, and we have another village next to us that has another land. We now have to come to some form of a compromise. Say, look, this is my land. This is my fruit tree. That's your fruit tree. This is my wife. That is your wife. This is my son. You don't kill my son. I don't kill your son. I mean, let's face it. When we have the 10 Commandments, these 10 Commandments, nobody is going to tell me that Moses brought these firsthand. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not commit adultery, thou shalt not steal. These were facts, these were rules, these were ethics, were already running in the society. He just rebranded it. That's all he did. So that part of it is very well easily understood and explained, how the Code of Conduct and Ethics developed, until we have the 30 articles of the Charter of the Human Rights. This is nothing to do with religion. Religion has
that's kind of two different things. I didn't say morality and ethics didn't exist before religion. I'm saying religion is the first to organize these things into a codified kind of.
I just told you how they organized it.
But what I'm saying is, but here's the thing: these farmers and all you're talking about, what did they use? They worship fertility goddesses and farming gods, and said, "Hey, okay, we're going to set rules."
Let me explain to you just for 1 minute. Just explain to you how. Look, while you and I are talking here on a phone from 2 different continents, the closest species to us is the screaming in the trees. Now, there has been about 20 different homos between that species and us. It just happened that they've all been extinct and we have survived. Now, this has given us this illusion that we are actually something very special. We've come from something.
You're kind of changing what I was. Listen, this is why I'm saying.
Let me just finish this, because it's quite important. And this is going to tell you how that oldest religion came about. That is where I'm trying to get to.
You're arguing a different point from what I'm making.
No,
I'm not saying that religion is the.
You're saying religion organized the ethics. You're saying
listen. What I'm telling you is the oldest documents we have of do's and don'ts. Humans putting down. Look, these are the rules, and if you break this is what's going to happen. It's like the Hammurabi codes, the Code of Ernam. These are the oldest texts where we have do's and don'ts. And it's through a religious lens, because Hammurabi felt he got these texts from Shammai, and they took something that was already there and put it into books and organized it and made rules and laws and governments about it. That's what I'm saying.
What I'm saying is that was the necessity of the society. They had to do that. The fact that they came up with this other angle to it, which brought the religion into it, is because of what happened to us genetically. We got this frontal cortex, we gave us obvious genetic mutation. When we became city dwellers, did you know that we actually had another major genetic mutation, which is called a new variant ASPM? You can search this if you like. ASPM is one of the key genes that resulted in the frontal cortex. Our brain of 400 grams turned into about 1,400 grams. That has given us this illusion.
Explaining to me why the shirt is blue, right?
Yes.
Like I'm not telling you that the shirt isn't blue, or I'm not telling you those aren't the reasons why the shirt is blue. I'm saying, listen, that's a blue shirt, right? And I'm telling you, religion.
Let me ask you a question. If you walk on Mars, aren't you? But that's what the religion has done. It's just put a wrapper on it. That's all it is. The essence inside it is what was developed through human anthropology in terms of our social gathering. and coexistence. That's how it was developed.
Yeah, but rappers are shiny. I like rapper.
Can I ask you, Amir, are you an atheist?
Well, I'm not quite an atheist because I cannot prove that there is no God.
Okay.
Just as nobody can prove there is a God.
Well, an atheist is someone who doesn't believe in a God. So if you don't, not all atheists. No. See, that's a different definition, right? So like,
well, he can use that definition.
He can, however, I'm giving my 2 cents, right? Agnostic just means you don't have knowledge of something, right? Believing, whether you believe it or not, is where the atheism lies. Like someone says, do you believe in a God? And the atheist says, no, I don't. That's simple. Do you know that God exists? They can say, I don't know. They can be agnostic.
Well, then what's an atheist?
As a non-theist, and theist, I sort of associate that with religion, not necessarily God. So
a theist is someone who believes a God that intervenes. Someone who is a deist believes in a God that does not intervene. So you can be a theist and not be religious.
I don't believe in a God that sort of rules anything. If there is a God in this universe, it certainly has nothing to do with this world and this species on this world, which is us.
Right on.
Okay. So is it just that? What is it? Do you have any reason to say that there is no God in the way that we understand God to be?
I mean, if anyone does claim that God does exist, then the burden of proof is on them. Sure.
Okay. Well, let me ask you this, and I'm glad Bob's here. What do you think about like arguments, particularly like the fine-tuning argument for the existence of God? What's your
the fine-tuning argument is, let me give you an example for that. In Europe, we have a lottery which is about 50 to 1. So if you buy a single ticket of the lottery, your chances is 50 million to 1. But if you were to buy 50 million tickets, then you sure as hell are going to win the lottery. And that's the way I look at the fine-tuning. So we've got something like 2 trillion galaxies. Each one of them has roughly about 500 billion stars. And each of those stars have around about, let's say, 10 planets. That gives you something like 10 to the power of 22 to 23. Now, as far as we know, we've been listening for the past 100 years. There is complete silence in the universe, at least in our own galaxy. Therefore, we seem to be the only one at this level of intelligence. That means that we have, out of all these 10 to the power of 23, we seem to be roughly, at the moment, the only one who have got the lottery. Well, it's at the expense of such a vast failure everywhere else. That is the bit that you have to take into account when you think about the fine-tuning.
Okay, very good. Bob, are you here? Hold on, just a second, brother. Just a second, brother. Just a second, real quick. Bob, are you here?
What's up?
So there's 2 Amir in the room. I just want to shout out to, I appreciate one come on stage, but it's kind of funny. We have 2 of them, both PhDs. But did you hear what Amir just said in response to the fine-tuning?
No.
That's a bummer. Basically, he said,
repeat it.
Yeah, could you just summarize that real quick? Because Bob is pretty familiar with the argument. Amir, do you mind summarizing it for him? And then, Bob meet Amir, Amir meet Bob. That'd be.
Either Bob. Yeah, basically, the idea of fine-tuning basically says it's a very accurate number. And what I'm saying is that the redundancy aspect of it has to be taken into account. So the fact that we as a species are on this planet here amongst 10 to the power of 23 other planets in the current universe as we know it in the observable universe means that we are at this level at the expense of an awful lot of failures. And that's how I explain by giving an example of the lottery ticket, for example. If you buy all the combinations, you're definitely going to win the lottery.
But failure implies attempts, though.
Well, let Bob respond to that, Alvin, if you would.
Well, that sort of fine tuning is about permitting conditions that actually exist in the universe. I think fine tuning as an argument is more about there are a bunch of various constants and laws, and the range in which those analogy to buying all the lottery tickets doesn't seem to hold up because we're not familiar. That makes sense if you're going for something like a multiverse explanation, but that's a kind of explanation that you then need to independently justify. The idea with if there's one universe and we find that all these constants have very, very narrow ranges in which they could.
So what you're basically putting your arguments on a surprise? Is that what you're saying? Just because
it's about what kind of hypothesis best predicts this type of fine tuning. The fine tuning itself is something that physicists basically don't. They do agree on stuff like this, as in, if the strong nuclear force was stronger, then atoms would just collapse into themselves. And if they were just a bit weaker, then we wouldn't have atoms at all. And so we wouldn't have stars, we wouldn't have planets, and we wouldn't have, this. That's one kind of idea.
Yeah, I'm familiar with fine tuning, and I also know in fine tuning, they have tolerances up to about 10% or so. There are various physicists which will tell you exactly. I don't know it off the top of my head. What percentage each one of these could change, and still it would be a viable universe. And then you also.
I don't think it's not a conjunction of all of the values.
Yes, as I say, on some. I can dig out the papers and so on, but on some parameters there are.
That's fine. If you're saying on some specific parameter, then that might be true. I'm just saying when you take the conjunction of all the parameters.
Carroll's, he's a well-done guy. But don't forget, from the time of Richard Feynman to now, it's only two or three generations. We're only at the start of this, just because we don't know a lot of things. We don't need to jump on the god of gaps here. We just don't know.
It's not a god of the gaps.
It is.
It's just about, no, it's not. The god of the gaps is we don't have an explanation for something, so let's fit God in. So fine-tuning is more something like here are some various theories, and which of them explain the data better.
Yeah, but we don't have the explanation why there is such a fine-tuning. We don't have an explanation for that.
No, but that's what the fine-tuning argument is providing.
I know, but just
an explanation.
You mentioned it yourself. If you go down the string theory, for example, and parallel universes, you may have an explanation for that. Different sets of laws of physics. Okay, but we're just one of many. That's one explanation. If you're looking for an explanation,
that's fine. I think
if you're looking for a surprise, then that's.
But it's not about surprise. I'm fine with someone saying, hey, the multiverse kind of accounts for this, and that's fine. And then you'd have to evaluate, whether the multiverse hypothesis makes more sense than the theist hypothesis.
Well, come on.
You understand that's. It seems like that you're saying you could never reason to the best explanation about anything if there's any bit of if there's any uncertainty from the data to the conclusion, that you're always just going to say, well, that's putting the God in the gaps. And I don't think that that's correct. I think what Bob's saying is correct. It's just saying if you put down these different hypotheses, saying which one best explains the current data that we see, what makes more sense? And is it the case that this is intentional or unintentional, or some kind of theistic explanation versus some random explanation or necessity or some other thing.
And I'm not a theist, by the way. Like, I don't believe in God. I just think it's helpful to have a common understanding of what the fine-tuning argument even is.
But there are so many different, as you know, Bob, there are so many different theories and their hypotheses, shall we say. I mean, Roger Penrose, for example, was conformative cyclic universe is a pretty good one. He uses the Hawking's radiation. At the end of each one of these galaxies is going to radiate everything out, and all we end up in trillions of light years from now.
Yeah, but what data is that hypothesis explaining?
No, but I'm just about to tell you. So we end up with photons, nothing other than photons in the universe, in the entire universe, and that will collapse into a new origin. And that new origin may well be with the different sets of laws of physics. And there's nothing wrong with that model. So you can have a cyclic conformative universe.
I don't know what do you mean there's nothing wrong with the model? I'm just saying look, my idea isn't that you cannot propose a naturalistic explanation for fine-tuning. Like, I'm fine you giving any number of those. And what you just gave sounds like one-ish. I don't know what it means to say that there's no problem with it. Maybe you just mean that there's no inconsistency. I'm just saying it's helpful to be clear on what the fine-tuning argument even is, and then what methodology we should use to distinguish between different hypotheses that are trying to explain the data.
What I'm saying to you is that on the next conformative cycle, we may end up with a different fine-tuning.
No, I understand.
Okay, so then you won't be able to call this one
produces any life. But I'm fine if that theory has like experimental and theoretical support. Then I'm fine saying, that might be.
I've looked at. Take a look at.
That's fine. That's fine. I'm not saying that any part of this theory is wrong. Like, that's not my point. My point isn't to say here are the holes I poked in this particular model. I don't know.
Your point is that you propose this fine-tuning. That was your main point. And then you propose that perhaps there is a theistic approach to it as a solution to fine-tuning. And what I'm saying to you is on the next conformative cycle, this fine-tuning will be different. Or could be different.
If the model that is proposing this cycle is accurate.
If Bob is equally valid.
It means it in some ways, but we don't just stop there.
Well, I think you do. I think this is the difference between you and I.
No, we obviously don't.
You stop at these.
We are no. I don't stop. I'm not a theist. I'm saying.
Why did you?
I'm saying explanatory. I'm saying that the explanatory power is one way of examining the virtues of a theory, but there are other ways of trying to examine it. Maybe your hypothesis.
I think. Sorry, just this one sentence. Maybe not you, but I think perhaps Andrew. The fact that he's got you and I talking to each other, he's probably thinking that there is a theist part to this which could explain the.
What asked me wasn't to give like the theist kind of like, because I'm not one. The reason he probably asked me is that, hey, maybe this doesn't sound like a correct understanding of the fine-tuning argument, or this probably doesn't sound the correct way to engage with the fine-tuning argument. And I think that's why I was.
That's correct. Yeah, that's correct. Because look, so Amir, Bob is not a theist, okay? There's some misunderstanding, and I'm trying to clear that up with Marcus in the chat, and I have to do this continually. Look.
By the way, I have to run, so I'll be back later.
Oh, that's too bad, Bob. Thank you, brother. Come back when you can, man.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, Amir, you sound Iranian, are you?
Yeah, how did you guess?
Your accent is quite thick.
It's Iranian, it's not Iranian. It's Iranian.
Why? That's an accepted pronunciation. What is that?
Iranian is Kansas.
اسمت عربی هم هست. مثلا مردم هست که عربی هم نصفشون نمیره. ولی لهجه
از کجا میتونی اینجوری فارسی صحبت کنی؟ جالبه برام.
Thank you. I'm Swedish, but I have a my maternal grandmother is from Iran.
Ah, okay. Good to meet you.
Well.
Nice to meet you too.
Since
You just complimented my Farsi, Andrew, so I had to,
nice. Well, I was gonna say,
had to pat myself on the back a little bit.
Right. Since you're Swedish, Bob, muchos gracias.
Thanks.
That was good Spanish,
Andrew.
But at some point. But no, Amir. So here's the issue. Okay. So I just think that there are a lot of atheists who have these positions that there's no evidence, there's zero evidence for God. Okay. And those people, I think, are off. Now, I get it when they say things like, I just don't think it's compelling enough for me to believe. That's fine. I think that's more understandable.
Andrew, buon España, buon Ahma.
Thank you, Piper.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Did Sailor know what I just said?
No, but it was probably some cuss words or something. You probably shouldn't have said, Piper.
No, there's no cuss words.
All right. I don't want to hear like Tichi or any of these other words that people say. Okay. But Amir, the thing is I just think it's good for people to kind of be on generally the same level, at least insofar they may not feel like certain arguments are compelling. That's fine. But there's some that seem to have, at least of the sharper atheists that I'm aware of, they seem to have some purchase with them. So, some people are going to find them to be a little more compelling than others, of course. We all have our own subjective assessment on how compelling something is, and we have different background beliefs. And, there's just different things that are going to raise or reduce the probability that an argument goes through, or, that a particular premise holds, or whatever, okay? So I get that. But I don't think that the typical argumentation brought against the fine-tuning argument, like the refutation or the undercutters or whatever, I don't think that they've been super compelling, at least not to me. Now, I don't understand the fine-tuning inside and out by any means. Is Bob, and he's not a theist. So it's just that he recognizes it's a decent argument for a theistic conclusion. And so that's why I wanted you to meet him. I do think it's a good argument, but I probably could not defend it near as good as Bob can. So that's just kind of the unusual situation that you're seeing there, is that Bob, being a non-theist, he's just good at defending the argument. It's also the same if you meet Sasha. If she shows up, I know Piper's like, I hope not. But if Sasha shows up, Sasha defends the psychophysical harmony argument. And I think she does a good job doing that as well, which in my estimation, I think that's one of the best arguments for theism around right now. I mean, in my eyes, I don't understand the argument super well, but insofar as I understand it, I think it just strikes me as theism is the best explanation for the data. If you haven't heard of that argument, Amir, maybe you will get a chance to engage somebody on it. Bob knows about it as well, but he has comments. What's that?
I wish I had your command of English, Andrew. I'm very impressed.
I appreciate
as a kind of, I feel like a scientist, I look for justifiable evidence to accept just about anything and everything. So that's where I'm coming from, I guess.
Yeah, I understand that, and I get it. Very scientifically minded, probably very analytically minded, logical, reasonable. You want that, and I understand that. So, I'm insofar as I can move you towards theism, that's my agenda. I'm pretty straightforward about that. I am a Christian, and I want people to believe in Christ ultimately. So, if I can do anything to authentically, genuinely get you to move towards theism, then I would want to do that. So
you can if you can somehow make Jesus or Christ or God appear on the horizon tomorrow morning, that everyone could see out in the world, and they could just basically say, "Hey guys, I'm here." Don't waste your time on anything else. I get up about 6:30, and I was about 12:30. So I'm gonna hit the bed, guys. So it's really good.
Amir, would you come back? Would you come back again sometime soon?
Well, I've sort of connected with you and Bob, and yeah, why not? Yeah, I enjoy this kind of session.
Appreciate it. Yeah, we have them pretty much daily. So if you watch from Open to a Room, or you might see our friend Converse Contender. If you just watch First Open a Room, and I'm going to try to add you as a friend as well. But yeah, feel free to come back anytime you'd like. We're here pretty much daily. So
sounds good. Okay.
Appreciate you, my friend. Appreciate it.
You too. Take care.
Very cool.
Andrew, you're such a sweetheart.
Oh, well, thank you, Anna. It's good to meet you. What's up, my brother? Only on yeah, just get me on the BHI's floor and I'll turn into an animal. But no, I'm joking. What's up, Free? It's good to see you, bro. There's been some interesting discussions going on. You had a picture, I think you took it down. Didn't you have like an STD picture earlier? I said something in the chat in Chillism. I don't know if you saw it, but I was loving that picture. I was like, very much. But I thought, yep, that's about what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Come up here.
I didn't know we was gonna go here, so I was trying to be. It's weird because you
be a little more PC.
We know a strange time, man. Yeah, because it's like you can't really talk like you're talking to a bunch of people who just see the world extremely different. It's like talking to fish. I'm not trying to say to be insulting. I swear I'm not.
I get you.
Yeah. So
I think
and they feel the same way, and vice versa. So I don't understand.
I know it's a tough one.
Yeah. So I'm not. Yeah. I was in a space prior to this. Go ahead, read myself. Sorry.
No, you're good. No, you're good, brother.
Okay, yeah, I was speaking to some guys and they were saying about, basically, free speech is on the threat, yada, yada. And long story short, I was just trying to basically talk about things that I thought they would be familiar with. I wasn't sure, and they had no fucking idea what I was talking about. It was a big space, so I don't know, bro, it's scary. But anyhow, racism leads to AIDS, apparently. But yeah.
But Piper's probably one of, I love Piper. Piper's probably one of our most radical, shall we say, leftist leaning or left leaning people that we have around pretty routinely.
She's a badass.
Yeah, she with pink hair, mind you. But Piper, are you able to look at that picture and does that make is that something you would be like, yeah, I support that? Like, do you think that that's a reasonable thing? Because I mean, if anybody can make sense,
it's real. I'm on Club Deck. It's really tiny.
Okay, well, I'll read. I can read it to you. It says must reads. It says STDs. This is in the Los Angeles Times. Must reads. STDs in women are skyrocketing, and then it says racism and misogyny may be to blame. Now, I thought if anybody can accept that as even I haven't read it. I don't know what the content is or anything. But I thought if anybody can make sense of that and be like, you know what, actually that sounds reasonable. I thought it might be you. To me, that sounds just insane. But I think, but I'm trying to be charitable and say, okay, well, maybe there's.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if it's true. I mean, I don't really see what the a priori basis for thinking it's insane is. But I don't know if it's true or not.
Well, I mean, it would be just like thinking. In what ways? Well, anyway, whatever. What do you think, Free? Why did you put that up? Like originally?
Oh, sorry, I was trying to get myself together. I heard what Piper said. So because it seems that it's hard to draw a correlation between the two. Yeah, I mean, I that's what I was going to ask, to be sincerely and all that stuff. And I don't know, man. I guess to be brutally honest, because there's no way to go around this. I don't mind engaging Piper. I just feel like it's not going to be fruitful, and I want to, Piper. I mean, when I ask you questions, I don't mean to try to demean you or no shit like that. I sincerely want to know things, so I'm just curious to anybody for that matter. If you guys could draw a correlation between, STD rates increasing due to misogyny and racism, I don't understand how that could possibly be a factor.
I mean, so. Correlation and causation are different things, as you know, right? So it's actually really easy to draw correlations. If it just happens that STD rates spike along the same lines as rates of racism and misogyny, however that's measured, then boom, you got a correlation that is apart from whether it's a causal factor or not. But I mean, I don't know whether it's a causal factor or not in this instance. I mean, I'm not sure why I would think it's insane to suggest that, given that, clearly discrimination affects, the healthcare that people have access to. So, I mean, I don't know, that seems like a pretty common sense, reason to think it's not insane to suggest whether it's actually true. I don't know.
Oh, okay, so all right, so someone decides to have sex. And what you're saying, they don't have the appropriate health care, so therefore they can contract STDs due to racism not giving them appropriate health care. Is that what you're saying?
But yeah, I mean, that's sure.
Actually, here, look, for Jose in the chat, just I think he's quoting the article. Looks like, or at least it's somewhere he's pulling. So this is the connection, right? So, poverty or lack of opportunity may be forcing women to exchange sex for resources, leading to the spread of STDs. And then there also tends to be a mistrust of the medical system among African Americans, making them reluctant. Now we have to see why that mistrust is there. But, presumably they might say, well, it's just due to the way African Americans have been treated historically in America and still are to some degree by many people's lights. Anyway, making them reluctant to seek care. Certain neighborhoods may be excluded from access to health care because of geography or finances, she said. So there you go.
So that's the reason why this is illogical, because even if you don't trust the healthcare system, you definitely should trust the person you're having sex with, because you don't know their status. So those two things again don't correlate or even causality because causation. Because if I don't,
that is, to be honest.
Okay, that's fair. That's fine. But if I don't trust the system, then clearly I'm going to take more precaution because I don't want to go into the system. That's my logic. That would be logically consistent. Saying that, hey, I don't want to go to the hospital because they might fuck me up because I'm black or whatever, or they may not give me appropriate care. So for the fact I don't go to the hospital, I'm going to take extra precaution to not get sick. So that seems to,
but it also means that when you get sick, you're not going to seek out care, right?
Right, but we're talking prior to getting sick, we're talking about precaution and everything.
No, but listen, if you're doing that habitually, it's going to weaken your immune system. I mean, if you don't have access to healthcare regularly, if, for instance, you're not going to checkups, right? You're not getting the best health advice, you're not, or professional health advice, you're not being treated when you do develop other conditions which may weaken your immune system, then I can see why it would lead to an increased rate of certain.
No, I can agree to the rate increasing too if you're doing these things, but then the racism part is still the thing that's kind of be tied in. So it's like a clusterfuck of problems for me to kind of satisfy this claim. It's like, I get it. You want to make money because you have poverty, so sex sales, that seems to be over the shut to me. But somehow racism get thrown into the mix, or misogyny get thrown into the mix.
Well, I think the idea is that
there's a lot of other options. I think people are taking what could be considered the easy road. Is a low skill job. You don't have to have anything just to be a person that someone want to have sex with, and then you take the risk that comes along with the job, and then of course it ends up being with STDs. So again, so if it happens to be more black women or Hispanic women in that space, I don't think that's due to racism. I think that's due to someone who prefers that option over getting a skill and using that to generate income. Or just working.
Well, I mean, the study that Jose is quoting, I guess the one that is being summed up in your picture, is saying that these women are actually doing this because they don't have other options.
No, I understand that, right? That's the thing though. Like they're saying they don't have other options, but I don't think that will logically follow, because you have an option to get a skill to become productive. Like you could do hair, you could daycare. There's a lot of options. I do think it's logically follow.
When they went and studied the people in question, they found that they didn't have other options. It's not illogical.
Yeah, but that's a claim that says someone don't have other options. That's hard to believe that someone don't have other options to do to that, to get a skill to generate money other than sex. Understood? Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, you're like, if a study says, okay, we looked at this pool of people, regardless of whether the sample is representative or not, and it tells you, okay, we observed in this pool of people, right, these characteristics, right, or these, socioeconomic opportunities. I don't see what the reason for distrusting it is, other than I just have an intuition that this can't be so, but there's really some reason.
Well, I think the reason because I think there's a linear of options you can do before you go down that road. I mean, keep in mind that these people, they can't do anything else. I mean, they have some type of disability, then literally disability would take care of them. Only to some extent, of course, but at least would be some type of income. But you're talking about a situation where a study would suggest such a thing, which when I would ask the same question you're asking, I'll actually go further to say, what do you mean by they had no other option? What is that? Because that's really hard to say that someone has no other option. I mean, being a cashier, being an inventory worker, I mean, it's a lot of things that you
realize that jobs aren't just falling off the trees, right?
Well, there's a lot of places I heard of. You still have options besides to put yourself in that predicament. Understood? No, agreed. Yes, there's unemployment and there's employment. We both see that. But again, to do something as extreme as use your body as a pleasure tool for people who likely have STDs, yeah, you have whatever word you want to use, because that's what you're doing. You're basically giving people pleasure for money to use your body that way. And you take the risk of getting STDs, and instead of saying, hey, this is probably not the best option because I can't live to enjoy my money, we'll have to get another, another expense, which is medical care now, because now I have the STD. So I didn't want to go to prevent the STD, but now I have the STD, and now I have to go to the hospital. Now I have to take pills to get it. And if I don't do that, I become a vessel of spreading it to other people who take the same risk as me. So it's
I
like,
guess
where
I
does
just
the
don't
accountability
have
come
as
into place?
much of a hard time as you do swallowing the idea that somebody would be financially hard up enough to, feel pressure to sell sex for money. Like I'm not sure why that's like a crazy idea.
It's not a crazy idea. It's just not a wise idea. It's not a logical idea. That's the thing. It's not what. Yeah. So
understand.
Right. So no problem. It's fine. And just whatever. So clearly we see the outcome of these bad decisions that someone like myself, which I'm not trying to be like
bad decisions.
Because now they're facing STDs that they could have avoided. That what makes them bad decisions. They could have sought them out. Because if they sought them out the way like I did, they would not have the STD. They could avoid it because it's avoidable.
That was standing in the way of women having sex, and once you have cures for STDs, then are you okay with women having this amount of sex as they please?
No, that's for anybody and everybody. That's anybody who's participating on both sides. So there's the one who's selling the sex and the man who participated. If you're catching and spreading STDs, then I think you're culpable for your bad decision making. I think be accountable and not blame some abstract concept.
I don't understand. There are plenty of diseases that people get that their lifestyle has a bearing on. Probably, even a lot of genetic diseases probably have a lifestyle variant to them, right? But the course of people's lifestyles and their decisions are delimited by their opportunities, their knowledge, whether the people they trusted turned out to be, worth trusting or not. I mean, it's not just everybody's omniscient and perfectly rational and
Well, see, again, you said it by heart.
I don't know.
Yeah, you said it by heart high, because again, a lot of you guys think I'm stupid, and I agree with you. But I'm smart enough to at least know.
I didn't say anything about you being stupid.
I know. I said a lot of guys think that. I know you didn't say it. That's perfectly fine. But at least I think I'm smart enough to say, hey, listen, I don't need to know everything about anything to say this is probably not a good option to sell my body this way to strangers who I don't know what they have and they don't know what I have.
Well, what is the only way you can eat?
So again, if that's the only way you can eat, which is hard to believe. Right, which is hard to believe. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. So let's buy what you're selling. If that's the only way it is to eat, then you still take precautions. You wear condoms. You make sure the person is tested beforehand, and you get tested beforehand. There's ways to do things.
Well, how do I make sure I'm tested beforehand?
You can go with them to get tested.
Oh, okay. So what we're imagining here is I have to engage in sex work in order to feed myself, right? And so what I'm going to do is every time I have clientele, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go with them to the doctor, watch them get tested, and only engage in the transaction with them after that.
Or you can get an STD. Or you could just take the risk and get an STD.
How realistic do you think that is?
Very, because other people do it. It's very.
Stars don't do that individually. The company that you work for requires their workers to get tested.
Well, see, so there's plenty of porn stars who do have individual setups, and they do it. So yeah, they do. Technically, OnlyFans is a bunch of independent contractors.
You're talking about people. You're talking about porn stars, right? Mm-hmm. So they're not going out and marketing sex to a clientele, right? They're having sex with people they already know on camera.
No, not necessarily. No, they also have sex with strangers too.
Not necessarily, but that tends to be how it works.
But you're right. But regardless of that, the bottom line is take precaution.
If you're, look, especially if conservatives like to talk about the coercive side of it. Right? So, like, what if I end up working for a pimp to feed myself, and the pimp doesn't, give me this autonomy to check all my clients for STDs? I mean, it just seems like this is like, to me, it seems like a wonderfully naive view that's only being held up by like, well, it's nice to believe this.
It's weird because like people literally live what I'm talking about. Like, you're making it seem like, actually, I think the contrary.
Yeah, people with financial resources.
No, not necessarily. No, sir. There's a lot of people who are poor, homeless, just impoverished, and they make. I mean, I was impoverished most of my life, as well as a great deal of my family. So the bottom line is, there's a lot of people who make like. Yeah, so you can make wise decisions to better your life without subjecting yourself to something.
What I'm telling you is just you are automatically classifying it as a result of an unwise decision when you get it.
It is because you got it. Yes.
I'm just telling you that that's incredibly naive because your decision making, right, is one, limited by the options you have available, and two, limited by your knowledge. And the reason people who are otherwise not idiots, right, get STDs is because not everybody is sex educated. Not everybody, I gotta be honest with you, most people who are doing survival sex work don't have the time and the resources to go and get a hospital to verify that every client that they get is, STD free, right? So break. And when you trust other people, sometimes it turns out to be trustworthy, independent of anything that you did. Or independent of anything you did. So it just seems like you're choosing to believe that nobody would ever be on the receiving end of adverse circumstances, when clearly people are all the time.
No, I think, and we're in disagreement. I want to not get hyped because I know how you get sometimes, and I don't want to get that way too. I get that way too. So, but the bottom line is, I feel like you're making this more complicated than it really should be. The reason being because there's plenty of nonprofit organizations that actually do free testing, free STD testing. Wow. Now you're gonna start doing that. That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to get you there. Let's just try to have a good conversation. You know where you're going.
We're sensitive now.
Oh wow! I'm not being honest. I just want to have a good conversation, bro. That's why I was saying.
All I said was okay.
I know, but I feel it building up. You act like I'm not familiar with you, but let's try to just get.
That's why I think it's being oversensitive because I haven't actually said anything condescending or anything. I just told you.
Okay, fair enough. I'm just saying. I feel it coming.
Hyped up, and you're like, oh no.
Okay. All right, Piper. Let's get back to it. All right. So there's nonprofits that help people. Through school, through sex education, a lot of people grow up knowing these things, and we have a lot of cultural, societal awareness about STDs. So it just becomes really tough to believe that people are not aware of these things. I think the bulk of these things are based on bad decision making. When I say bad decision making, I mean people are aware of the risk, they still make the choice to do what they do regardless of the risk, and they also. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and everybody has cell phones too. Yeah, even poor people have cell phones, and I routinely go out and hang with the poor and homeless people, and they have cell phones.
So because some schools do sex education, like if you go to public school,
most
there's sex education, and it's going to be of very quality depending on what state you're in, right? But because that exists, and because there are also charities, and because if you dig on the internet, you can educate yourself. Therefore, nobody would be undereducated about STDs. That's the argument.
Well, no. The argument I'm making is, and I think this is the more options you have to know about a situation means that you're more responsible for the outcome of that situation. So if you knew that there's a chance of this, which many people do, I don't know anybody who wouldn't know that. I mean, it's hard to believe that somebody of an adult age would not know that. Hell, even the young adult, like
the adult age would not know what exactly.
All this since I was like 13, pretty much, yeah.
Okay.
And I was active.
There's nothing that like a medical specialist in that area would, know that you don't know.
No, I'm pretty sure they would, but you don't have to be a medical specialist.
Right, so that's what I'm saying, this idea that people should just, know everything about healthcare.
I didn't say everything. See, you're strawmanning.
Well, if you're not saying everything, then maybe there's some room for people to be undereducated. And so this assumption
of course,
everybody should just be sufficiently educated to never catch STDs.
See, you know that thing, Piper, that's not what I'm saying. You're strawmanning. Did I say that, sir? Because you said everything. Maybe you're being hyperbolic and all that, but I'm saying there's enough information.
Do you think that there are people who are undereducated about STDs?
Well, you say yes. Technically, yes. There are some people that's uneducated. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Do you think that would be a factor in them contracting STDs?
Yeah, for that individual, yes. However, I don't think that's no, it's not a right. I don't think that's the general norm. You're talking about certain people who may have a certain situation.
It's not about whether it's the norm or not.
It is because we're talking about just for the rates. For the rates to occur the way they are, that would be particular to the general norm. If you're talking about isolated incidents, then yeah, I can see that person may not know.
Increased rates of STDs.
As much awareness we have on this subject that the average adult doesn't know this. I mean, when I say average, I'm like probably maybe 80 to 90% doesn't know this. This is almost impossible to not know.
What's the specific magic thing that
contracting STDs from there's a chance you can contract STDs from having sex with someone who's infected.
Okay, everybody does that. Why is that going to prevent anyone from contracting STDs as a result of ignorance?
I don't understand if you're certain countries you may say everybody know that, so how would they contract it? Beat shit at.
You just admitted that there are people who contract STDs because they're uneducated.
No, yeah, I said some people. No.
So no. But the fact that you admitted that it was at least some means that it's not just enough.
Let me explain. You're saying when I say some, that means it's enough. No, there's like again, if you want to be technical, there's always some who don't know a certain amount of information. Like that's just a given. That's why it's a bad question to ask. Like, hey, do you believe that some people don't know anything about are there some people that don't know Donald Trump is president of the United States? Like technically, yeah, there is.
Right now.
That's fine. That's perfect fine. Other people may understand. I'm still saying though, there's some people who may not know Trump is the president of the United States. I mean, technically speaking, there is some. But generally speaking, people know that. People know that Trump is the president of the United States. The same line goes with...
Yeah, but you understand that people can be aware that STDs are a thing and still contract them as a result.
Of course, yes. Which goes to yes. Right. Which goes to the next point I was going to make. The next point is people do know, as I stated before, and they still take the risk, and it's not due to racism or misogyny. It's because they wanted the money or the pleasure or whatever came with it, and that's why they contracted it likely. Not because there happened to be black or a woman or some shit like that, because they wanted to get the risk.
I'm just trying to establish whether you think that there are people who contract STDs because they're not educated in sexual health.
So we already said we already established that. We said technically yes, absolutely. That's not the issue though.
The technical modifier is doing, right?
Because we said some.
That's not the same as not knowing Donald Trump is the president of the United States. More on it. Specialists in that area, medical specialists in that area, they know way more about it than you do, and your ignorance on the matter might even lead to you contracting an STD at some point in your life. Despite the fact that you think you're an educated, responsible adult, right? So the point that I'm making to you is it's not like fucking insane to imagine that somebody who isn't a complete negligent idiot would contract an STD because they're not educated in sexual health.
So it is, and here's the thing you keep doing is very, I don't know what you just said. So the bottom line is, when you say, are there some people who technically are not educated enough on the subject and will be victims of STDs due to their lack of understanding, that's a given in pretty much almost any category.
Well, that's an empirical claim, right? So do you want to go look it up together?
No, I just like to make a point.
Why is that?
Let me finish my point.
First of all, okay, after you finish your point,
no, it's not necessary.
Why is it not necessary?
It's not necessary to. No, it has nothing to do with it. If you think that's going to prove me wrong, then you should. Because I'm about to tell you if you let me finish. If you think that's going to prove me wrong, we're not having the same conversation. You can do that, but no, because that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Of course it does, because I don't.
It literally doesn't. Because I've already conceded that. I've already. No. Piper, it wouldn't even matter because I've already conceded that we know that there's people with IG. All right, I understand you believe that, so let me finish my point, Piper. Okay? Well, I understand you believe that, but again.
Okay, I'll let you finish your point.
Piper,
check the hearings afterward.
You can do that if you want to, Piper. Feel free. I won't stop you.
But you're not interested in checking your worldview.
Because it has nothing to do with what we're talking. No, because it has nothing to do with what we're talking about. It has absolutely nothing. This is one of those times that you want to prove something that I've already agreed to. I've already agreed to it, Piper. So it's pointless.
That's fine.
Piper, I've already agreed to it, buddy, so it's totally pointless. This is not even in dispute. So
doesn't have to do with empirical reason.
No, I agree that there's some people who don't understand it enough. That's perfectly fine. It's not in dispute. So we don't have to, so I don't know why you keep arguing that.
That's not the thing I was asking. Go ahead, keep talking while you don't care whether what you say is true or not. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, I think you heard me the first time. So yes. So the bottom line is that there's people who, as we said before, who are making decisions well aware of the risk of it, They don't need more education because no one knows everything about everything, including experts. And we don't need to because we did all get degrees in this field of biology, whatever the fuck, microorganisms, all this stuff. We don't care. Who cares? Chemistry, whatever. The point is we know enough to know the more you do it, the more risk you take. And the more you do it without protections or precautions and knowledge of what you have versus the person have, increases that risk. I think that fundamentally sound.
Okay, so the only reason that somebody who is aware of that, I mean, first of all, I'm not really sure why we need to continue since you already admitted you don't care about whether what you said is true or not. But like, I'll just pretend I'm talking to somebody who actually cares about the truth.
That's right. That's right.
So great facts you just repeated and yet contracts an STD through no fault of their own anyway. Is that really the thing you're going to die on?
I know you want to answer. Yeah, I thought you'd be rhetorical. So yeah, that's a question again for me.
Well, yeah, I'm pretending that, just knowing those fifth grade facts, right, will make it so that you just repeat it. Will make it so that you never contract an STD through no fault of your own. Is that really what you believe?
That's a possibility. It works for me.
I mean, that's not an answer to the question.
I just did. I said it's a possibility. It works for me. That's a direct answer to the question.
It's about possibility. I'm just asking you whether you think that's the case.
Yeah, generally speaking, yeah. I think generally speaking, people know where that. Yeah, so generally, yes.
All right. I mean, just seems really naive. I don't know, dude.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, that's how you feel, and I think, and no offense, I feel the same.
I think my feelings are justified by the fact that you're talking about like diseases.
I feel the same about my feelings.
The way that diseases work is, sometimes even though you're a healthy person who makes good decisions, you contract them.
Of course. Right, that's true. But we're talking about STDs.
Right,
that's
so
a little
what
different.
you just said is a silly thing to say.
No, you said diseases. You said diseases in general. I'm talking about STDs. So again, like if I contract
all diseases, buddy.
So some diseases are.
You contract an STD even though you had safe sex, right?
I understand that, Piper. So I would like to have a conversation.
So it's not just an issue of being a smart, responsible individual, right?
Oh, boy.
When you said it was just that, you were wrong.
And I never said it was just that. No, because I never said that.
I asked you.
I literally did.
And you literally said yes, you were.
No, see, again, the issues are wrong. So again,
like you said 5 seconds ago. Good job.
So, see, this is what I'm talking about. You can't have a conversation with Piper because Piper can't control himself. Right, that's what it is, right. Right, that's what it is, Piper. Afraid of the big bad wolf. Yes.
It's like a big bad wolf. I think a fifth grader should call you on it, and you'd still get all pissy and upset and start talking.
Right. Yes, I'm
maybe I can step in.
Really pissed. Oh, absolutely. Take it. He beat the shit out of me. I'm tired. I can't take it.
I was more so looking to rectify between the two of you.
Oh, sure. I mean, go ahead. Shoot.
So, Free, what do you believe? Piper, what do you believe? Right, if you want to intervene. What's up, Piper?
Okay. We're trying to see what you're asking. Are you asking us our positions in the argument?
Yeah.
Like you're trying to get caught up?
You guys are shouting at each other, so I'm trying to understand why.
I was shouting at Piper? Oh, okay. I didn't think I was doing it. I was. Wow. Oh, shit. I guess you really haven't heard me shout.
You went a couple decibels above normal conversational tone.
Oh, wow. Okay. Fair enough. I mean, I think so. We're fine. And I'll speak for myself. I was saying it's pretty much a bullshit article because logically, those two things have nothing to do with STDs, especially now. Basically, it's saying, if you read the article, somebody posted in the chat a second ago, they was insinuating that, because people have low income due to, them being black, historical racism, blah, 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 they don't have options, therefore it leads to them not getting appropriate health care. But I was highlighting that it's mainly due to bad choices and, having sex, not taking appropriate precaution, the increase of sex, doing it for money, etc. So it leads to the rate increasing because the more you have sex, the more you increase rate of having getting STDs, and it's not due to racism,
right?
Misogynist people making that decisions. Yeah, so that's my position.
Piper is going to be correct on this.
Oh wow. Alrighty, well, there's no need to have a conversation with you. So I literally didn't say that, but of course Piper will believe what Piper believes. I did not say that. I did not. I was going to say he was trying to address something that had nothing to do with the conversation.
Steadfastly refusing to go.
See again, it just had nothing to do with the Okay, you guys are funny.
I mean, free is pretty well. So you said that there's this Los Angeles Times article making an empirical claim, right? Because sexually transmitted diseases is a scientific issue, and then you said logically, I don't.
Yeah, I don't think he really. I think it's just like there are some people who think like if I make claims about empirical facts, right, I should make sure that my claims align with the empirical facts. I don't think Free is one of those people, So,
Free, let me ask you something, Jim.
Right. Well, you might want to ask Piper now.
All right, I'm down.
I mean, it matters for the conversation.
Wow. So okay, I didn't know.
I mean,
now we did it, right? No, sir, we're not.
Why not?
We're done.
What ended the conversation there?
Your question.
Why? I mean, I'll tell you. I have about 5.6. Very average factor.
Ray, may I interrupt? I think what Piper was on about was that education or sex education is a privilege and not many have access to it, and it's not okay for Free to judge people based on their sexual activity, and even sexually inactive individuals can be affected by STDs. Okay, and Free is not too confident in his sexuality.
Agreed.
But I don't like the have other implications where humans are reduced to beings that have nothing much to do than to freely and this isn't about implications alone that Free was talking about. I feel like while Piper, I don't know, Piper, what's your real name, Piper? We'll start there.
Social Security, while you're at it.
It's Piper. It's just Piper. Yeah, okay.
Wait, can we get Andrew on today?
I mean, there's an order of things. I would at least ask them for their name before I ask them for their penis size. But I'm guessing Free World is somewhere around 5.5 to 6 erect. And
what the fuck? Why are we concerned about this?
Man, Andrew, Jesus Christ, man. This is insane, Andrew. I'm over here losing my fucking mind.
I hear you, brother. See, Free.
No.
Yes, indeed.
Preeti, what's wrong? Do we need to talk about penises a little more? What's going on?
Well, actually, Andrew, I started this conversation.
No, Ray, I have no doubt. You have more babies at 10 months.
And look at my body fat percentage, actually. I'm about to go to the gym.
That makes sense.
Wait, Andrew, I ran 5 miles yesterday, 3 miles today, and I'm about to go to the gym. Andrew, have you run?
I have ran.
About his body fat percentage.
Yeah, it's called.
The point was compensation, right? Like his penis is like less than 6 inches. I mean,
wait,
no. Listen. Just to be clear, you're probably not of the particular. You're probably
Your interest in your body parts and especially the penis kind of hates me. Can we move past this? Because I did not start the conversation, Andrew.
I just want to say
I did not start the conversation,
Andrew. Membership that
stop it.
They didn't start the fire. It's always been. But Deepak, you're probably not of the particular membership that should be commenting on penis sizes. That's all I was gonna say. All right, moving on.
You fall into the rationality of penis, I think.
Means because you're on a
You and me, and we can look. What we can do is we can walk into a 7-Eleven together, right? And we'll be like, wait, okay, who's looking at the stop? I can't get to my point, Andrew, but that shit was funny as hell. That was funny as hell.
See, that is correct. Thank you. And so that's the thing. And that's the thing. And if Deepak was
Andrew, I'm offended.
you to express that, I would definitely back off. And that's the whole point. And I do hope people can realize that.
Oh,
I know, but you're also
that's completely
it was very anti-Semitic.
Wait, I'm just surprised when I click Anna's bio, it says follower of Jesus Christ, the true Son of God, and then she just laughed very loudly.
Christian, here's what's happened.
All Christians are anti-Semitic.
Andrew's looking for a date.
Well, hold on. Let me just say this. SJWs and people that are very much on the left, it's like the worst possible sin in the world. It's not like, believe it or not, it's not even like pedophilia or anything like that. The worst thing that you can do is be a racist, or if you're a fascist, which they don't even know how to define that, most of them. But that's literally like the two biggest sins that can be involved in. It's just kind of funny. Yeah, it's just, no, that's actually true. And so it's just kind of funny because literally it's like all of the traditional values that people have. They're like, hey, you think like murder and babies and like, some other stuff like that might be like bigger considerations, like something that really is like, man, we really should figure out what's going on with this life in the womb. We should really think about like, I don't know, we should really think about like, people that are starving to death or whatever the case may be. Not to say that SJWs don't care about, hold on. Not to say that SJWs don't care about the well-being of people eating and stuff like that. They do.
Andrew's like a shark.
But hold on. Yeah. Let me finish my rant. The whole point is like, it's a complete value. Like, I see a full room, and I want you to see this, Deepak. I want to show you this comedian. He's a little known, lesser known gem. Okay, but basically, he has a room full of his shows. Black people, Mexicans, all kinds of people, right? And he is just continually dropping like just racial jokes left and right. Everybody's laughing. And to me, I thought this is awesome because tearing down every wall and barrier. He makes fun of himself. He makes fun of white people all the time. And it's actually funny, like actually funny. And I'm telling you,
you're not talking about Russell Peters, are you?
I have never heard of Russell Peters, but I'm right now.
Oh, check him out. That's most of what he does. Yeah, no, I have done.
Wait, Andrew, aren't you ever tired of picking a?
Oh, he's a Canadian.
Well,
not Russell Brand. He said Russell Peters.
Russell Brand.
He's Indian.
British. Russell Peters.
Oh yeah, my bad. For some reason,
he's Indian, but
so Andrew,
I love Russell.
Andrew, you like to pick a subset of fringe subset of the left, and then say, look at these practices of this fringe subset. I'm tired of this.
You just actually brought it up. You actually just
should we do? You actually conservatives. With conservatives, I would be pretty worried about the fringe people on the right. And I quickly want to.
I agree.
I want to address something. I want to address something real quick.
You guys sound like my truck trying to start like the window.
That's right. Address it, Ray. Don't undress it. Don't undress it.
So, and for those making fun of me, I'm recovering from influenza A and still going to the gym. You're all on Clubhouse tonight.
Oh no, it sounds more like a stutter and/or.
Great. So before I joined,
I'll shit on you first.
Whoa, Andrew. Before I joined the room, Free and Hyper were debating. It was tense. No one was having a good time, and they were just fighting one-on-one. I joined the room. Everyone starts laughing. Everyone has a good time. Everyone is participating. There are women on
everyone.
Diversity.
Oh, really?
Everyone. And yet, Andrew, I do not have a green bean.
Where's Piper?
Why is it there? Like time
exactly
that you all get like let loose, drink alcohol,
How about one of the interlocutors is gone?
Where's Piper?
Okay.
Where's Piper? Get to the chopper.
Is that supposed to be
exactly the way I said it. I was going to go hyper and this shit fell apart and then Ray came and asked
What was the debate about? Shut up, everyone. Shut up. Fuck. What was the debate about? Sorry.
There we go. Round two.
Wait, he moderated the Jew. He actually, he said don't ever make him mod, and I think we should take that to heart.
You really should.
Okay. Well, just to be clear, what were you talking about, Free? Go ahead.
Yeah, Miller asked me what the debate was about, something about my PTR, so I was going to give a quick recap. So, as you read my PTR, it alleges that racism and misogyny is the leading cause of the rise of STD rates in women. I would presume black and white according to the ideal of racism. And my position was that doesn't seem to be rational. It's hard to correlate the two or even show causality between racism and misogyny being increase in STDs in women. And he was saying that he saw that to be reasonable, and I believe it's a stretch to try to make that work. So my position was that it's likely due to negligence and bad decision making. He says due to those two factors, likely. So
You try to understand the proposed mechanism. I mean,
well, it's the most boring fucking conversation I could ever imagine.
Well, look at you. You don't have to hear it now. It's over.
So I want to address something that Preeti said because I'm offended, and I want to just put it out there. She attacked.
I know they tell you it doesn't.
Okay, but Deepak, and you attacked me as well, and I thought you were my brown brother. Operating with 5.6 inches. I have 5.6. I'm proud of myself. I'm proud of 5.6.
Yeah, call my number. You would have to. I'll be the new intern. You can call me.
No, I believe the average in the United States is around 5'2" to 5'5". So can someone tell me that 5'6" is not sufficient?
It is. I mean, like,
for a man
usually the average penis size is about, look, in the interest of conversation here, I would just like to point out it is no longer considered impolite. The ureter is what is given.
Why are we back on penis?
I think honestly, if you have a small penis, you have to have a good personality.
That's very kind. Honey, come on up here.
I think that's why Ray goes to the gym.
We've got to look on. We're gonna have to start.
And a guy,
I'm gonna have to start
small dick, and a really
have to start. Hang on. I'm gonna start putting in the room degen 3
One second, Andrew.
because we've got excess degeneration going on. Go ahead, Will.
I was gonna say, Ray, Andrew's not a physicalist.
That's right.
So Preeti did bring up a good point. It doesn't get
Come on.
So it's not another penis thing.
It was definitely gonna be a penis thing for sure.
I think it was.
Andrew's got a small penis.
For your side.
No, we are not that kind of people.
Bunch of people. So
Why?
you can. Well, I
just said to me,
first of all,
Book of Revelations.
First of all,
It has nothing to do with God.
JCC, hold on.
No one is against this,
So,
Andrew.
I don't mind. Well, yes, there are people who are against it, even if they don't voice it. I told you you're wrong, right? So that's not actually my goal. I don't really want to generate content. Hold on real quick. No, Greg, just chill out. If we wanted to generate content, there's plenty of other things that we could talk about that I could generate massive content, but we don't want to do that. I'm trying to do a specific thing, and yes, I'm trying to do a specific thing. And so, if you guys want to be part of that, cool. If you don't want to, you don't have to be here. I'm not going to twist your arm. I'm glad you're here, but we're not going to just make this about degeneracy. That's not my goal.
Well, and you did.
Thank you for
What
that.
people don't appreciate is how much harder content generation becomes as you get older.
Thank you for that, Deepak. So I think.
Just throw a number out there.
Let me find a proverb here that will help.
You got to focus on quality rather than quantity.
Like pretending his purpose for being in this room is.
On stage, really?
Hold on, just a second. Yeah. So 2620. I just want to read this to you guys because this would be good for this situation.
Greg is just an awful person. Why would you?
Yeah. So without wood, a fire goes out. Without gossip, a quarrel dies down. Now, obviously, that's just speaking of gossip. There are some other things as well, but it is true that there's several proverbs in this situation. Yes, there's you guys are like this. Only by pride comes contention. Only by pride comes contention. That's a proverb. Now, you guys might disagree with that. That's fine. I actually don't. I think that's correct. But there's a whole bunch of stuff that's going on that's pretty much the root of it is pride. So I just don't want to see like so much degeneracy that the people that are going to be in here that are here to talk about theism or the case for God or against God don't want to be in here. Like, and that definitely happens. People come in who are Christians and they're like, what kind of room is that? They think that we're running just an atheist jungle gym. And I don't want to be accused of that constantly. And because to some degree I feel convicted about that. It's like, well, we can't do that to, we just can't keep doing that. We can't just have a room full of degenerates.
Andrew, you literally let some of the most degenerate, criminal, disgusting people on stage.
Letting them on stage.
Also, he dwells in chillism all the time.
Hold on. So let me just go ahead and let me just go. I'm gonna have to move you down, Gray, if you don't chill out a second. So let's have a combo. There's a difference there's a difference having somebody on stage who has a history of doing X, okay, versus allowing them to dictate how the conversation is going to go. And that is a much different thing. So I'm quite fine with, people coming up that has all kinds of backgrounds, and we're very lax. Obviously, people get into all kinds of stuff. I don't care what your religious background is, your sexual orientation, what your political views are. Come on.
And if you're Hitler, he will be defended.
Yeah, no, I didn't say defended. But the point is that it allowing them to dictate or control the narrative and then try to guide the direction to serve their evil means, that's not going to happen. People can definitely defend their positions, though, and that's totally cool.
You shouldn't condemn, egregious people like Hitler.
I didn't say condemn them. I didn't say condemn them. I said
no, we should condemn them. Is what I'm saying.
Yesterday, Andrew was saying that Hitler was loving. So that's that. Loving and blah blah blah. And he comes here and says, "Oh, we need to condemn him."
That's true. I know. I do.
Wait, so Andrew, can I get something straight? You said, "Hey,
I don't know.
Hitler's all right.
Let him go. Let him go.
Andrew, the amount of times you've threatened to spank me personally and spank other men on stage is quite concerning.
So let me deal with the spanking thing. Hold on, we got to do this. Okay, so sorry, let me just address this. So here's the point. So the scripture says in various places that if you discipline a child with the rod, it will not kill them, but it'll save them from hell. Okay, now you can go however you want to take that. That's fine. Now look, I'm not your father, but like I tell Honey, I'll be your daddy, and you can come lay over my knee, and I'll swat the fish out of your body.
I hate to be your daddy.
Now, hold on. He wants to turn that sexual.
I mean, you just said you'll be my daddy.
That's correct.
And you were going to put your hand on his bum?
Because no, I didn't say any of that. But what I did say is that I discipline you, and here's the thing: it's good to be disciplined. That's a moral thing. Now, you can turn that into some kind of sexual thing if you want to. If you want to be a weirdo. But you might just be like, well, yeah, it's strange that an adult want to spank somebody's butt. Look, I don't want to do it either. But a lot of
you don't want to do it, but you're going to put your hand on his bum?
But a lot of these, well, no, I mean, if I need to use a belt, I will. If I need to use a
kinky.
Yeah. So, look, if you are degen-minded, then, yeah, you'll probably go to degenerate understanding of that. But if you're like, look, people get spanked. People get spanked. Who's muting me? Who is that? Is that you, Mel? Do I need to move you down?
Oh. It's me. I did it, Andrew. I did it.
Okay, I moved him down. I moved the Jew down because he's
Why? He didn't even do that.
No, somebody muted me. I'm bringing back up. Miller said not to give him mods. So, Gray, but Gray, you're very contrarian. Very contentious.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about, Andrew. I don't know why you just moved me down.
I know. I'm sorry. No, but I took your own advice.
Or something? What is this?
No, I know. Say, what is this?
I was just gonna say, I was trying to make room for myself to talk, and just to say that, who else in the room thinks Andrew talks too much?
Yeah, Millet. I'm going to get some license for that. But Millet, you know what? I want the Jews to always take precedence over everything as they do. So go ahead and take the reins for a minute, buddy. Wherever you want to go. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Ray, you're a physicalist, right?
Of course.
Okay, what's your answer to this argument? Propositions aren't physical and they aren't mental. Therefore, there exists a third type of thing, which is neither physical nor mental.
I think the syllogism is a little incomplete. Like, propositions exist, maybe, is an extra premise.
You don't think propositions exist?
Well,
propositions are just abstract to me.
When you say abstract, what does that mean? You mean like an abstract object?
Yeah, they're it's like the concept of a circle. Like circles don't physically exist.
Okay, but the concept of a circle could be like a mental thing in people's minds, right? Or it could be like a free floating thing, right? Like somewhere out there in like the Platonic realm, let's say. Which one do you like choose?
I'm not going to speak in absolutes, but I'm going to lean towards that. Like mathematical concepts like circles are concepts in people's mind. They're not like Platonic objects.
Okay, well, propositions can't be identical to concepts in people's minds because.
And
they can't be thought.
Andrew, spanking is abuse, by the way.
Millet, I'm going to say something like the physicalists would argue that propositions are real patterns instantiated in physical substrates.
Wait, what? You think propositions are physical?
Yeah, like a proposition like snow is white exists as a pattern realized in like neural states, symbolic symbols on a page, sound waves in speech, etc.
Propositions can't be physical though, because physical things are non-intentional, and propositions are inherently intentional.
But they're instantiated in physical substrates. They're not one-to-one with physical things.
What? Like the point is, so like propositions have to have a subject, right, to be a proposition. Like the proposition has to be about something, right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna stay unmuted. Yeah, sure.
Right. So like, you know, my chair isn't about anything.
Sure.
There's no physical things that are like inherently intentional in the way that like propositions are. So like propositions are, it's very unlikely that propositions are a physical thing.
Okay, I wouldn't claim that. I guess I don't really know what a physical thing is here in this.
Okay, so broadly, people will like break things into two categories, right? Like they'll say there'll be physical things like your body and your like desk and your physical things, yes. Right? Okay, but like so those are the two broad categories that people think things exist in. Like there's physical stuff, and then there's like mental stuff, and whether or not mental is physical is like a different question. Right?
Right.
So there's no physical thing that like we've ever come across that has like as it's like a physical thing that has like the type of intentionality that's like, a proposition has two component parts like broadly, right? It has a subject and it has a predicate. So like the proposition, the sky is blue, right? The subject of that proposition is the sky, right? And the predicate is blue, right? So a proposition can't exist unless it's about something, right? Unless it's about something that's like not itself, though. Like you can have like a recursive proposition that's about itself, but it's a different story, right? And that's the same, like, and that's true also of like mental things, right? You can't have like, well, not all mental things, but thoughts. It's true of thoughts. You can't have a thought, right? That's not like directed at something. You can't have a thought that doesn't have a subject. Right, but physical things aren't like that. They are intentional in the way that I'm like talking about intentional here.
Right. So then, what we conclude, and like you're saying, things that are physical can be intentional.
Yep.
Thus, propositions are not physical. Thus, non-physical things exist.
Yep.
It's an interesting framing. I mean, can't I say a chair is about a chair?
Or something like that, right? But that's like a psychological projection on your part. It's not like a feature of the object.
I don't know I've heard this intentionality stuff quite a lot in these philosophical circles. I don't know the jargon, but like the intuition I have without like philosophical speak is that intentionality doesn't actually exist. Like I'm just gonna
reject that intentionality as like a thing. It's a human, like, I don't think thoughts are about things. I think we say they're about things. But if you actually measure the sodium signal interaction between like two syn and the world.
Well, that's interesting. So like, he's just like, I don't know, like some sort of like,
MRI scan, we get Bill to think about his mom. We can like see the thought actually. I'm not sure if it's fMRI or it's something else.
You can see the physical correlative of a thought. Whether or not that is
exactly.
is a different question. But yeah,
right.
That's fair.
Yeah, we don't know that yet. That's unsolved. But like, we can see physical movement, like physical entities that are correlated with specific thoughts. If we just isolate those physical entities, and I understand they're not like the totality of the thought, that you can't say like what you're observing in that machine is about anything, or I don't think it would make sense in that instance to say it's about like that's rendered down later by the brain, by the Homo sapien brain, and that's like processed later. So I don't really know if there is significance in calling out intentionality.
Like that's fine if you're just gonna take like some sort of like fictionalist view about all this stuff, right? Like if you're just gonna say like thoughts are fictional, propositions are fictional, anything that like presumably has any type of intentionality is fictional. That's fine. You're gonna have to explain a lot of features about the world that like seem like very strange if those things don't exist. Like okay. If I asked everyone in the room to think about the proposition the sky is blue, right? We would all have our own thoughts in our head about the proposition the sky is blue, right? But we would all have one thing in common, that our thoughts would be directed at something, right?
Yeah,
Which
because
is itself the proposition.
Right?
So like,
yeah.
So it's like
this is just abstraction of the physical substance.
No, it's not abstract. It's not abstraction, right? Like the point is that like, what are you going to identify that thing with, right? Because we all have our own mental constructs about thinking about the proposition, right?
Right. I don't think it's that hard to reason out in that blue is a specific wavelength. The color blue is a specific wavelength. We all have visual cortices in our brain. We also have hippocampuses that store memory. Or that process like short-term and cones at some point, or millions of times I've had with the wavelength that is emitting from the nitrogen and the oxygen in the air reflecting off of, I don't remember why the sky's blue reflects off the ocean or something, or I don't remember exactly why, but nitrogen, oxygen interaction with the retinas and cones, we get specific wavelength information, our brain, our visual cortex processes it. This whole set of physical chemical interactions is then stored in our memory, physically it's stored. Some type of representation in the hippocampus, and then we're referencing that representation and using our vocal cords to reference it. That's like what the proposition is about. So it's all physical, right? Maybe a more simple example is if I put 3 balls in a room. I tell Mel to step in the room. I tell Preeti to step in the room. I tell Andrew to step in the room. We can all share after a dialogue with the proposition. There are 3 balls in the room. And you're going to say, okay, that proposition is about something. It was about those 3 balls. Like that proposition is non-physical. I'd say no, like what we're talking about is the chemical interaction that just occurred in all of our brains. And we're using our vocal cords, physical things, to reference the physical chemical interaction that just happened with those balls, with the bending of the light in the air around those balls, etc.
Yeah, but the 3 balls is like a perfect balls, right? Because they're like a physical thing. And they're like what's called epistemically open, right? Which means like we can all have access to them, right? So like we can walk into a room and you can point at the 3 balls and I can see the 3 balls and like the other person with us and another person with us, they can all see the 3 balls, right? And then we can all make our own mental representation of the 3 balls, right? Is that fair? Like, are you with me so far? Okay.
Yeah.
So that's like a feature of physical things, is that they have this epistemic openness, that they're available to from mind to mind, right? We can all look at the ball and all create our own image of it, right? Mental things aren't like that. They don't have that feature, right? Because I don't have access to your thoughts, right? Now, it's either the case that all of our mental representations, right, of the proposition the sky is blue are different from one another, right? Or they're all directed towards the same thing, like the ball in the room.
Sure.
Right? So, like, imagine we walked into a room, right, and there was no ball. And I said, like, imagine a ball there, right? We would all have different mental representations of what that ball looked like, its size, its shape, its color, everything, right? So what explains the fact that when we say the proposition the sky is blue, right, we seem to all have access to it, like the case that, like the first case, where there actually is 3 balls in the room, right? That is to say that, like, we all are going to understand the same basic, like, substance of the proposition or whatever, right? But that's not the case if you're just thinking about the empty room, where there's just, like, someone walks in and says, like, okay, picture a ball, right? Because everyone's balls are going to be different in their heads. And we don't have a way to share with each other what our mental...
So are you saying how are we able, if there isn't like a physical thing to talk about and instead we just discuss propositions, how are we even able to discuss propositions that are all pointing towards something if these propositions don't actually physically...
No, what I'm saying is that, like, how is there consistent content, right, across all of the people that think about the same proposition, right? If in fact all there is to the world is just physical things and mental things, right? Like, if it's just the case that, right, each person's, like, mental construct of the proposition is similar to each person's mental construct of the ball they're imagining, right? Then there's no way that we could, like, you know, assure that, like, we're actually conceiving the same thing when we're talking to each other. Right? Because there's no physical thing in the room that we can point at and say, like, that's the thing we're talking about.
Okay.
Does that make any sense?
Somewhat.
Right? So the point is, it doesn't seem like propositions are physical, right? Because physical things have this quality about them, which is like epistemic openness, right? We can all look at the same ball, and we can all have, like, the same rough picture in our heads when we look at it, right? That's not a feature of propositions. So all physical things are epistemically open. Propositions are not epistemically open, right? So propositions are not epistemically. Whoa. Let me stop for a second. I'm going to confuse myself there for a second. We all have, like, where do I start this? Okay. Physical things are epistemically open, right? They're available to everyone, right? Mental things aren't epistemically open, right? Sorry, keep going. I just got my train of thought back. So mental things are intentional, right? But not open to everyone. Physical things are not intentional, but open to everyone, right? Propositions are both. They're open to everyone and they're intentional. So they can't be either mental things or physical things.
I had ChatGPT solve this for us. It actually gave quite a good analogy. The key resolution here is you're comparing different levels of description. The resolution is not propositions are secretly physical, but epistemic openness tracks electrons or chairs. They are roles, contents, invariants over many physical realization. And the invariants are epistemically closed by definition. Here's a good analogy. And do you know what quicksort is, the computer science algorithm?
No.
Let's just say you have a sorting algorithm. You have a list and you want to sort it alphabetically or numerically. There are different types of algorithms. Like,
I get you.
An algorithm itself is epistemically closed when specified, right? The algorithm has no mass, no temperature, no charge. It cannot surprise you as an algorithm. Yet every implementation of said algorithm is epistemically open. Cache effects, timing, energy usage, it's actually going to sit on some silicon chips, etc. So it's the same with proposition. The level of thing and the epistemic status correlating to the mapping to that level is different. So things like neurons, things like chairs, things like electricity are epistemically open. Belief states, representations are semi-open. Semantic things like propositions are closed. So this is, again, just a feature of abstraction, not
Yeah, like you're just So we kind of went through this before. I have to walk my dog now, but like, so yeah, basically what you're saying there, Ray, is that like what ChatGPT is saying there to you is that like you're a fictionalist, right? Like you think these things are like fictions that are like, you know, like convenient fictions that are like ways that we talk about the world or ways that we like, you know, make things easier for ourselves. Does that make sense? I'm
not sure.
Suggesting
are fictions and abstractions the same thing? Because it's mapping to something real, but it's the level by which you're talking about.
Okay.
Like abstraction, the term abstraction leaves open the possibility that abstract entity might actually exist, right? Like a famous.
That's part of it. But like I took him to be meaning like abstraction is like, you know, you have a map, right? And a map is like an abstraction from the terrain, right? Like
what do you mean? Like that terms we go into just fiction. Like the philosophically precise term would be just like fiction rather than abstraction, because abstraction usually can encompass like platonic objects and stuff.
Right. The point is that like it seems like you're saying something like, you know, if you look at the fundamental ontology of the world, if you look at the fundamental things, right, there are no things that are going to be like what propositions are, right? But if you look at like a different level of abstraction or whatever, right, if you like proposition that allows us to like, you know, do some work with it or allows us to communicate better with each other or has some use, right?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Deepak, I'm taking my dog out. What do you think about that?
About time.
What do you think about Ray's comment about it?
Wait, so Milith, are you not a physicalist?
I don't think so.
Like, you think like spooky things are floating around in the universe? Like, whoa, I just ran into a circle.
Well, I think it's like it's plausible. Physical things, but like are not themselves physical.
A gentle reminder, Milith, that you are an egg cell
that I've ever encountered in my life that isn't directed towards something.
Yeah, but don't you think the way you're talking right now is just a useful fiction? Like you're saying something different than hydrogen and oxygen molecules when they bond together seem to have these chemical properties. Like
right, that's right. Like there are like, you know, how do I explain this? Like just because things don't show up on the fundamental level of ontology, right, doesn't mean they don't exist.
Agreed, but then we're talking about a different level of existence.
No, like I don't think like entropy is there in the fundamental ontology of existence.
Agreed, and entropy is an abstraction that refers to other things, right?
No, entropy is a tendency of, doesn't mean it's not real. Like you just keep like circling back on this, right? Like, yes, but you're just like, it seems like you're just stipulating that everything that's not hydrogen is like a fiction.
I mean, can I run you through a quick syllogism?
Sure.
Before you walk the doggy. All physical, P1. All physical entities are epistemically open, can in principle be discovered, measured, revised, or empirically unknown.
Yep.
Cool. P2. Props are epistemically closed. Once a proposition is fully grasped, there is no further discovery to be made about it as that proposition.
No, I'm not sure like how empirical seems strange there, like that we're like empirically apprehending propositions. That could be right. I'm not sure about that. Like, but when I say something like when I say epistemically closed, like what I mean is that like one mind can't share it univocally with another mind, right? Like we can use language to like approximate it, right? But we can't act available to everyone that comes in contact with it, right? So like your thoughts are immediate to your experiences, right? Whereas like your thoughts are not immediate to me. I have to get them mediated, right? But the ball is immediate to both of us.
Yes. Well,
so I'm not sure P2 is like tracking what I'm talking about.
you have to see the ball and have thoughts about the ball, and then I have to see the ball and have thoughts about the ball, right?
Yeah, but like if we assume like our faculties are functioning correctly or whatever, right? Like the thoughts that we're going to have about the ball are going to be similar because we're both going to be noticing the features of the ball.
Sure,
right?
but you're saying
like the thoughts that me and you have about an imaginary ball are going to be different, right? Because we're not both noticing the features of something in the world, right?
Well, we are actually, though, but we're doing it in a much more roundabout way. When I say imagine a pink unicorn, I'm asking for you to go into your memory and think about every experience you've had that maps to a unicorn, and then I'm going to practice the same thing. That effectively is a physical exercise, right? Because the memories that we're looking at are made of fatty tissue and electrical signals, and we're just kind of running a similar chemical interaction. Like
no, but the mental image you have of the imagined ball, and the mental image the mental image I have of the imagined ball and the mental image you have of the imagined ball are going to be different from each other in ways that the mental image of the red ball, right, that me and you have aren't going to be different.
Like a real red ball in front of us.
Yes.
I don't even necessarily know that that's true though, Milith, because
it's obviously true. I don't know. Okay.
Jim, do you want to say something?
Oh yeah, how about this? There's a girl and very beautiful. Everybody thinks so she's beautiful, and I think she's beautiful too. And but yesterday, today, she said I love you, right? But suddenly you change your mind, and so you started thinking she's not very beautiful and rather ugly. How about that?
Yeah, that's a great point. I didn't think about that. Millis, are you gonna be back on in like an hour or 2 hours?
Yeah, come back up. Hold on, Preeti. Jim, that was pure ownage. I like it. Real quick, Bob, Crimson Knight down in the chat wants to speak with you. JP, welcome to the stage. Welcome, Sheehan. I tried to get you a while ago. Islamic, you're here. Glad to see you. Ray, do you want to make your date with Mel real quick?
Andrew, I first want you to admit that you're sexually attracted to me.
I mean, I'm not, but I don't know who couldn't be. You know what I mean?
Thank you.
Or who? It's something that I don't know. There's some magnetism you have, right?
Wow. Thank you. A lot of women have told me that. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And hopefully you'll grace us again soon, maybe in about an hour or so. The Jew will be here, I'm sure.
Wait, I want to make sure the Jew doesn't believe in God, right, Milith?
Yeah, I know. You're like, right? You're like, tell me that's true. I mean, you don't, do you, Milith? I mean, really, Milith, you haven't actually shifted to believing in God yet, have you? I mean, please tell me that's true.
God is real and Allah is his messenger. Thank you.
Ray, come back soon. Free, are you?
God is real and Allah is his messenger.
Yes, I am.
Let's all take a moment.
We got from our brother Mila. But Free, let me just ask you a question, brother. Were you spanked as a kid?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. See, I think I don't know.
There's something to it.
Sayla, that was very mean. I was in the process of trying to hook my dog up to her leash, and I couldn't focus on what I was saying.
That
That's
makes
okay,
sense.
Mel.
No,
We forgave
it
you.
is okay, Mel. We still love you. But yes, Free, I do think there's something to it. And yeah, I'm getting a lot of this SJW far left, child abuse, blah, 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 blah. T and I had a little falling out because I told him that I think spanking in certain contexts is appropriate. He was yelling at me at the top of his lungs. It's just
Really?
you!
Oh wow.
I've never heard him yell like that. Yeah, what's up?
So my position with me and Albedo had a clash of the Titans, and I've been getting trained in the background, kind of like, have you ever seen Dodgeball when they're daydreaming?
I need to. I haven't. It's on my list.
Oh, it's good. It's fun. Yeah. It's on Netflix if you got it.
Nice. Okay. All right. I might need your password Free, but anyway.
Neurodivergent people, they practice going up to the counter to be like, I'd like to order a sandwich. I feel like when the time comes for me to debate him, I'm going to be like, hi, I'm
Nice.
Real quick, Andrew, would you mind?
No, it's not kitty cats. From what I can see.
I just want to know which one of the mods thought it was appropriate to bring him up with that profile pic.
Yeah, I don't know.
Permit that kind of thing.
No, but he would forgive me, hopefully.
Dude, you know what I hate so much about Muslims? You are allowed unlimited forgiveness. So why even be concerned?
Yeah, I don't understand.
I know, God is all merciful. Isn't that the awesome thing about Islam?
God is all merciful.
Jail out of free card.
Why follow anything?
I know it's not Christianity. I know it's not Christianity.
Wait. Have sex, eat pork, drink alcohol.
Isn't that what Western civilization? What are you complaining about?
You're the Muslim.
Exactly. You're using me for a Christian, right? You're confusing me with a Christian. I'm not a Christian.
So why have the rules set? Why have the rules set?
The rules are guidelines.
Oh, but your guidelines are gonna break.
Yeah, Ray. No, you're right.
It doesn't mean that there isn't laws, there isn't penal codes, and
Andrew, can you handle this? You got the time.
Handle this guy for me. Okay, big boy, calm down.
Well, here's the point. If the laws are supposed to be a reflection of moral truths, and really these moral truths don't really stand, then it's kind of weird. It's like, well, we're going to administer the punishments for the laws that we've instituted, and we'll be rigorous about that. But they're actually based on a moral code that's flexible. It's kind of weird. But I will
Cynic lived in a joint family. Cynic lived in a joint.
It's only weird because you're coming from a Christian background. So if you're trying to compare, the logical isn't illogical.
Well, let me tell you, I think it is also illogical. Let me just say this.
Where's the contradiction? Where's the P?
There's an expression. Well, here we go. You hear the P and not P for illogical. You hear it, Bob? Okay.
That's good.
And it's the one that said it. But here's the expression. The expression is it's easier or better to ask for forgiveness than it is to ask for permission. I hate that expression. I think that expression should be blown in Kingdom Come.
That's your subjective opinion. I'm not going to give a two-grass shit about your subjective opinion.
But cynic, what's false is that all subjective?
That's all subjective unless we both ground ourselves in accepting an objective morality.
No, that just has to do with agreement. That doesn't mean that it's objective.
Well, and we can't, if you're trying to say, hey, can we prove a moral objective framework? What do you mean by prove? Obviously, we don't have any absolute truths.
No,
we can't prove things with absolute certainty.
I'm not talking about that. Do you think there are objective truths in the world?
Of course, absolute truths.
If you make a statement, your words.
I believe in absolutes. Obviously, I'm a theist.
If the words that you say out of your mouth correspond to that truth, that objective truth, as you see it, don't you agree that what you have claimed is some objective truth? You have said something that's objectively true.
The issue is whether I can justify what I'm claiming to be the truth.
About justification right now. I'm saying if it's.
Well, that's all that matters.
No. Hold on. You justify to who? Other people may not agree.
What do you mean I justify to who?
Everybody may not agree with you.
Of course. That's why we need to establish moral objectivity first. Stop being
cynic. What I'm telling you is it's not a matter of getting other people on board. Okay. If you understand something is objective and you make a claim or you use words to describe that objective thing, or you're making a claim consistent with that objectivity or that objective truth, then you have made a claim that is objectively true. You made a statement that is objectively true.
Of course, I'm making a statement. Amazing.
Right, fine. No, it's objectively true. So
it's okay, I'm making a statement that I'm claiming to be true. So what?
No. That you believe is objectively true.
Okay, I believe it's objectively true. So what?
Okay, cool. Thank you. So when I make a statement, I'm going to tell you.
No, I'm waiting.
You're doing this thing. You doing this thing like where you're claiming, oh, well, that's your subjective opinion. No, look. I'm not. That's not. You're not.
Oh, so you're telling me I'm not doing a proper internal critique? I didn't know I was internally critiquing you.
I'm telling you that you just summarizing it as though it's subjective is obviously not what I'm intending.
Well, yeah, you're coming an internal critique to my position. If you are, that is your fucking opinion. What are you talking about?
Why would you curse in an academic debate?
Oh my God, this is not third grade. Calm down.
Allah,
Oh my God, now he's gonna judge me. Allah, I'm sorry. Are you Muslim? Are you Prophet Muhammad? I didn't know you were a prophet. Fuck off.
Are you staying or are you going, Ray?
I'm going.
Okay, come back soon, brother.
Wait, Andrew, can you just say you'll spank me one more time before
I will spank you, but it's going to be disciplinary, no sexual connotation.
Mom is into that spanking stuff.
Okay. Now, Cynic, the thing is if you think that there are right ways to treat people that are objective, then it would just be the case that there's certain things that you shouldn't do, and it's
Are you trying to judge me too? Are you saying that I hold to principles and I'm not abiding by these principles? Oh my God, are you my father?
No, that's not the point. Do you think that there are principles that you should follow?
Luke, I am your father. Are you allowed to say that?
Cynic's on a different planet. Welcome, Cynic. It's good to have you, brother. Glad you changed your profile. Sheehan, are you there? Are you there, Sheehan Saha? Sheehan Saha, can you unmute, my brother? And welcome, JP, by the way. I see that you're the one that I saw. Somebody was running for Congress. It's not JP. JP or Sheehan, or either of you there? JP Moreland or Sheehan, are either of you there? JP, Sheehan, JP Sheehan.
Whenever you get a chance, I want to go back to this.
It's going to be, people say, like, tell me, give me a list of your favorite movies. It's probably easier to give a list of your favorite movies rather than a list of movies you don't like. Or maybe, whatever. So let's do it like this. All those who think that spanking your children as a form of discipline is appropriate, at least sometimes, it'd be interesting to hear from those people. If they want to say, me, if you want to, or put a thumbs up or whatever you want to do. But Bree, you do know that most people on, your side, the atheistic side, they almost consistently want to take this position that you shouldn't spank your children.
Yeah, I know.
What do you think about that?
It's kind of interesting because he was talking about child abuse. When they don't consider abuse in general, even adult abuse. So him yelling at you at the top of your lungs, his lungs, and all this stuff, I consider way emotional stress that may cause you. Who cares? You may feel like he was abusing you, and he probably didn't voice it out. I mean, I know you well enough, so you probably didn't say anything. But the point of the matter is, I think people, again, are hypersensitized, so they don't understand or consider these options. And it's not saying that you have to do it and it must be done and you have to go to some extreme length with it. It's just a matter that it's an option depending on the situation. And I think it's fine, of course, coming from my side. But for people like that, I think they, like I said, it's like they have this. It's weird. It's ironic. I think what you point out when you asked me this is that you see the temperament of people who aren't disciplined as adults. They're quick to anger. They're quick to violence. They're quick to just be rude and disrespectful. Like the ideal of actually having some respect and discipline is not really there. And I think it's because of that reason.
Yeah, but I think that's a unfair thing to judge by just one person's reaction. There could be other
No, I'm not talking about one person.
Hang on, there could be other.
I was talking, but you cut me off. But it's fine.
No, I didn't cut you off. You were done. You know what? I wasn't up. You keep talking. You're the boss. You go.
I'm the boss now because I wasn't done. Come on now, JC. We're better than that.
Okay, to be cut off would be you're speaking and I cut you off while you're speaking.
Yeah, pause. See, again, you see this, Andrew? If that was me, I wouldn't have done all this shit. It's just weird. You see the common pattern of these people, and this is my base. This is fucking atheist. Like everything is something by me, and I do it all the time.
Forever, yeah, go ahead.
No, yes, exactly. I'm talking forever, right?
He hasn't been.
Do you see this?
I don't understand it. I mean, I
do it all the time, and they think this is normal for them because this is the internet is. Let's just say I had some issues to where I was suicidal, and this could push me over the brink. Do you think they'd give a fuck? Of course they wouldn't, because it's fun for them. Go on to troll the next person. And then if the shit, and it was like, oh man, we need to just be courteous of how we treat people. While they're trolling. A bunch of fucking hypocrites. They don't really care and practice the shit they preach. So go ahead, JC, you got it, bro.
So I may have misunderstood what you said, Deepak. Can I elaborate? So I may have misunderstood. Are you saying because the way someone is raised, and you're basing that upon
No, I said spanking.
Hang on, am I getting interrupted now? I think that's an example being cut off because I was actually mid-word. I was actually in mid-word.
This is the whole
I give my fucking thumbs down. Fuck you, give me thumbs down, bitch. Fuck
Andrew, let him finish his question.
Fuck you, bitch.
He's an atheist.
Fuck
By all
you.
means.
Yeah, I'm an atheist. So shit on the atheist.
He's a retard.
I'm a retard. Okay, so Andrew. So Andrew, what am I getting wrong? What's I?
So
as I said, I may be mistaken.
That's fine. That's fair. We were talking about child discipline, and I brought up the passage in the Bible that say to discipline with a rod. That you should not. The expression "spare the rod, spoil the child" doesn't actually.
Yes, I heard all that. I'm talking about the interaction with teens.
Well, when you said that, I said that that it's clear that he.
No, you said this is based upon me hearing Free. Free made a statement. The way people are raised. They react in a way that they're emotionally immature, and that is why So is he basing that upon one interaction with you sharing your interaction with teen?
No,
because I'm still fucking talking. There can be other underlying issues as to why this individual reacted the way they reacted. That's not fair.
I think JCC is a bit undisciplined.
Yeah, I'm very undisciplined. Fuck you. Fuck you.
So I think we might have to give JCC a bit of a spanking, Andrew.
Yeah,
Bring it on. Here's what I think Bree was saying, and Bree can correct me if I'm wrong, but he sees that a lot of people probably weren't spanked, or they're very anti-spank. They're against spanking, and maybe it wasn't administered properly or in love or whatever. But they've turned out in such a way that you can tell the difference between. Typically, you can tell the difference between somebody who comes from a family that actually disciplined them versus one that didn't.
Right.
And
you're based on that one. Can you shut the fuck up?
I don't understand your
Philosopher motherfucker. So are you basing that? Are you free? God damn, you can't fucking follow.
I can't hear you. Louder.
Free wasn't JCC.
Brushing, or do you have other ways to elaborate?
Yeah, maybe we should discipline adults. Maybe we should spank JCC now.
Maybe you can shut the fuck up a little bit. You fucking philosopher.
It was not done properly during childhood, and now this is what we have to deal with.
So to answer your question, JC, I'm basing off general encounters with this. That's why I'm not based off that one isolated thing. I'm saying the accumulation of these answers, you see a commonality with people who kind of have a strong family structure that has some type of disciplinary structure. And it doesn't have to be spankings. It could be that, their parents didn't let them do any and everything they had against the structure, compared to people who kind of just do whatever they want and believe whatever they want. So they kind of behave, in my opinion, like a child. There's no guidance. They are adults who kind of lash out and don't have a lot of emotional control.
Like JCC.
Were you spanked as a child, Jake?
Yeah, I was.
Not apparently.
Wow.
Do you think you turned out good, JCC?
Yes, I'm good.
No.
So do you think spanking can be good?
No. I don't spank. I never spanked my daughter, and she's 17 today, and she's very well behaved.
Well, what I'm saying is do you think spanking harmed you?
Possibly could have, yeah.
Okay, so maybe it did something negative to your personality and who you are today, or do you think?
I wouldn't deem it all.
And your personality is really bad.
Can you shut the fuck up?
As we can see.
As we can see, yeah. I don't give a fuck what anybody in this fucking world thinks about my fucking personality, right? I don't think spanking is a good way to discipline. There are many other ways you can discipline a child without spanking. You don't need to.
But what I'm.
Well, you just ask, is there a right way to spank? It's the same form of question, you dumb fuck.
You would just say no. It's not the same as asking, when did you stop beating? Oh, hold on, great. That's not the same as saying. That's not the same as saying, when did you stop?
It is exactly.
No, it isn't. If you say.
JCC is now being delusional.
You're delusional, you dumb fuck.
What's spanking?
Wow, what are we talking about here?
foul language.
I'll show you, Senate.
Fuck shit, cocksucker, pussy, smoke this.
JC, please. Welcome, welcome, Abby. Welcome,
I thought you were a receiver.
Mr. Whoopi. Hold on, Gray. Mr. Whoopi. Mr. Whoopi. Hold on, guys. I know that Whoopi normally has like some sexual overtone, whatever. Maybe I'll show Whoopi attention. But hold on, Cynic. But would you say, Mr. Whoopi, that hold on, Cynic. Mr. Whoopi, would you say that you were whooped as a kid?
Well, of course I was. Yes.
And do you think that was beneficial?
No, it wasn't.
Okay, so you'd be opposed to spanking.
No, opposed to it. It's just that in the day when it was dealt with, then it corrected kids to be more focused on what was right or wrong. That was back in the day, but with the new age way of having to do things now is like really off the wall. But you've got to figure out how to, recorrect people by speaking properly now. You have to be a little bit more intelligent with what you say instead of using all these words that people use. So unfortunately, when people are speaking nowadays, they get very testy over words that we humans have created. So how educated are we getting upset over words we created to sound like we're really off the wall?
So I guess I'm unclear. So to deal with a child who is incorrigible, let's say they don't want to listen to things you tell them to do. They won't reason. You can't give them any positive or negative reinforcement other than spanking.
Hand them a little piece of paper that when they can understand, here's your educated way of how you have to live or not. Here's how the door works. You go out it, I close it, I change the locks. You have your own life. Now, when you become responsible, there you go.
But I'm 5. How are you going to lock the door and leave me out? You're going to go to...
Right, so there are kids
well, you see, there's two ways how to work that.
Why would you have me? Why would you have me if you're going to throw me out?
Well, you see the whole point about it is.
Hold on, Senny.
Yeah, that's the whole point.
So a 5-year-old tells you as their father, shut the F up, I'll do what I want.
How are you defending this stuff? Like, you're like the most silent caretaker imaginable. Like, you are just the kind of person who would let their child climb into an oven.
See, if Sasha's father spanked him, we wouldn't have Sasha like this. He would be a sane human being.
Like Roger.
But see what I'm saying?
This is why spanking is important.
You make a good point.
It's like the same way you deal with adults today. Adults are talking to each other like this, and how you deal with them,
The way we deal with incorrigible adults in certain states is we take them out and we take some firearms and we shoot them in a small firing squad. Oh, hold on, Buster. Oh yeah, exactly. Hold on, just a second, brother. So Mr. Whoopi, we take them out and we use guns as I think it was in Idaho. Was Idaho? One of the states just made the fire. They brought back instead of a bomb penalty, they brought back incorrigible today. So I'm just kind of wondering what you think on certain children who are there, who are not doing the right thing, and they're completely.
Yeah, the ones who are spanked learn that that's the correct way to use your emotions whenever you're upset is to strike somebody. Yeah, that's not a good thing, Andrew.
Not whenever you're upset. That's the wrong way to.
Spanking is the wrong way because that's just that's the frustrations of somebody that can't keep their hands to themselves. Like somebody that can't compel themselves to act a little better. There is no reason to strike a child out of anger. There's no reason to lay your hands on a child out of anger. That is abuse.
I got you. Okay, well I appreciate it.
Andrew's being very careful here, right? Like clearly his plan is you're going to spank the shit out of the child and then explain to him very carefully, look, this is not how adults handle disputes, right? We talk, we kind of hash things out, but
I just laid my hands on you.
Fuck up again, I'll smack your shit up.
That is what happens when children reach the age of reason. You start talking to them. Before that, you kind of got to spank them so they know, because they're kind of like animals. You got to put them on rails.
So here's the
Do any of you have children?
By the way, who all have kids? So the people who've been talking, JCC does.
I have 2 children in their teenage years.
Okay. I mean, anybody
I
else?
barely ever had to raise my children or spank them. They are amazing children.
I think, first of all, I think probably a majority, well, maybe not a majority, but at least half the stage has kids.
Okay, but the people who've been talking
Except for you, who is condoning striking a child, and I really hope that you don't have children.
What do you mean striking a child? You think he's advocating for putting a child in a hospital or something?
Yeah, exactly.
No, he's not for that.
And let me just say this real quick. That's another.
So using physical discipline on any metric is wrong.
That's what she's arguing. Look,
are you arguing for that? So we're just clear.
Right.
Yeah. So him arguing.
So we're talking even a slap on the wrist, or are you against giving a 5-year-old a slap on the wrist?
Yes, it should be obvious.
Okay, well then you're insane.
Jeepers creepers, you guys.
You need not lay your hands on someone out of
So if a child keeps drawing on your walls that you painted for like $1 billion, and then he keeps drawing on them, and you say, no, Kevin, stop drawing on the walls that I painted with velvet white that cost $6,000. And Kevin keeps drawing on the land English. He can't reason. He's a 5-year-old. He's drooling on himself, so I'm going to slap him on the wrist. So he knows now. He can recall that pain. He can, that's a wiring that takes place. I'm sorry. It's a time-tested method that has been working since
and then walk away from.
We build civilization on this. We build human civilization.
Yeah, but we also create people like you who think that field rape is okay, right?
Here we go. I don't know where you're going with this guy. What do you got recall? I don't know what you're talking about. Deepak is about to expose me. Oh my god, the Hindu's about to expose me. Oh my god, the 80% country of fucking child marriage is about to expose me. Get the fuck out of here.
Here's one way to do discipline. You see, Cynic, this is one way to do discipline, right? Like, I didn't have to do any physical violence on you. I just ensured that you couldn't speak anymore.
No, but it didn't work though.
There are ways to do discipline without being physical.
Put him in a corner.
Time out, Cynic.
Like, I mean, I don't know, man. If you had the experience of being a young boy, like, you need to smack your kids, dude. Like, you have to.
That. There's so much research on this in the first place, right? Like, why do you think just because your parents did it, you had to do it? Like, I don't get it. Like, I mean, it's just so abundantly obvious to anybody who has kids. Like, you teach kids that this is the way you handle, like, issues, right? They just learn that.
They're not going to do it every time, right? They're just going to do it every time.
Definitely obvious. Well, hold on, let me respond to that.
To anybody who has kids, yes. It should be.
Deepak. Well, no, it should be second.
I have when you say. Well, there's times when I get upset with my kid and I yell at him. Like, I've never hit my kid, right? I've yelled at him. And every time I can see the pattern, like, recreating itself. Right?
Yeah,
like when he gets
you don't have to hit.
He yells at her.
Right?
It's the same cycle of aggression just repeating itself, right? And I'm trying hard to, like, stop myself from doing that, okay? And, like, the fact that people think it's okay to, like, smack a 5-year-old around, right, when he's drawing on the walls.
Smack him around's different. But yeah, I got you.
Basically,
I don't like it.
And the thing is that hitting a child is just going to make them, get caught doing it. So.
Okay. Well, let me just say this, Deepak. For the majority of our history, just cultures all around the world, and the norm. This is not something that has not been a norm. You can look up spanking. We can pull some stuff on this. Hold on, real quick. Hold on, just a second, Deepak. It doesn't mean that it's correct because it's a norm. But any kind of institution or practice that's been around for a long time, I think it is good to look at it and see what the effects are.
People have done it, right? People don't sit on Discord and Clubhouse and yap about it all the time. People have actually done studies to understand what the effect is.
Yeah, I understand. And I've read some studies. I'm aware of that. Yeah, I'm aware of that. And there's studies that are saying it's beneficial in certain controlled environments when parents are at home. Okay, yeah. So let me go ahead and read some to you.
It's beneficial to show that this is how you react.
Yeah, so let's just start here.
Use your hands and
let's just start. Let's just start. But by the way, and I'm not going to be, just to be clear, what's going to happen here, Deepak, and this is where there's going to be a decoupling from what I would say Christians can accept as being the gospel as far as science goes. When it becomes where being
can I just sorry, so I have to go.
Also, Andrew, do you plan to have children someday?
No, I want to do this thing actually with the Senate.
Wait, Cynic, you can't do that. Yeah, Cynic, stop doing Cynic. No, don't do that. Hold on. Yeah, you can't do that, Cynic. Go and delete that. If you say anything more like that, I'll have to kick you out, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that, bro. Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. Sorry, Necro. That's not right. Cynic, don't do that. Yeah, for sure. Don't do that, Cynic. If anything like that happens again, somebody tell me all out through. But here's the thing. Congress, I'd like you to speak up here. He said, so you don't need to know, bro. This is not good. But here's the thing. I'm saying that there are going to be studies that are going to come out as things be. All right, bro. Got to remove you, Cynic. Appreciate you.
Sorry to interrupt you.
It's fine. As things go on. Oops.
I don't know why people should let him in their ring. He's a piece of shit. He really is.
Yeah, he typically goes off the rails. I'm hopeful as you know, cluster that people stop doing that stuff. But
He was the only one supporting your view, though.
What does that mean? I mean, that's like a kind of a ridiculous.
Well, it's like having Hitler on stage, right?
No, if you're gonna be disingenuous, right? I mean, we can't have conversations. Like you gotta quit doing that stuff. Like obviously support anything. He's not gonna be supportive of my views. And then but what he just said to you, Necro, I apologize, bro. You shouldn't be doing that. It's not cool.
No, it's fine. You know me.
You're pretty chill. You're pretty water off a duck's back. Star power. Star power. Star power. Star power. And by the way, when you said he's the only one, no, obviously 3 defended as well. So don't say stuff like that either. Great, it's wrong. You're not even listening. I don't know if there's anybody up here. Saul, welcome. Crimsonite, you're up here too. You might have something to say. Crimsonite, where are you at on child discipline?
Yes, it is necessary sometimes. You should.
Corporal, right?
Yeah, never go beyond what's necessary. I'll call it like this because I think there's this. It's stigmatized into making it appear as though it's child abuse, unjustified. You can look at it as restraining the child from conducting self-destructive behavior. Right?
Yeah.
Because whether it's drawing on the wall or hitting another, whatever, stealing, as they grow older, without that discipline, if they can conduct, of course, there's no guarantee they will, but I think there's a strong they do. It'll become self-destructive. So,
violence is not the same as emotional violence. So you could fuck someone up really hard by being a father, and then embarrassing them. So imagine if they stole and you just utterly embarrassed them.
Yeah, that's true.
You made them go to the store. You know how bad that is to a child?
I hear you guys, and I don't want to take a hard shift here. I just want to welcome somebody I've been trying to get to come on forever, but he's like a celebrity, so he's impossible. He's just become too big for his britches. But Matthew Adelstein, my friend, how are you? It's good to see you, buddy.
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Very, very good. There's been a lot of things that have been happening. So you know Graham Oppie, I'm sure you've heard of that guy before.
Yes.
Do you know about Roger, his, I don't know, PhD, grad student, or whoever it is? The one that's, I don't want to say his name. Anyway, he does a lot of different, he does like this thing online where he gets philosophers together, or a philosopher, and then a bunch of, different people to kind of get on and critique the guy's position on something or asking questions or whatever the case may be. Do you know who that guy is? Who I'm talking about, Roger? Okay. Well, anyway, he came on recently and had a discussion with Sasha about psychophysical harmony. Really, really good. Oppie is coming out, I guess, with the response. I don't know, he's writing a paper or a book or I don't know, I can't even remember exactly what it is, but something supposedly to address psychophysical harmony. And he's also going to be sitting down with Brian Cutter soon to address.
I think the Cutter thing already happened.
Oh, really? Is it out? Is it watchable?
Yeah, it's on YouTube.
Did you watch it?
I was actually watching it right before I joined.
Okay, well, I think Sasha did some good work at showing that at least what Roger was bringing to the table to refute psychophysical harmony was not going to work. And so it kind of ended a little bit bitter, I think, just because Sasha was kind of putting some zingers in there. But anyway, where are you at with psychophysical harmony? Are you thinking that's pretty legit?
Yeah, I think it's a great argument.
Yeah, me too. Yeah. So I guess I was over on the Discord server talking to some folks over there that hang out with Jack Angstrike and Detroyer and I don't know, Linford, Malpass, I don't even remember. But I brought up the fine-tuning argument. They wanted to just say that brute contingency, just to throw that, just there's some brute contingent fact that explains, all of the constants being the way they are or whatever. And that if we're going to say, well, God did it, we're going to do divine psychology, then they can just say a brute contingent fact explains it. And that's, if you were to compare these two hypotheses, that it seems like that the brute contingent is as good or better to explain all the constants, or to be, just posit that as the explanation. What do you think about that?
I think it's a methodological point, which is, but if you go with the frequency of, say, the cosmological constant, you'll end up with probabilities on the order of 1 in 2. It's just like, even if you're really sure, if you think the odds are 99.999% that the probability that if you're 99.999%.
You're a little quiet, Matthew. I apologize. You're a little quiet, my brother. Are you able to come up to your microphone a little closer?
Let's see, is it better now?
That's worse. I don't know if you have a little headset or anything that you can put it.
It's better when my headphones aren't disconnected.
Oh, way better. Way better.
Okay.
Way better. Yeah, thanks, brother. Go.
Right, so it's like, even if you're 99.999% sure that the odds that God would, if you think the odds are 1 in a billion, that the right view would assign odds of 1 in a billion. So all this is to say that I think really just saying it's a brute fact is a very bad explanation, because it's so unlikely that the brute fact would be that in particular, that it would set it to that specific number.
Yeah, very good. I did want to say too, I watched your discussion, I think I got all the way through it, with Matt Dillahunty, and that was painful. Did you guys have any post-debate conversation? Because basically I felt like it was you just explaining things to Matt Dillahunty at various points in the discussion. I don't think it was much of a philosophical understanding. So have you guys had any post-debate discussion, or has there been anything happened since then between you and Dylan?
No. Yeah, we haven't talked since then. I mean, I don't know part 2 or whatever, but
okay. Yeah, very good. Well, I'm sure you noticed that your kryptonite is up on stage, aka Mark Grant. Yeah. So
the one man
PhD in mathematics. You like that?
I'm gonna veto this conversation.
You're gonna veto? Yeah. I don't blame you. I'm not gonna pursue it, but it's not good. Because they're like, well, any set of 5 cards, specific 5 cards, are equally as probable as getting a royal flush. So why are you even saying that? And so I don't think they understand why that analogy's even made. How do you understand it?
Right, I think that's a point in favor of the royal flush example. It's like you're not, with the times when you infer that there's some designer or when there's some agent behind something, is if the thing is really improbable, but there's some not extremely improbable reason why an agent might want to bring that about, right? So that's true in the world. So long as the odds are higher, because it's so specific, then it'll be evidence for theism.
Okay, fair enough. Do you think? Okay, what is the what's the? I don't know how long we have you, Matthew, and I'm sure Mark and Bob, maybe others want to talk to you, but what is where is it ended with you and Mark as far as when you guys have talked about this issue? Like what is it left on as far as you remember? Like if you were to steel man his overall position in response.
I mean, if I remember correctly, I think we broadly agree that the right way to go if you're an atheist is to posit a multiverse, and that there are some costs to that, and that there are some costs to the theistic explanation. And I think that the theistic costs are a lot lower. He thinks that the multiverse costs are lower. I don't know, Mark, do you think that's a fair assessment?
Well, I mean, yes and no. I am sympathetic to the multiverse objection, and I probably defended it in the comment section of some of your blog posts at some point. But I think my main sort of primary tack that I take is rather different. It's more based on the sort of Jonathan, I think his name is Jonathan Weisberg. Like, I might be confusing him with someone else named Jeremy Weisberg. But the objection is just that essentially, sorry, I'm a little distracted by a video that I was passively watching on my computer. But basically, like, you shouldn't think that the prior on your own existence is really high, perhaps even 100%, although it doesn't have to strictly be 100%. And from that, you're
white spaces for girls too, or like, are they not similar?
I mean, I'm not super familiar with anything with Fletcher Schwanker like that. It has anything to do with what he's talking.
I mean, so I don't know I had understood Weisberg's point to be different, but maybe it's different points made.
I understand. I did not accurately summarize Weisberg's point, but where I was going to go was to play into that. Basically, he thinks that when we already know the sort of cosmological data or whatever is just that is not that the constants happen to be set in a really narrow range to support life, whereas they could have been set, fallen outside of it. What we learn rather is that
So I guess I understood this point to be more of the second part of what you were saying, but I'm sorry, I probably cannot talk for very long because I'm currently trying to pack, and it's easy to pack if I can have headphones in, but apparently my audio is really bad with headphones, and so it's kind of hard to pack and like hold up a phone. But sorry, so I with the Weisberg point, I'm not sure why you're saying that we knew a priori that the universe was life permitting. Like, it seems like maybe what the fine-tuning argument illustrates is just the universe being life permitting at all is really improbable.
But I mean, it's clear. I know you do and have disagreed with this, but I think it's the opposite of improbable. It's extraordinarily probable. It has prior close to about 100%, if anything does.
Yeah. Well, I don't think that's the right way of thinking about priors. It's true that before you knew about fine-tuning, you were quite sure that you existed. But it can still be surprising that the universe was finely tuned. So imagine there were two theories. One theory said that there was a three-sided die that was rigged, and if it came up 1, then the universe would be life permitting. And the other theory said that there was a 10 quadrillion sided die that would be rigged, and the universe would only be life permitting if it came up 1. I think that the fact that the universe is life permitting is very strong evidence for the first of those.
Probably I want to agree, but I think that my view is going to be able. I think probably I'm going to be able to square those intuitions in a way that is not going to necessarily be analogous with the fine-tuning data of the universe. But there's like a sense in which I'm ultimately going to bite the bullet on some of like the firing squad thought experiments. Well, hold on. Let me finish. I mean, realistically, of course, I'm going to say that the fact that everyone missed, the fact that you survived is amazing evidence that the firing squad missed. But what's doing the work is not what you think is doing the work, and what's doing the work doesn't have clear analogies to the firing squad case. So, for example, with the firing squad case, there's a bunch of things I could do. Like, for example, I could point to the fact that very unlikely on the deliberate, that's very unlikely on the deliberate versus intentional hypothesis, right? So you can imagine. So you can try to kick away, that wrinkle and say, okay, maybe you're blinded, so you can't see anything. So now I can move on to the next thing. I can say, all right, well, I don't, even though I can't see that the bullet's missed, I don't feel any pain. I just feel normally, right? And even if I survived, miraculously survived firing squad shooting at me, probably I would at least be able to, probably I'd still be injured. I'd be able to feel something. So that's what's giving me the evidence that the firing squad missed on purpose. So now you imagine, okay, maybe I'm given some sort of like total sort of anesthetic that removes all of my sensory organs. I can still think, but I can't sense or feel or hear literally anything. I mean, at this point, it's getting like extremely exotic. So, I mean, now the fact that I survive, I can draw from my sort of general knowledge of the world. So, for example, one hypothesis, the two hypotheses in question now are not just that they missed on purpose or that they missed by accident. There's a third secret hypothesis, which is that, they hit me and did, in fact, but I'm living as a ghost, okay? But now I can sort of draw on my past memory of sort of all of the empirical information that I've gotten about the world and about how ghosts probably don't exist, certainly not in this sort of sensory deprivation state. So I can say, okay, well, if they hit, then that would confirm some, a hypothesis about, the existence of ghosts that I have reason. All of this prior background knowledge for thinking is very unlikely. So this hypothesis is, disfavored compared to them missing on purpose. So now you can try to kick that away too. You can now further abstract away the idea that I can remember anything about the world other than the fact that I'm in front of a firing squad. I mean, now this is just becoming so exotic that although I might have to bite the bullet, it doesn't feel like a huge cost because it doesn't really correspond to any remotely realistic scenario. Like I expect I expect weird epistemic conclusions to follow from incredibly exotic epistemic setups.
Seem to be what make a difference to the firing squad case. So if you imagine a scenario where the firing squad case, there's a dragon and just a bunch of bizarre stuff is happening. There's one sense in which it's exotic, but there's another sense in which I'd still trust my intuitions. I'd still find the view kind of pretty unintuitive, and I'd want to know more details about some of the specific things. But I probably can't talk very much. But yeah, let's discuss this more at some other time.
Darn. Matthew, you're able to listen for a bit, or are you just gonna, or you got other things going on? You got to roll, or what's going on, buddy?
Yeah, so I can probably listen. I'm leaving Michigan and returning to LA.
Oh my goodness.
Packing up my stuff.
Oh my gosh.
And so it's hard to pack and fold up a phone.
Oh, that's fair.
I'll probably listen.
You don't have Bluetooth earbuds or anything yet, or
I have headphones, but the headphones, the audio quality you were saying was bad.
Oh, I mean, we can try it again. Can you put them on one more time with us, so you can multitask? You're sorely needed.
I have a question, Andrew.
How about now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's doable. Yeah.
That's good. Man. Go ahead.
Hold on, Horrible. Go ahead, Daniel.
I'm just wondering, how did what's being said here interface with
the typical discussions we have here. Because usually we talk about like Jesus and like Muhammad and stuff like that.
Oh,
it seems that like those that can follow this sort of discussion, the interface is tenuous at best with what we do. It's almost comically irrelevant to what we talk about. I'm sorry.
That's kind of odd. So when we talk about fine tuning or psychophysical harmony or just philosophy in general, I mean, I'm not sure what your motive is here, Daniel, exactly, but it seems like that, no, this is very much the kind of conversation, even if it was something that we don't have a lot, we want to have it. And I certainly want people like Matthew to be here, so I'm not sure what you're driving at, but
you seem to think that what this man is saying bolsters your claims about a God that you interact with personally.
That's I mean, presumably it both.
Just let me I'll finish.
You need some more Pokemon, Daniel.
Hold on, CM. You guys are being. If you say the Pokemon stuff again, I'll probably just move you down just because you're not even understanding. Because you're not understanding what is going on here, and I've already explained this multiple times. It's really simple. If you have somebody who is a theist, like Matthew is, even if he's not a Christian theist, if he makes arguments that lift theism, it will lift Christian theism as well. Probably, I think that's correct. So it doesn't matter because it's still the case that theism, if that was an argument that can be had and it can be had well and defended well in favor of theism, then obviously I want to get somebody to theism, and then from there I think Christianity is much more probable. And so, of course, I have interest in people like Matthew and people who are theists bringing arguments to the table. I mean, you trying to make it seem like all we talk about is cheeseburgers and, Jesus walking around or something. That's not true at all. Obviously, we talk about various philosophical arguments, the problem of evil, Molinism. We talk about free will. Ethan comes in here. We talk about all kinds of stuff. But the point is if we can get people to be theists, then for my purposes, I would like people to become Christian. Yeah, that's true. Same thing with anybody who's Christian. And people who are atheists, they would like Oppie to give his arguments for atheism, and that would bolster their view. I don't understand why you have to make this point.
Yeah, so the idea is like, so the idea is that, like the typical discussions we have, like interface in some way, in some maybe even in some tenuous way, with like discussions about like atonement and sinful things and salvation. But it seems that what's being discussed here is just doesn't interface in any way whatsoever. Which makes
theism.
Just relax, Andrew. Number one.
I just don't want to waste his time. I feel like you're kind of wasting time right now.
You're an idiot.
Well,
Daniel, any of the claims that you have about the Bible being inerrant or anything like that. So you pretending that they do does nothing for you or anyone around you. The claims you make are not. Yeah.
But I mean, that's the thing.
If you think that, just stop for a second. Yeah. So
I mean, you down, Daniel. Don't chill, bro. You're getting really weird.
Yeah, Daniel, you're totally party pooping.
Yeah, and
you're pooping on the party.
They're like the number one to understand probably. So hold on, real quick. So what's actually going on? Well, no, we're not going to do this anymore. So what's actually going on, Daniel? I appreciate you, but what's actually going on here is it doesn't really matter if you think my motivations are whatever. You said you pretending as. At no point did I say, nor indicate, nor try to express that what Matthew's doing or arguing for somehow defends inerrancy or some kind of theological doctrinal position that I hold. That's just
nothing that you believe in whatsoever.
Theism? It depends nothing that I believe in.
It depends nothing you believe in. There's no
theism? Hold on. Do I believe in God, Daniel?
Yes, you do.
Okay, is he defending God?
As you describe God, no.
It doesn't
interfaces or is in the service of anything that you believe at all.
That's a stupid thing to say, Daniel. You're out.
First of all,
he gave you an
wasting his time.
As to why theism. This is your problem, Daniel.
You're not listening. You're not listening. So I want Matthew actually to respond to it. Go ahead, Matthew. What do you think about what Daniel's saying right now? You're on mute. No, hold on, Horrible. Hold on, Horrible. You're on mute, Matthew.
Matthew said he was gonna start packing. He couldn't talk.
Okay. So just to keep in mind, I know what you did. I know what you did there. Hold on. Because what you're doing, maybe you're trying to. You're trying. Hold on. Go ahead, Matthew.
You could think like all the things I think, and a Christian. I'm not a Christian, but of course, the arguments I make for God's existence, they render Andrew's beliefs more likely. Andrew's beliefs entail that there's.
We heard him say that already.
And so, if there's a God, then they go up in probability.
Yeah, and that's just straightforwardly the case. So Daniel, when you say, hold on. So when you say that it has nothing to do with what you believe, that's just a stupid claim. And I have no idea, other than just trying to make Matthew feel weird or trying to do some kind of weird
service of your God.
What, dude? This is
abort mission.
No, but Selah, hold on, Daniel. That's just obviously. Look,
Andrew, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. Obviously, he just told you here. I'm gonna move it down.
Both.
When you're ready. Okay. Reasonable yes. It's just very, very stupid. First of all, I haven't said anything like, nor have I implied in any way that what Matthew is arguing for defends some specific doctrinal commitments or theological commitments that I have. I haven't said that. Apart from just God existing, I do think that it is in favor of that. And of course, I'm going to want him to speak. Why wouldn't I? We have plenty of atheists up here. There are plenty of people defending naturalism and all kinds of other stuff. It's completely fine for me to like somebody defending my position. You're being ridiculous right now, Daniel. You're trying to push something that's very, very strange. You're trying to say that just because I want Matthew to speak, that somehow I'm putting off some kind of either explicit or implicit claim or some kind of vibe out there that's supposed to be making people think that Matthew is defending my brand of theism. That's just patently false. That's crazy. Obviously, I think Matthew is eloquent and he's able to defend fine-tuning.
Dude, Andrew, you literally can't not take the bait. Like, just let it be. Let Mark and Matthew talk now.
Yeah. Well, that's fine, but I did want to give Daniel some kind of fair response because I feel like
if we keep responding with Daniel, then we're just gonna, not have Mark and Matthew talk. Which one do you want?
No, that's fine.
I think Matt had adjourned to find.
Well, no. He said he can talk now that he's got the Bluetooth. Well, I think he can. Maybe he can. But I think now that he's got the Bluetooth, then he can talk.
I have a quick question before they go.
If it will actually help. If it's not obvious.
I can talk, but I'm multitasking. So it's like, talking with a guy like Mark Grant. You need concentration.
Well, I could in theory make it fair by splitting my attention between this and watching this video on YouTube that I was watching.
Oh my gosh.
I think it might be best to just talk from some other time.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I might be done packing somewhat soon.
Y'all are haters. We want to see it now.
Very good. Well, no, let me just say this. Matthew also you defend moral realism as well, right, Matthew?
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's obviously going to be something else I have interest in. So it's kind of weird. Obviously, I'm going to have interest in the discussions that are related to views, if you're for or against them. I mean, I'm interested in all of it. Mark, I have a great deal of respect for. He's all right. So I want to hear both of you. It's just really a weird thing that Daniel just did, but horrible.
Okay, so there is like an infinite amount of instantiations of the universe, right? Like, okay, so if there is, and there's a non-infinite amount of them that have life, what is the probability, right, that you're in a universe that has life? Is it 0%? I don't get this basic math question.
So there are different. The probability that you're in a universe that's like is one, because you couldn't be in any other universe.
Oh, okay, yeah. Like it's already happened. I get it.
Yeah, but things can be improbable in one sense, in the sense that it's surprising that they happened. but they can be probable in another sense, in that you know that it's very likely that they could happen. So, like an example is, imagine that in order for you to be born, a trillion-sided die had to be flipped, and it had to come up, or rolled rather, and it had to come up 36. Well, in such a case, there's one sense in which the probability of the die being rolled is 1. After all, you know that it was rolled. You know how it did come up. In that sense, it's not a problem.
Is the infinity the denominator? That's what I don't get.
So what about the, like, what are you?
Like rolling an infinite dice trying to get a subset of it. A subset of
so I guess so the probability of getting, like, if you roll an infinity-sided die, the probability of getting any particular number will be 0 or infinitesimal.
Yeah, and the fact that it actually exists, right? So the fact that I'm in a universe that does support life, so it's infinitesimal, right? That this exists.
Well, I guess it's given. So if we assume there are infinite universes and finitely many of them have life, which I think is an assumption. I don't quite know why you would think it, but
why not? I'm curious why.
Well, it would be it would be surprising if there were infinite universes in the first place.
And we just happen to get a finite or a subset of infinite, so a non-infinite amount of those sides.
You're talking about out of an infinite possible universes, the probability that we get this one. Sorry, so that's a different one. I thought you were asking. Right, so with just infinite possible universes, I think that's a slightly different issue because the probability of any two universes is the same. So you can have it be the case that there are infinite possible universes, but the probability of any particular universe isn't 0. Like, you could have the probability of universe 1 be 1/2, the probability of universe 2 be 1/4, the probability of universe 3 be 1/8. I think I'm inclined to think probably that's what the probability distribution over that's what fundamental reality looks like.
Okay, yeah, that's satisfying enough, actually. I still have to think a little bit more, but I agree with that too.
Yeah, Matthew, have you heard the objection to the Boltzmann brain problem that what's his name, Sean Carroll gives? Or like he's kind of like response to it?
No.
Like Mark can explain it a lot better, or Sully's in here, but it's almost like he takes the Boltzmann brain problem and then just goes like, oh yeah, I see the problem. Well, that then now becomes like kind of like a criterion for selecting which universes are probable or plausible, something like that.
Well, like I brought up Sean Carroll earlier, I thought Mark was actually alluding to his sort of theory on that.
To his theory on that? Mark, did you remember? Sorry, Mark, or Deepak's in here?
Yeah.
I think you guys can probably explain it better.
I read the paper, it's been a while, but I think the term he uses is like cognitively unstable, right? Like the idea is that, you know, if Boltzmann brains, if Boltzmann brains are probable, then it sort of undermines the physical theory that gives rise to that probability, something like that, right? Like, so you can't simultaneously believe the underlying physical theory and believe the entailment that if you're a brain, you're most likely a Boltzmann brain. It's almost like a transcendental argument. I think he almost even uses that phrase. Something else to describe it that way.
Yeah. So now that you mention it, yeah. So I have heard that point made by Carol, where what he says is just like, look, we know we're not Boltzmann brains, right? Because we know that it's like if there was a theory on which there were mostly Boltzmann brains, then we would almost certainly be Boltzmann brains. But we have very strong evidence that we're not Boltzmann brains. That evidence comes in the form of the fact that for Boltzmann brains, their experiences are, like basically every Boltzmann brain after 1 millisecond starts to black.
There can be different arguments, but like the one I think Congress is referring to is this idea that if you were a Boltzmann brain, right, then like all the reasons you think you have for believing is based on experience that you're presuming is veridical, but you're a Boltzmann brain, so it's
exactly. So then
that's correct as well. Right. It's like there are lots of reasons to think you're not a Boltzmann brain. One of them is that it's self-defeating. One of them is that it poorly predicts the contents of your experience. And so then what you want to do is come up with the best theory you can that rules out that you're a Boltzmann brain. So I agree that this is the right methodology, and I don't think that atheists should think that they're both on brain. I think atheists should think they're almost raises the probability of you not being a Boltzmann brain relative to atheism. Then this will be evidence for theism.
But there's something like if that's true that these physical or these theories are like it's more probable there's a Boltzmann brain or whatever, then we'll just use that problem, the Boltzmann brain problem, as a criterion by which to judge which worlds are most probable or plausible or something like that. So it's almost like he's just saying like we can just avoid the problem and use the problem as like a criterion to like measure which physical theories we like or something like that.
I mean, I think that's right. It's like if there are two theories of physics that you're deciding between, and one says you're a Boltzmann brain, well, I think you should reject that theory. All right.
That theory or something, right?
Well, so that theory makes it so that it's very likely that I would be a Boltzmann brain.
Okay.
But I'm not a Boltzmann brain. And so if the theory renders some false fact highly probable, then the falsity of fact.
Yeah, sure. But don't you use the Boltzmann brain problem though?
Yeah, what I'm saying is that I don't think Carol's point is incompatible with thinking that the Boltzmann brain argument has force. So like, just for a simple model, okay, imagine that, let's say that 99% of the atheistic views of fundamental physics imply that nearly everyone's a Boltzmann brain. And then 1% of the atheistic theories imply that. Well, all of the theistic theories imply that. So I get enough.
This is kind of like a Low Pryor's style for theism in a sense. It's not necessarily dealing with like priors, but it's the same kind of way they want to, do the conditionalizing on like, source idealism, versus source physicalism and so forth. It's like you're kind of using this in a similar way, I guess.
Yeah.
You there, Matthew?
Yeah.
We lost you for a minute, Matthew.
Oh, sorry. Yeah,
You said you were
collected. Sorry, yeah. So I think this is broadly right about skeptical scenarios that there are arguments that atheism implies that we're in a skeptical scenario. But I'm extremely good. Like, if you were in a skeptical scenario, it's very unlikely that your experiences would be streamlined and coherent. But the point is, we do know that. And it just does, well, atheism renders this fact more surprising than theism. So, atheism goes up the probabilities, or theism does rather.
Nice, get wrecked, Deepak.
Deepak's not even here. Sasha
was kind of
Destroyer. Yeah, Matthew. Roger was the guy that was in here that was Oppie's, PhD.
Oppie's bulldog.
Yeah, Oppie's bulldog. So look at Sasha changed her name to Roger Destroyer 69. 69. Oh my goodness. But yeah, anyway, Roger, have you met my friend Matthew here?
Yeah.
Nice. Roger's been carrying the torch when you aren't around, Matthew, and doing a good job of defending fine-tuning / psychophysical harmony. But Roger is also not a theist. Just took on dualism, actually. Went from what was it, illusionism, or what is it? Limitivism?
That's more like illusionism to agnostic to dualism.
There we go.
I think I count as a substance dualist, but I find the distinction to be a little bit blurry. But I think there's a soul, this sort of non-physical bearer of experience.
Nice. Very good. I wanted to ask Matthew, this is one that I have a lot of interest in, but I don't know. I can't remember how you...
Realism, which is that it's the intuitive position.
Yeah.
It's like moral anti-realism, and different people find it counterintuitive to different degrees. And if a person doesn't find results that weird, like, I don't know if there's that much that can be said to convince them. But it's like, I find it just so blazingly obvious. Like, one of the most obvious things that certain things are right and wrong, and this fact is not up to us. So the reason that everyone in the world thought it was right to go about torturing babies, it would still be wrong. Now, anti-realists can there's a way they can parse that sentence where they can say, look, I agree with that, and then my current attitudes are that I disapprove of torturing babies, even in a world where everyone approves of torturing babies. But the point is, just imagine a person in that world uttering the sentence, torturing babies is right. On this anti-realist view, like, they'd be saying something true, okay? They wouldn't be speaking falsely. But I find that very implausible. And I find anti-realism especially implausible because it seems like it implies that we have no reason to care about anything. So, I think that objective morality stems from a deeper objective value, where there's stuff that's worth caring about, even if you don't actually care about it. So, for example, Perfect gives this example. Imagine a person who he's indifferent to his suffering on future Tuesdays. So he just doesn't care what happens to him if it happens on a future Tuesday. And so, he schedules this very painful. Then we can ask, is this person being irrational? And it seems so obvious to me that he's being irrational. And, we can imagine other cases of similar irrationality where it seems like people are irrational, not because they're not adequately getting what they want, but just because it seems like they want things that there's no reason to want. But then the idea is just, look, if you think that if stuff that's really objectively worth caring about, and then if that's right, then there's objective value, and then you could in theory believe in objective value, but not that there are objective moral reasons. But that would be a fairly strange view. Like once you're in the realm of objective value, you're being a kind of robust realist. Oh, and then the last point is just, I think that our moral norms, the things that people point to about them that make people distrustful about them, like that you can give an evolutionary explanation for how they came to be, or that they seem to not be about the physical world. You can make very similar points about other kinds of norms that I think are on pretty firm ground. So you can make some more points about like our epistemic norms, and about what's good and bad. But it also seems weird in a similar way that there are objective facts about what's what's possible and impossible, that married bachelors are impossible, and somehow we have insight into that. That we, with our finite minds, get insight about the structure of all possible worlds. But we didn't. I know that there can't be a married bachelor. And so then I think moral realism stops looking so suspicious. So that's what I have to say about moral realism. And so I think because moral realism is really intuitive, I think there's kind of like a default presumption, which is you're supposed to believe the highly intuitive view, unless you're given a reason to doubt it. So, you start believing there's an external world, you only give that up if there's a really strong counter-argument. And then I haven't found there to be a really strong counter-argument, especially not one commensurate with the strength of the reasons in favor of moral realism.
Yeah, I appreciate that. What about if anybody that's not going to say something cringe wants to say something, Matthew, it's fine. But I wanted to ask one more thing. Have you interacted with Ethan's argument for Fatima, or have you seen his argument for Fatima? Are you aware of that?
I have seen his argument for Fatima. It's not something I've looked into very much. I guess it's like if I had a debate with Ethan about it, I'd get killed. I don't know, I don't. A lot of the stuff about that hit the sun, and they saw weird stuff, and the weird stuff they saw is similar with what weird stuff other people have seen when they've looked at the sun. Ethan thinks that there are some bits of physical evidence having to do with the shadows and the photographs and so on. It's I don't know about that, so it's hard for me to give that much weight to it. And so I ultimately don't find it convincing, but that's largely just because of my ignorance about the subject. It's I don't know a ton about it, and so Catholicism is very different from my worldview. And so I would need a very strong argument for Catholicism, and I guess I don't find the considerations that I understand to be anywhere near compelling enough to move me.
Okay. Very good. Go ahead, brother.
Well, what do you think about the idea that though, even if it's very small, right? The fact as you said, you haven't investigated as thoroughly as Ethan has, right? And so do you think some sort of I don't know what to call it, indirect Pascal type argument should compel you to investigate more, just on the off chance that it's right, which would be holy shit, right? What are you and everyone else doing? I think even Scott Alexander kind of makes this point in the middle of his response, where he's like, there's a point at which I'm looking at all this evidence and I stop for a second, I'm like, holy shit, what if it's right? Do you ever feel something like that?
Yeah, I guess I do think. I think there are actually a lot of things. Also, so the two things I'd say about that are, first, I think there are a lot of conclusions. Potentially, here's one view that you might have. Every time a person gets created, they ultimately, universalism is true, so they ultimately go to heaven, or at least most people end up going to heaven. And so then it's just preventing the extinction of humans and of life on Earth so that the population can increase and the number of happy people can go up a lot who get infinitely good afterlives. Then that'll be way more important than all the Catholic evangelism stuff. So I think probably once you're getting mugged by Pascal, which I kind of am mugged by Pascal. I do think I have a view called fanaticism. That's what it's called in the philosophy of risk literature, where the idea of fanaticism is that for any risk, no matter how low, if you make the reward large enough, then it can beat any guaranteed payout. So if you offer me, to create 10 quadrillion happy people, a 1 in Googleplex chance of creating infinite happy people, I think you ought to do the 1 in Googleplex of creating infinite happy people. And there are arguments. This is a very counterintuitive view, but I think it's supported by extremely strong arguments. And so if you have that view, I agree, then you should start looking at the low risks. But then I think once you do that, you end up concluding that other stuff's even more important. That it's like Christian evangelism looks pretty good, but it's probably more important is like the long-termism stuff, efforts to keep humanity around so that more people can come to exist and go to heaven. If you're interested, I had an article about this called Philanthropy with Infinite Stakes, where I tried to analyze like how effectively, like once you're going full fanatic, like what's the best place to give your money? And I concluded basically it's long-termist organizations. Oh, and there's things just that I don't actually think I would make that much progress if I looked into it in more detail. Where just, I'm not a math guy. I don't know, how to analyze photograph. So I'm pretty happy, it's like when there's a disagreement between like Mark Grant and Scott Alexander and Ethan, it's like I'm never gonna feel that confident coming down on one side of that dispute. And so it won't update me that much.
No, you have to go with Ethan every time.
With the ethical importance thing, do you hold like Stinger's drowning child example? Like, do you think that you have to conclude that, or are you skeptical of that sort of?
Oh, I think that's absolutely right. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think we should give way more to effective charities. I currently give about, I'm a student, so I don't make very much. I just make the money from my blog, but I currently give about a fifth of my income to effective charities. And when I have a job that earns money, I plan to probably give more than half, or maybe I'll invest some of it and then give away. Maybe I'll invest a lot of it and then donate it later because of compound growth. But yeah, I think Singer's exactly right.
So if you're making Beth $2, you would give Beth $1.
I don't think that's a thing that I don't think that's metaphysically possible.
Yeah.
But I do think we should basically all give a lot more to effective charities. I mean, I think this is just common sense. It's like just way less value than we grab because it's just more. We enjoy it more. Like that's almost like the paradigm case of a thing that's not justified. Like spending money on yourself while children.
Yeah, I bring that up because even recently, like, I don't know, there's been a sense of like collective guilt just even around Christmas time, which is kind of a bummer, where I was arguing with some family members where they were like, I was like, I really don't want that much stuff. I'd rather just give a lot of it away. And they didn't really understand that. So I think it's very Western mentality.
Yeah, I think that's very awesome. Wait, sorry, who's the person talking?
Caleb.
Sorry?
Caleb Jackson.
Oh, okay. Sorry, yeah. Your voice sounded familiar, but I couldn't quite place it. Okay. Yeah, no, I think that's really noble.
And I don't give as much away as I should, as I think most people feel the same way. But just it doesn't feel. It's one of those where it's like if you had aliens who were just not at all a social distribution of wealth kind of guy either. But I do think it is just sad in general that that's the culture that we've been accustomed to.
Yeah, I agree. It's like Jesus told a guy who had 2 shirts to give one away. That was grotesque wealth at that time. And now we all have 1 million shirts. Well, not 1 million, but we all have way more than 2. But much poorer than we are. So yeah, I think there's a duty. And the other important thing is it's important to give effectively. Like it's important to give to the charities to help people as possible. So I think GiveWell, which is a website that has analyzes top charities.
I mean, it's even just reading the parable of the rich man and Lazarus. It's easy to look at that and be like, oh yeah, the rich man was terrible for letting Lazarus just starve outside his house. But aren't most of us nowadays basically in that same position where there's so much evil in the world, and humans are generally sociopathic around it because we have to be, right? We don't spend every day agonizing about all the suffering that kids around the world go through. We just kind of I know it's there, it's a bummer, but oh well, we're gonna do it anyway. And it's kind of that's really messed up. I think we're all forced people to really like we think we are.
Yeah. No, yeah, I think that's exactly right. I think when people take Christianity very seriously, the conclusions that they get to are like a lot like Peter Singer's argument that you should give away like all your wealth. Like Thomas Aquinas had a similar. I mean, he didn't have exactly the same argument, but he also thought that you ought to give your money above. Like I remember there's some passage I came across of him and Singer endorsing relatively similar principles.
I think a lot of people during that era did. Like Molina said the same thing, that you shouldn't live off of much more than subsistence or something.
Yeah.
Or you shouldn't keep more than that.
Yeah. For the people who are listening, I would encourage you to there's a pledge called the Giving What We Can Pledge, where you give away 1/10 of your earnings to effective charities. I think you ought to give more, but I think I would encourage you to do that. And if you do that, and you earn the median income of an American, roughly one fewer child will die every year because of the other. And my guess would be, most of you earn more than the average American, sorts of people.
How does that work for you with animal welfare? Like, don't you think one more?
If you take into account the impact on wild animals, it lowers wild animal populations by a lot more than it affects farmed animal populations. So I think it's good overall. But I mean, worst case scenario, if you think that, then you should give to charities helping out farmed animals, and those are almost hard. It's like hard to believe how effective they are. That's the effectiveness of the charities. Kind of incredible when you think about it.
Okay, but so you're saying saving a child in the third world overall is positive because it leads to environmental degradation and that saves more wild animals, or what's the idea?
So the idea is that humans typically reduce rather than believing them, and this effect is very substantial. So Brian Tomasic did this calculation, and he guessed each dollar given to GiveWell prevents about 14,000 years of insect life. Now, I think insects mostly live pretty bad lives. Most insect lives are very short. They don't eat very much meat. But
do you think this also applies to first worlders?
Yeah, I think it does, just for the wild animal reason. The impact on wild animals just totally swamps by orders of magnitude the impact on farmed animals. It's like the number of insects you prevent from coming into existence per person per year is I think 14 million, which is kind of insane.
What about the effects of destroying the environment? I mean, you have this whole line about destroying the environment favors, or what is it? It's our strategists, I think, that it favors, right?
Yeah. So this is a worry. I think. I think this is not. I think this is not. Sorry. So I had a piece about this a while ago, where I went into some detail about it. I basically think the impact on our strategists is outweighed by the impact on lower population. It's like you can just look at whether more hazardous environments, which thus, because they're more hazardous, incentivize our strategists. You can just look at whether they have more total animals existing than the other ones, like whether the total number of animals that come into existence is higher or lower. And I think it's higher. in the worst environments, it's lower. It's like deserts have way fewer animals than other environments. Sorry, I should get going, but it's chatting, everyone.
We'll see you again sooner rather than later, Matthew.
Yeah. Take care.
See you.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I can answer it
Okay, go ahead, Caleb.
Well, I mean, you've already written about this. It was going to be a non-logical argument, which I know you have an article that I read on, but I just was going to ask. Is another analogy, I think the one that you used was like a board game matching with the pieces and that being a convenience, right? Would it also be fair to say it would be like a puzzle piece where you could say that each individual piece of a puzzle might have its own essential properties and that might explain it, but it wouldn't explain why there are other puzzle pieces that fit in neatly to make something interesting, right? Is it sort of just the idea that the way they interact is what's surprising?
Yeah, I think that's a good analogy.
Okay. All right, that's fair. I'll better later.
Right. See you. Appreciate you, Matthew. Have a good night, buddy. Thank you.
Right.
CM said, can you imagine being afraid of debating Ethan?
See, Andrew Matthews is the one who actually got me interested in the harmony arguments too, because I really didn't understand them prior, but his stuff kind of helped me understand them a bit more.
Nice. Yeah, very good. I don't know that stuff that Daniel Nero was doing earlier. That was weird.
If you have to come on here for the first time in 6 months or something, and also how it goes today probably has a big impact on whether he shows up again. And you're like, okay, so CM is going to talk to him. You're like, actually,
I moved CM down. So I'd like to hear it.
Yeah, I'm fine with that. The thing is CM said that he said, well, just to be clear, Sasha, I've been asking Matthew to come on repeatedly, so obviously I wouldn't want to damage that. But I also have a simultaneous desire to see somebody who says such stupidity like CM does, if he's going to straightforwardly give his point, and engage with Matthew. Usually, yes. Yeah.
And were you there when CM was arguing about the probability thing with fine tuning and were you there for that conversation?
I heard some of it. How did you feel about it?
I think that some of the math stuff, I'm not good at math, even the basic stuff was, I think.
He said you guys aren't even getting basic probability right or something like that.
No, he said that getting a royal flush is not any less probable than
he said he's not less probable than any other,
which is true. But the point is that it's not. The point isn't a royal flush or it's not any particular one. It's royal flush or no royal flush. The probability of getting a no royal flush hand is extremely high. Yeah.
No, Sasha just said that's not the point, Gilbert.
That's not the point for fine tuning. Because that argument would also make for any.
Your mic's cutting in and out, Sasha.
I said that's not the point of fine tuning, because that argument can be made for any set of cards you got.
Right. The point is that the royal flush is a special card, so there's a selection bias. If someone continuously got a royal flush, you'd be suspicious because it has significance more so than any random other set.
I don't know about significance. I just think you have a hypothesis that predicts it better than chance, and that's not true for the other arrangements.
Yeah.
If you're getting several in a row, it wouldn't really matter what this specified 5 cards are, right? Is the point that it's just everybody understands what a royal flush is, and so it's look, that's the best hand.
Yeah, it does matter. The point is that outcome is favorable, and so there's a reason to expect that somebody would cheat in a way to get it.
Right. Yeah. Whereas if it's just 5 random cards that are not favorable, that wouldn't be likely someone would cheat because it wouldn't.
But it's not just one royal flush either, right?
Right, we're saying that's why I said 5 in a row, something that would be highly unlikely.
Right. Yeah. I mean, just to be clear, the argument isn't just one royal flush, right? Obviously, that's not.
No.
Yeah. Okay.
And the equivalent is that life is special and has value, and is a very, very consciousness is a very highly specific property, under naturalism. It seems like the fact that the universe would be selecting life in this way, or at least the conditions for life to come about, would be very convenient if it was doing it at random, essentially. Just as it would be very convenient if you got 5 royal flushes if there was genuinely no intention behind it in the game of poker, because it seems like something that you'd expect someone who desires to win do.
Yeah, very good. Welcome, Mark Rice. Are you there, sir? It's interesting. It says you're U.S. Congress, Illinois 8th GOP nominee. Is that true?
Yeah, actually, right now I'm only a candidate. I was the nominee in November, and I am still running. I haven't been on Facebook probably since. I've hardly been on Facebook, but
citizens.
What did you say, Ryder?
What's that?
What do you bring to the table for the American people? Why should we vote for you?
Well, I'm I don't know. If you could go to my website, I don't want to dominate and talk. Kind of boring. I could. I'm not here.
You can't be a politician and be like, oh, an opportunity to speak. Well, it's kind of boring. Go to my website. That's not
I'm a little different from most politicians. I think they're mostly scumbag liars who are in it for the money, and I'm not. And so I'm fairly well known. And at least in my own district, I got 160,000 votes total. But anyway, I'll let you know I'm a business guy. I'm successful. I'm successful in the nonprofit world, so I'm a fighter, and I'm a guy who says enough is enough. And I just had it with what goes on, at least in my district, which is essentially socialism/communism, a completely different way of looking at the world that I look at it, which is more from as an outsider, not a politician, not a career politician, not at all. Who wants to repair
what's going on in your district?
School and the worst school results in the country, sanctuary state policy.
Just to be clear, what do you think communism is?
Well, basically, that rather than people having the independence to keep their own money, that we should surrender our money. That we should surrender our money and our time and our talent, our treasure to the government now. So we're not full on communists. I mean, that's true, but it's because
how much are you surrounding
people a year that out-migrate and leave the state.
What percentage do you think is given up?
Sorry?
What percentage do you think you are giving up?
I was
in your state.
Property taxes now ranked first out of 50 states. So
I'm not asking which ordinally. I'm asking what percentage people are giving up.
What percentage do we pay in between what? In state taxes, income taxes?
Communism.
That should be nice. Be nice to.
No. We should talk. I'm an actual politician. So I any question
I'm asking you this. You say communism. Just stop talking, you fucking idiot. Just mute your mic.
Sasha.
You're a fucking idiot. I don't like that. I'm not afraid of you. I have every right to talk on the air.
All right. Good. All right, then you're fine. Go ahead. Have at it.
Okay. Just you think communism is?
Wait. Tell me how communism is good. Love to hear it.
You fucking moron. Just stop talking.
You sound like a fucking moron, and by using those words, it shows that you have no intellect. But it's okay. Go ahead.
You just used them, you fucking idiot.
Oh yeah. Go ahead. More names.
Yeah, good one.
That's so smart. What a clever guy.
So you say communism is you give 100%. What percentage is given in your supposedly communist state?
I'm arguing, and maybe you couldn't hear, I'll use smaller words for you. Might help you. Relatively speaking, on a relative basis, the state.
Why isn't this idiot answering the question? Is he slow or something, Andrew? Why is this fucking idiot just changing the question every time? Is he disabled? If you can't listen, there's like first disabled candidate. If you want to hear such a just let him respond. I just want you to answer the question, you fucking moron. Just let him respond. All the time. He's not responding, though. He's just changing the question.
Yeah, your question, can you repeat your question?
Yeah, you say communism is you give 100%. Then you say my state is communist. You see, this fucking idiot. I can't even get through the question because his fucking brain just like activates like, oh monkey, gotta throw poop. Monkey, fucking moron.
So what was the last part? What was the last part of the question?
Well, no, I need to repeat it.
Okay, you say communism.
Yeah, so the question is this. You say communism is you give 100%. Now you say your state is communist. Like what percentage are people generally giving in your state?
And it seemed like he was saying like relatively, it's relative, like it's not communism.
That's just not an answer to the question. What are you doing?
He's saying it's not communist.
I guess you can't think, if you don't have the ability to think only in black and white, we're not actually communists. We're not in Russia. We're not in Cuba. We are in a capitalist system. But relative, you said it's basically communism. Fucking idiot! You said it's basically communism. Taxes. We get lesser in services. We pay more in really almost any way that you can measure it. And my district is one of those districts that is controlled by these people that think that is a good thing. That we should pay more in taxes. That we should pay more in every way than other. Relatively speaking, in our great United States, which is a democracy and a capitalist system, that is a good thing. And I disagree. Do we agree it's not communist, though? Yeah, we're technically not communist, but we're leaning. What do you mean technically? Well, in what sense are you communist? It's technically not communist, but. Wait, in what sense are you a communist, though? In what? I guess technically, it's not a communist state. Yeah. In what sense is it a communist state? We're losing our country and becoming more socialist and communist, where the government should be. If you do want opinions other than like an echo chamber, I do want you doing that and then calling people. Yeah, we don't want you here, Mark. Fuck off. Mark, get the fuck out of here, fucking idiot. Doesn't even know what communism is. Stop. Mark, you're not welcome here. Mark, no, Mark, you are welcome here. Yeah, Mark, please leave. Okay. Look, just this fucking idiot, like, gets pressed on one thing and starts lying. That's embarrassing. Like, Mark, you're fine here, Mark. So Mark, you're fucking retard. Like, just I asked you one thing, and it took you like 30 minutes to get to an answer. Yeah. Sasha, Roger, you gotta chill. Mark, look, Roger. Andrew, he's not bringing in his like 100,000 voters to your room. Okay, that's not even the point. Look, it's a new person. We shouldn't be rude to him. Like, I don't care. Like, you just wanted to have fucking CM talk to Matthew. Yes, I know, but you don't be rude to him like
America for politicians to not answer your question. So it's very.
I know he's a dishonest piece of shit, and he was just saying, "Oh yeah, I'm not a politician." Okay, but it's just like who took it in and he starts fucking lying. Okay, well, Converse, stop doing the bullshit, Converse. Stop doing the bullshit, Converse.
We all got what he's saying.
It doesn't seem like it. Seems like a very Converse, stop fucking bullshitting, you dumb cunt. Mark, shut up. The adults are talking. Go to your room, Mark. We'll get back to you. Don't go nowhere, Mark. Mark, go to your room. We'll get back to you. The adults are talking now. When people are losing an argument, what they Mark, just shut up. Mark, shut up.
How is someone allowed to behave this way? Are there any logs here?
No.
Yeah, just stop, please. Yeah, just dial it back, Sasha. I mean, like, you're being too pedantic here. I mean, like, it's like what I took from you saying.
Stop being a fucking dishonest.
Shut up. You're just
they have other words for how he's speaking as well.
He obviously was saying something like we're tending toward communistic values.
No, what he said initially was just my state is communist and socialist.
Oh, was the word choice that he used?
Okay. If I said it, it's
the word choice, which in turn gives a meaning to what he said. Mark, shut up. The adults are talking. Hey, Mark, shush.
You're right.
Mark, shush. Mark, shush.
It's become more communist right.
Shush.
It's becoming more communist than other states.
Mark, sit.
I understand that.
Mark, sit.
Can't be quiet.
And then look what happens. Can't answer a direct question and starts like smoke screen.
Go ahead and tell me it's a troll again. What are you saying? That because I feel that most politicians are dishonest, that somehow
No, you fucking idiot. Oh my god, you're so stupid. I'm saying you're critical of other politicians for being dishonest.
True.
Yo, shut up. Shut up. I'm explaining the point to you. Hey, Mark, shush. I'll explain the point to you.
Quickly and land your plane, because nobody wants to hear you. If you can listen.
Hey, shush. Shush. Okay. The point is, you came in and called other politicians dishonest and set yourself apart from them. But then you're just as much of a... The point is, you came in and you tried setting yourself apart from other politicians, saying they're dishonest. But then you're just as dishonest as them. Like you're just doing the classic politician nonsense of can't answer a direct question and start fucking noise swallowing.
Did somebody boot him? Is that what happened?
I don't know.
No, I'm here. Don't worry. But I don't know. I actually know. I mean, I was just...
One thing about political corruption and then that doesn't qualify them to be a piece of shit liar or whatever, all these names that you're coming up with. I mean, you need to try to use some logic and a little level of...
No, I'm not calling you a liar because you don't know
that. Yes.
I'm saying you're a hack because you can't answer straightforward questions.
Okay, can I answer the question that yes, there is corruption?
I didn't ask you that, you fucking monkey.
That doesn't make me a monkey or a hack.
I didn't ask you a question, you fucking idiot.
Criticizing you for your behavior.
Oh no, they're criticizing me for like being mean to you. They also can see you're being a dishonest piece of garbage.
No, because
yeah, why don't we figure it out? So,
well, Andrew, just let's figure it out. Did I ask Mark a direct question and did he answer it or not? Because I was just asking him like, did you say that? And what was he doing? Was he answering or no?
Question.
He said that it's not technically a communist.
Not what I'm asking you, Andrew. Stop fucking bullshitting. What I'm asking you is...
I don't know what your direct question was. It was like, is it my communist? Go ahead and ask it again.
No, I was asking him, hey, so you said communism is you pay 100%, and you said your state is a communist one. Okay, what percentage do you pay? That's what I asked him. Now, did he ever answer that question directly? Or did he just start fucking dancing around it like an idiot?
No, I don't think he ever answered that. I don't think he ever.
Okay, thank you. Okay, right, because he's the dishonest politician.
I don't know that follows. I think that he could obviously just be saying, look, I'm going to say what I mean. Because I think that is what he means. I think
but just if that's what he means, he can just straightforwardly say that rather than fucking like just dishonesty noise swallowing.
I understand that, Sasha, but
right, so you agree Mark is a dishonest piece of trash.
I agree.
And the only reason you're getting involved is because I'm being mean to him.
I'm getting involved because you are being mean to him, and and I want to give him a chance to speak. That's why.
Bro, he's been fucking under-talking throughout.
Well, I think he feels pretty offended, or at least like you've been kind of rude to him, and I think you have been.
Bro, so I tried asking him a very straightforward question.
He went 0 to 1,000 real quick, right?
No. Initially, I was just asking the question, and he wouldn't shut the fuck up and wouldn't fucking answer it because he's a dishonest fucking cunt.
About your feelings? Is that what this is? It's very strange. Like if
Mark, get the fuck out of here, you piece of trash.
Okay. So Mark, you did say,
hey, Mark, you fat, bald piece of trash. Get the fuck out of here.
Mark, you said that it was the case that it's technically not a communist.
Of course not.
Right, of course not. Right. And you said it's not Russia or whatever.
I point out the relativism of the. Let's say we're number one in taxes versus 49 other states, something like that.
like these kinds of things, a normal
fucking stupid.
Wouldn't start
It's like saying like the blackest state is Uganda because it has the most black relative. Like, holy fuck.
Okay. What? Okay. So look, somebody could feel like it's pretty bad to see the declaration in their state or their city or whatever, Roger. I mean, like, I don't think that's unfair for him to be like, hey, look, this reminds me of
why are you fucking carrying water for this piece of crap?
I agree with you that he didn't give you a direct answer. I've already
Okay, great. That's look. Hey, monkey, shut up. Mark, shush. Mark, shush.
No.
Mark, shush. Shush. The adults are talking. Mark, mute your microphone.
Feel a little better?
Hey, fat balls retard, mute your microphone. Anyway, Andrew, if you agree with me on that.
From you.
Hey, Mark, shut up. Okay,
shut up. You're.
Okay, anyway, Andrew.
Why do you keep doing that? I'm telling you, Mark, that's the definition of communism. That I live in the United States. Illinois is one of the states. It is not technically communist.
Stop yelling. The adults are speaking.
That I've answered you're such an important question because you're such an important.
Okay, are you done?
But I'm answering your question.
Sorry, Mark. Are you done or no?
I wish you would just know. I wish you would.
Hey, Mark, you done fucking ape. Are you done or no?
Andrew's asking you if he can talk, and you're not letting him. Can you give Andrew a chance to talk?
I didn't hear Andrew. This fucking monkey wouldn't shut up.
Andrew's trying to say something. Andrew's trying to talk to him, but
I was trying to respond to Andrew.
Okay, but it's not working. So give Andrew a chance. He's saying I'm trying, and then he's not able to get a word in. Andrew, did you want to say something?
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Look, I do want to talk to you, Mark. I don't mind if you can slug it out with Roger. That's fine if you guys want to do that. I don't want you to feel so offended that you leave, though. I mean, it's fine. I understand what Roger's doing. Roger,
we don't want you to be like a little snowflake bitch.
Roger has a strong sensitivity to people dodging or evading a direct question, and I understand. I share the sympathy in a lot of cases. I think you're generally good-natured, so I don't feel like that should apply. Like the response is fair. I don't think it's an equal measure, but that's fine. I whatever. She feels like it is an equal measure, but I'll just say that look, the question that Roger asked you directly was what percentage do you guys give, I think, is, to the government or whatever. And I think, what's the percent? Because that'll show how close you are to actual communism. If you think what communism means is 100% is given to the government. I think that's what her direct question is. So if you don't know the number, I heard you say that we're like the highest in taxes. I think you said the United States or whatever you said, all states. I don't know.
Actual relativism rather than numbers. I think if you live in a country and there are multiple states, there's 50 in our country. If you live in a state that gives the most, then you're closest to communism.
You see, this fucking bullshit. You made it clear what the question was and what it was not. And he didn't answer it.
He said he didn't want to speak in numbers. I think he wanted to say relatively to other states, like something like that.
No, but that's just not answering the question. The answer is, I don't know. That's his actual answer. He just doesn't want to say it because he's a fucking bitch.
No, it's not that. It's
like, imagine how fucking stupid of an answer it is. Like, just because. Hey, Mark, sure, I'm talking to Andrew.
You understand?
Now, seriously, just shut this fucking monkey down. I just want to explain to Andrew since he gave it a good faith attempt. Mark, shut up. Shut your mouth, you dumb cunt. Hey, you bald fat retard. Stop talking.
Speak because it's not.
Hey, you bald fat retard. Stop talking.
This is getting boring. It's not even a good conversation. It's just like.
I just wanted to talk to Andrew.
But we already know what your view is. That he's being dishonest. He's like evading. He's
that's not the point. That's not the. Shut up. Jesus fucking Christ.
Congress people, people who are like.
Hey, Mark, shut up, you fat old retard.
On your little.
Hey, you worthless fucking sack of trash. Stop
talking.
talking.
Have an opportunity to have a substantive conversation with somebody who's real and might actually make a difference. And instead, what you do.
Hey, Mark, shut the fuck up, you old fucking cunt.
Well,
okay, anyway, Andrew, I want to make a point for you. Just like, how fucking stupid is this response of, because we pay more in taxes than any other state, then we're communist. Like, imagine, like you say, oh, authoritarianism
is where the government has like complete unconstrained control. And like Texas is the state where the government has the most power. So Texas is an authoritarian regime. It's just like fucking stupid. It's just like you'd have to be so fucking brain dead to say something.
Let me ask you this.
Obviously, the absolute number matters because, like,
I got you.
There's always gonna be one that pays the most in taxes. Right. And it could be like a difference of like 1%.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Or like, the one who pays the least.
That's fair. That's a fair point. So obviously, all the states could be very far from communism, but of course, there's always going to be one, unless they're all equal. There's going to be one that's closer to. But it'd be very strange to say that the one that's closest to is actually close in any meaningful sense because they're all far, far away, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's a fair point. So look, Mark.
Yeah, and Mark was finally like a good dog and shut the fuck up for a second so he could get through it.
Yeah.
And you can see that good things happen when like this fucking piece of trash shuts its mouth for a second.
No, but Andrew, do you think that he was trying to argue that they're actually
here we go, the fucking smoke screen,
that we're tending toward communism?
Yeah, well, that's what I was gonna say. If I paid you,
a capitalist, he has this like fucking brain dead monkey morality of like, ooh, I make the money, so I get it. Everybody agrees communism is bad, right? Like,
right.
He remembers like in middle school, like the teacher was like, communism was so bad, it killed so many people. And he knows that like angry people on the TV like call each other communists, that's bad. Like he doesn't actually know any of the fucking history of communism, any like theory, any like economic theory to compare communism to its rivals. He doesn't know any of it. Like he just knows communism bad, and it's kind of something about high taxes. Okay, so he wants to, criticize the people around him in his state who argue for the high taxes, and so he dishonestly labels them communists, even though he knows that doesn't carry any fucking water. Right? Like they're not communists, obviously. It's just like it's like the same kind of move as like saying, oh yeah, the Conservative Party, they're Nazis, right? They're the closest party to the Nazi Party in America.
No, they label themselves communists. They say, I'm a communist. I think we should have
American elected politicians in your district call themselves communists.
A lot, many do, more than ever in history, and all the data shows that when
sorry. Mark, listen to the question carefully. In your state, are calling themselves communists? Yes or no?
New York mayor. He's on the phone. What are you talking? New York fucking mayor.
Yeah, is New York his fucking state, you fucking dumbass?
I don't know what state it is, but it's clear that.
Yeah, he said it multiple times, and it's not fucking New York.
Think there's not communists being elected when there is one in the biggest.
No. It's not communists. It's people who say they're communists.
Idiot.
Is he talking about the Democratic Socialist mayor? And he's calling him context.
See,
Mark, are you back? Put the Mark rice in the rice cooker. How about that?
Would you be fine with somebody referring to themselves as a socialist, Sasha? As being,
No, he said communist. I want to see someone use that label. And me saying communist over socialist is actually fair. Because my entire point is that he's using that fucking label because it sounds icky.
Okay.
What's the difference between socialism and communism? Right. I know that people have.
Yeah, I get it. Like the Red Dawn and all that stuff, or whatever. People might just associate it with China and invasion and whatever.
So, like just trade to that. Like my point is, what's actually going on is this fucking idiot doesn't know shit about communism. but he just uses the label because he knows that the connotation is really negative.
Right.
Okay, that was my point. His reply is, oh, actually, these people are self-identified communists. They call themselves communists.
Okay.
Okay, so what matters is the term with its connotation. Not whether you can fucking argue that they are, in fact, communists or socialists.
Well, let me ask you then, Sasha, do you want him to have this mindset? Yeah. Do you think that he's probably going to be somewhat entrenched, maybe, as a result of this?
On this, it's like completely negligible. So what I'm doing is just like trying to show other people that he's a fucking idiot and a dishonest. Time to speak, and it's like, oh yeah, he's saying some stuff that's some kind of reasonable, right? That's not how you handle these people. If you actually press them to like, and so the only thing I'm interested in is showing people that.
Listen, just to be clear, so I'm not using this wrongly, Sasha, I just want to make sure, and I think it's fine using it this way, but like, you're like, well, if you talk to him, it's going to be, coddling him, right? You're talking about me, and then I'm saying that you're being like super harsh. What I was getting ready to say is that's not a true dichotomy. Is that a fair way to use true? I know true dichotomy is normally like A and not A, and then there's like some other option or whatever. But is it fine to say that when things aren't really like opposites of one another, and it's not, there's more than two options, right? Is that fine to say?
Yeah, it is. It's like sort of the implicature of what the other person is saying, that there are only two options.
Right, but
are we getting pizza or grilled cheese? And you might say, well, there are more options than that, right?
Okay. So, but because I thought I looked up what a true dichotomy was and said something like that at least strictly speaking, it's like saying something like, I don't know, so something and its opposite. It's usually like, or something that people would I can't remember what it said, but it was something like where
it's like, sorry, if you understand what a false dichotomy is, like, isn't that what you're asking? Like, that's what a true dichotomy is. It's a false dichotomy.
It's not the only two options. Is that fair to use? Actually, this is my question. Is it fair to say that something is not a true dichotomy if it is the case that that's not the only two options? Regardless of what the options.
Yeah, I mean, it's context dependent, but can be, yeah.
Okay, fine.
But I mean, I think I'm not sure on this, but I've heard Malta say that this true dichotomy stuff is a bit of like a misnomer, because like a dichotomy is already a true dichotomy.
Okay. Yeah, maybe I'll look that up. But look, what I was going to ask you. Okay, so anyway, what I was going to say is I think there's a middle ground, right? So and I imagine that he's probably sympathetic to a lot of the views I hold, or vice versa, or whatever. But I want him to reason with someone, Israel, etc. And if it is the case that he's somewhat receptive to reason, I think that would be.
He isn't, right? Like,
well, I agree. It wasn't.
I gave him the same question, and he was still fucking bullshitting.
Well, just so you know, I'm not perfect at catching all of it, but I'm very much sympathetic to the way you are perceive the things, because oftentimes, despite me not intervening and just slamming them down,
but you just see that the question was, what's the percentage? And he just doesn't answer it. He just goes to something else.
Yes, okay. I did see that. Yes, but I think to be fair to him, he's in a culture where tons of people do that, and I'm not saying it's good. I'm not saying it's acceptable. But it's just not even just politicians, people in general that we engage with. Sasha, you know this is true. By and large, 8 out of 10 people don't answer straight questions, and they do not give straight answers. They just don't. Like about a whole bunch of stuff.
Correct. And I think in cases where they are also severely opinionated, they should be bullied.
Well, but I think, I'm just wondering on a long-term scale. I understand that maybe you feel like that. I mean, I think it probably feels good, or maybe it's just impulsive or whatever on your response. But I'm saying, if you were to zoom out and look at the long-term effects, do you really think that overall that doing it this way or trying to talk to him and reason, it's just going to be negligible either way? You don't think anything is going to happen as a result of it? Okay, well,
people are generally like very entrenched, and especially someone like him who just like has his career on the line.
Yeah.
Kind of like on the same line he has his political commitments on. It's just like
nice thing to be introduced. Now I don't know how you're going to do that, but politicians
are that's a good point.
Yeah, we always want people
to start understanding what's going to happen within the next couple of years.
Yeah.
Right. And I'm curious about how you would even start this conversation.
I don't know if you're plugged in the right way, if you know what I mean, Horrible. I'm a little worried about you, bub. I'm not even.
That press conference today from Kennedy and all those members of HHS about trans.
I did not.
Oh my God. Oh Lord.
Can you give me a little briefing on what happened?
Well, they're gonna, any hospital that does trans surgeries is gonna lose its Medicaid, Medicare, whatever. They're gonna change the DSM definitions. They're going to. They had all of the big shots from HHS and FDA and all that speaking. They're going to crush the trans ideology.
Yeah. Was it age related or just anything?
What?
Was it age related? Did it matter what
Yes. I think it was for minors. It's for minors.
And tell me how do you feel about that? Why are you?
Totally. I'm so happy.
Oh, you're happy.
Okay. They were very forceful and very. They were saying this is a what's the word? A medical mistake. What's the word for it? No, mental illness. But the whole thing that the medical profession is bought into is a disgrace.
I align with that very much. That makes me happy. I feel that was a smart move. That's great.
Yeah, and I think the House today had some vote, outlawing some of it also. It's going to go to the Senate.
Yeah, that's great. I thought so too. I don't know what's going to happen, but I would support, and I get asked all the time in the surveys and things and pledges, but to basically for a minor be a crime.
Yeah, and it's also for the drugs. It's also for the drugs for the kids to stop their puberty.
Drugs are irreversible also that have damaging effect. And on what planet are you allowed to ruin a kid's sexual organs because of how they're feeling that day?
Well, let me steelman that position. So, Mark, I'm typically conservative, but let me steelman the position of somebody who might be opposed to what you just said. And by the way, your audio is a little bit muffled. I don't know if you can get some clarity.
I don't know why you're even going down. You're like, this guy clearly doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about.
Well, let me see what you say. So, Mark, do you think if some child, say a young child, has some sort of clear depression or some sort of, let's say, disfigurement in their body, that we would call a disfigurement, right? That's broadly understood as such, maybe a cleft lip or whatever it is. Do you think them getting surgery or medication that might actually alter them permanently? Of course, it will in the case of maybe some surgery. You're not going to be able to, put the cleft lip back as it was, maybe exactly as it was. And then if you give them some psychological, or some mental affecting, mind-altering drug, who knows what that does, right? And being able to undo that. Right. Do you think that that's okay to administer them antidepressants and various other things that might, deal with mental problems or them having physical issues?
But there's a clear difference between somebody's physical health, and I think it's obvious to people beyond any kind of.
What is the clear difference?
The trans movement. So, if somebody has a cleft palate, I think clearly they should have the right to have any kind of surgery or.
Wait, sorry, Mark, but for this clear difference, where does epilepsy fall?
What's that?
On this clear difference between mental and physical illness, where does epilepsy fall?
I don't. When we talk about mental, there are mental conditions. What we're confusing another mental. Conditions.
But just give yourself there's a clear distinction between mental and physical illness.
It's more of a,
which side of that clear distinction does epilepsy fall into?
Epilepsy is an actual illness. An actual illness that
is it a mental illness or a physical illness?
I'm not a medical doctor, so I don't know exactly.
But you said it's a clear distinction, and you were happy to comment on it in the other case.
Are you talking about, again, transgenderism? I don't think that these things are. Just ask me a question that makes sense.
Okay, yeah. The question is this. Yeah. Did you say there's a clear distinction between mental and physical illness? Yes or no?
Those are two different things, but they also can
coexist. Okay, Andrew, see like how a proof of a dishonest piece of fucking trash.
So let me say
get rid of this fucking second shit now.
Let me say this.
Can you get rid of this fucking retarded piece of trash?
Mark, here's a.
You understand that things can be blended together? That there's not just one answer.
And it's a clear distinction of fucking subhuman. Fucking subhuman ape. You said it's a clear distinction.
Please stop being a troll. It's just so annoying. I don't know why people put up with it.
So Roger,
have some control over them. It's weird.
I mean, I'll take an attempt at answering Roger's question.
Shut up. I'm not talking to you.
Yeah, well, that's okay. I'm going to try to answer the question. Epilepsy.
The question was the fucking crash. Can you answer the question?
Because you think you know.
Mark, you dishonest, subhuman piece of human fucking garbage. Can you answer the question?
Okay.
Can you answer the question?
A physical illness and a mental illness. Of course.
See, this is like the problem with these people. Like, they just need to be fucking killed or something.
That are a combination of both. Okay, your brain can't accept that you sometimes are wrong. I get that. But so the calling names. But I, for one, don't really have the time.
You should be like castrated. Like, you need to be banned from reading.
So this is
I'm not going to do it. So you got to stop. I just somebody needs to mute you.
So this is why I think like imprecision in language presents some of these problems. So epilepsy is a neural. I know it's not the question. I'm pointing out why there's the problem of language
when you go on your fucking Demas Rambo.
Why
can't you answer the question I asked you?
You asked me a question. Oh, you asked Mark a question.
And you wanted to get in there and answer it.
Yeah, I'm giving an answer. What's the problem?
No.
You've asked.
You don't know the question.
You've asked Mark the same question 3 or 4 times, and
I'll ask you the question and you answer. Answer this one.
And I don't think you were here, but epilepsy is a neurological disorder. It's not a psychiatric.
Kruger, he's saying yes, there's a difference between physical and mental.
That wasn't the question.
Yeah, that's not the question. So I should have asked him did he say it was clear, if there's a clear distinction between the physical and mental?
Okay, so Mark, you believe that there's a clear distinction.
No, but I'm not asking him if he thinks that. I'm asking, did you say that?
Okay,
let those fucking words come out of your fucking fat, disgusting mouth.
Jesus Christ.
Also, Mark, what race are you?
Subhuman.
Oh my God.
Like subhuman. Some 88 subspecies.
Who speaks like such a troll, so I'm just going to ignore it. Which I mean, it's fine. It doesn't offend me. It's just very boring to talk to people with very low intellect like this. So I don't have to be here. I'm not.
Get the fuck out of here, you dumb shit.
Not vote for me. I'm
just glad you're here.
Mark,
just get the fuck out of here, you dumb human.
Hold on. You're a stopper. I'll end up leaving.
No, Mark.
Yeah, just leave, you fucking.
Mark, your micro, because I do be able to participate. You're being overly hostile toward it.
No, I'm not. Look, just right now, I asked him another fucking direct question 5 times, and he still couldn't fucking answer that one once.
Who cares?
You know he's a dishonest piece of trash.
Who cares? Andrew wants to talk to him.
No, he doesn't. He wants other people to talk to him.
No. I'm fine with talking to him.
Don't do it.
So, Mark, let me ask you, first of all, just what's your view on Trump? Are you pro-Trump? I imagine you are, right?
I'm at Mar-a-Lago right this second. So I do work with the President of the United States and his administration, but do I agree with every policy that he has? And do I agree with all of his behaviors? Obviously not, and not 100% of the time. But I probably agree with him a lot more than most of the people that are against him. Yeah, certainly. So I don't know. And again, that would frustrate a troll that I'm not answering a question, but it's not black and white. It's not all or nothing. I'm sorry.
No, I'm
Some questions are actually black and white, which is at the point of the conservative party. That like some things are just like, yes, this is true.
Yeah, I have to agree with Rice Cooker. I think in the case of epilepsy, it's pretty clear. It's a physical illness. It is not a mental illness.
It's also pretty fucking clear in the case of, did you say something, you dumb fucking subhuman bitch? Like, it's pretty clear. Like, it's not black and white. Whether you...
Do you see me expressing that I like it?
No, I mean, just mute him or something.
I can't. You can't mute Sasha.
Somebody moved Sasha down already, so.
Yeah, all you can do is either move Sasha down or remove her from the room. You cannot mute her. Okay? She has there's an inability.
So Michaela, shut the fuck up, you stupid bitch. Anyway.
No. Okay,
so apparently that was Sasha. But if that's the case, I mean, Sasha is right on the point that questioning whether someone said something or didn't say something. I think it's a pretty
that's straightforward. That's straightforward. Mark, let me just say this, and this is obviously you can see that I'm trying to be fair to you. I'm telling Sasha, Roger is Sasha, just so you know. When you hear us say Sasha, that's Roger. Okay. Now, here's the thing. You do understand. So Sasha is extremely sensitive to people autistically sensitive to people who do not answer direct questions, right? Yeah. So when somebody asks a question, if it's the case that you do not give an answer to the question, if you answer some other question, she's going to think that you're doing something dishonest. And a lot of times, to be quite frank, I agree with her assessment. Yeah. Now, I don't get that vibe from you. I just think that maybe this is just the way you speak, and it's fine. I think she could be a lot more charitable towards you. I think there are people who are genuinely motivated and dishonest. They're dodgy because they're getting cornered, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think that's what's going on necessarily with you. But I'm just telling you that that's where the hostility is coming from, is that she's asked you several questions that, Congress and I have known Sasha for years. She's asking you questions, and she's like, did you say this? And, and it's like, she expects a yes or a no, right? And then she says, you said it was a clear distinction between neurological and physical, illnesses or whatever conditions.
No, physical and mental.
Or physical and mental, excuse me. And then she said, since you say there's a clear distinction between the two, then which one does epilepsy fall under? And then you just went into something other than saying either neurological or physical, which she expected one of those two words to come out.
Physical or mental.
Physical or mental, whatever. Yeah. Physical or mental. She expected one of those two words to come out of your mouth. She didn't expect anything other than that, right? Or didn't want to hear anything other than that. So as soon as you started to say something different than that, she thought you were dating, and she's going to keep pressing you over and over again. Now, I'm more optimistic than she is. I think even if it's the case that you have these tendencies to not answer straightforward questions, I think most people are like that. And so I think she's exceptionally autistic, although I think her keen sense there is actually very beneficial, especially if you can live through the onslaught of insults, because it's actually...
No, I understand, like Rain Man, Virginia.
Okay. Well, that's exactly right, Mark. Like 90% of the time, Sasha is absolutely brilliant. The other 10% of the time, she's a terrorist. So you're wondering what...
I think that there's two things going on here. So one is the seeking of clarity, right? And then the other issue is sometimes people are overly concentrated on what somebody said. It's fine that somebody said something, phrased something incorrectly, and now they've clarified their view, or they're being more precise now. That's fine. That's not, in fact, that's it's a good thing. It's not a criticism that people improve the way that they phrase something. You want to overly concentrate.
If you ask me if I'm a Trumper, right? Let's say I agree with 99% of what...
I don't know how you're giving space to this fucking bullshit, by the way.
But if I disagree with...
One question is really straightforward. It's just, did you say that or no? And it's like, well, it's not all black and white. There's some nuance. At that point, it's being a dishonest fucking cunt.
Oh, okay.
Well, it could be a question of dishonesty, as you're pointing out, or it could be the person has changed their view, whereas before they were making this clear distinction, and now they're saying that it can be more nuanced.
How the fuck does their changing their view change whether they fucking said it or not?
I agreed with you. I said it doesn't change that. I'm just saying it's possible that people do evolve their views.
They're changing their view fucking matter.
No, but
You're saying to change this fucking retarded view.
Listen, if a troll or whatever, or a special needs person asks a question that isn't black and white, it isn't easily answerable yes or no.
It's you said X. Is that a black and white question? You fucking idiot.
Doesn't make you dishonest because it's nuanced. Because
the question is, if you say something, you fucking cunt. That's the question. Is that black and white enough for you? Fucking dumb subhuman.
Sasha is only interested in dominating.
Shut up, you dumb fucking cunt.
Oh, right.
You dumb bitch.
You're not interested in finding out what the other person thinks or why they think it.
What the fuck is going on?
Just interested in condemning. Finding someone to condemn them.
It basically destroys any chance of having a meaningful conversation. So that's why it's a little frustrating to.
So why is Sasha yelling?
Sasha doesn't like Mark because Mark's a conservative politician, and it really offended Sasha. Sasha the question, and she started getting pissed. And then people started speaking up to say, like, let him talk, let him do what he wants, say what he wants, blah, blah, blah. And Sasha's just being dishonest.
I think we should be fair to both parties. I mean, Sasha's question's not illegitimate to ask if someone. I didn't say that you did.
Then why are you saying that we
Because I think the commentary is overly harsh towards Sasha. What? And I think that the question. Yes,
I didn't say anything about whether Sasha was justified or not.
Okay, I guess I'm not. Okay, I understand. I'm not allowed to make my point. Okay, thanks a lot.
Nobody said that either.
Okay, people can come up.
No, except I keep getting interrupted mid-sentence telling me that I'm wrong. Like, why can't you tell me? I'm tracking very well, but you don't let a person finish their point of view, so you don't really know what they're saying.
No, you took me as saying Sasha was wrong. She shouldn't have said that, blah, blah, blah.
No, I never said
I'm describing to Bob what happened.
Yeah, but that's not true.
I think people are being unfair to Sasha's side.
Yeah, so does the people being unfair mean that you said something wrong, is what you claimed I said?
You said that as soon as I finished, right? You're like, well.
Yeah, so you take the inference that you finished something, and I say people said that it refers directly to you, and I think that's an improper inference.
That you weren't responding to me.
No, you're not necessarily included in the people that I was referring to. It's not specific to Congress.
You need to be more charitable. You need to be more charitable, Congress. I asked you, you never said it was bullshit.
Okay, that was a bullshit.
You presented it as, like, the description comes off as Mark is like a completely reasonable guy doing reasonable things, engaging in a reasonable way, and I'm getting mad at him because of my unreasonable conversational standards. But whether you use those words or not, that is how you present it. And stop fucking lying so much, Congress.
My God, you're such a pedantic prick. You're so annoying.
For that one, it's really easy. Show anybody a recording of you summarizing that interaction to Bob and ask them if you're kind of presenting it as, this is just a neutral thing, or whether you're presenting it as Mark is reasonable and I'm not. And if you can't see that, just say, I don't know.
I was just trying to be descriptive, so Sasha asked this guy a question, he didn't answer, he started trying to do nuance, Sasha got mad at that, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying anything about who's right or wrong here, I don't know what your problem.
Yeah, again, just show anybody this recording and ask them if how you're describing it makes it seem like both parties were reasonable.
I don't know, Andrew, did you think that it was a reasonable summary?
I mean, as far as it being one-to-one, maybe not, but as far as it being...
Which part exactly?
Well, to some degree, I'm surprised that part that I was actually thinking Sasha was going to hone in on was when you said because he's a Republican or GOP or.
Well, I didn't say he was a Republican, did I?
You
Yeah.
said I got triggered because he's a conservative politician. That's what you said.
I don't think I used
You're not presenting it as both parties.
You said Sasha didn't like the fact it was
right. Like just your critique is I don't like his position, so I attack him. Not like I don't like.
Which I just took as a little bit tongue in cheek. I didn't think so here's the thing. When I said it wasn't a 1-for-1, I don't think that's a 1-for-1, right? Because obviously you're not actually. If it were the case that you were directly describing what took place, I don't think that's quite fair. But in some sense, I do think there is obviously some of that possibly going on. Because obviously.
Yeah, I mean, I'm never mean to leftists who don't directly answer questions.
No, and I'm not.
So, Andrew, when Sasha brought up all that stuff about how he's a dumb capitalist and he's just like these other politicians, blah, 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 that stuff had nothing to do with conservatism, I guess.
No, I think
it didn't actually, because that was like, first of all, the capitalism thing was just in reference to explaining why he uses communism as he does. Right? So it's just like, regardless of what I think on the matter, that's just completely to explain, yeah, you're that kind of person, that's why you think about communism this way. The part about you are like other politicians is because he fucking started out by saying, yeah, these other politicians are bad and corrupt, and I'm different.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, but I'm talking about the part where you're like, you're just doing these talking points that all these people do. You weren't saying conservatives call leftists like communists unjustifiably.
It just has. Like, what the fuck is wrong with your brain? Like, I'm appealing to a general trend of dumb people using communism in this way. A lot of them happen to be conservatives, right? So I'm just saying, this is how retarded people like Mark think. I don't like conservatives, so I'm going to be mean to them.
I didn't say you didn't like conservative. I'm saying Mark is this like conservative guy, the blah blah blah, and you take it that I'm saying that like Sasha's just being like irrational because he's a conservative or something.
Yes, that is how you present it.
Sasha is not being irrational. Sasha can smell the bullshit. She's just being out.
I never said Sasha's being irrational.
Can I ask Mark another question? Mark, do you come up against this kind of bullying out when you're on the campaign trail?
Yeah, there's, we do get retarded people like this every once in a while. And it's actually sometimes, the Democrats actually use it as a tactic. So, I'm very used to this. It's fine. Just
right, that's a good point, Mark. Yeah, that's a good point, Mark. I just want to, let me just go over the room. Hey, is it a black and white, yes or no question? Did you say this? Maybe let's start with Michaela. Michaela, is that a black and white, yes or no question? The question, did you say this?
Yeah, but then to jump all over him, denigrating him. Listen,
we got an answer.
I asked him a question.
No, look,
when I asked it to him.
I was just asking for a yes or no.
Fine, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, okay, thank you.
Let me go on now.
I just wanna poll the room. Taylor, hey, is that a?
No, you don't have to. Who gives you the right to poll the room? I was talking to Mark.
No, that's okay. Actually, hold on a second. So I think that you are right. It is a yes or no question, but many people, if they misspoke, they just skip the yes or no and just fix how they misspoke. And I think that he was trying to fix it.
That's all fine. But his explanation for not answering yes or no isn't any of that. It's not a straightforward matter. It's not black and white. There are shades of gray. So as long as we agree that it is a fucking straightforward question, and this guy is a fucking dishonest cunt for not acknowledging that, I'm happy. That's anybody besides this fucking dumb stuff.
Listen, special needs person, whatever your name actually is, Roger, Sasha, whatever. I do agree with that. Good question. Say, did you say something that is in fact a black and white question? I don't care if
so why don't you answer it?
But that we probably agree on that. Yes.
Yeah, so why didn't you answer it?
I just did. I said that's a black and white
question. Not that one. I asked you a question earlier. I asked you a question earlier. as to whether you said something. And you didn't answer.
Yeah, exactly. And I did not. So yeah, the answer is no, because you missed. You probably weren't listening because you were swearing, or maybe at the same time, you were speaking when I was speaking.
I'll just read.
Is it you're asking whether it was communist?
Re-ask the question now.
We were communist. More communist.
Yeah, Mark. That's great. I agree.
Like an hour.
Great job.
About
that's a great point.
As you understand,
Mark, I think you're making a really good point.
It's amazing that
Mark, I think you're making a great point here.
About a point like that. And I take the other fellow, I think he's great. He's on point when he says you obviously are triggered by somebody who's a true conservative, and that upsets you. And so you're picking at words and little meanings, and you're derailing what could be a productive conversation. And so it gets a little bit. So that's why I'm trying to get you to
you got it.
stop.
Good point.
Be helpful.
Good point. Okay, sit. Anyway, Mike, so let me just ask you the question now. Did you say that there's a clear distinction between mental and physical illness? Did you say it?
There's two different. They're different, but they can be combined as well.
That's not what I'm asking you, Mark.
What are you asking? Are they different? Those are two different terms.
No, Mark, you're really. Mark, I'll re-ask the question. Mark, you fucking idiot. I'll just re-ask the question. Did you say that there's a... Did you, Mark, say there's a clear distinction between mental and physical illness? Did you say it?
We're talking about the use of words. Those are different words. They mean different things.
Now this dumb fucking cunt admitted it's a black and white question, and he still not fucking answered.
But you conflate it with the fact that they also can be combined in the same.
It's fine. It's not about that, Mark. It's about, this question is just on did you say a thing or not? Not about what's the right analysis of the thing.
Okay, yes. Special needs guy? Yes, I said that. I said exactly that. Okay. So, Mickey, how do you feel about that?
Feel like how difficult it is with these fucking subjects. Like, just you need to fucking coddle them to answer a question that they just admitted a second ago was straightforward. Like, Mark, you're such a warrior.
No.
Did you just call somebody a subhuman?
The context was about, I believe, empathy. And it's so crazy for you to get so triggered. And I believe that the reason you're so triggered probably is that my mere presence upsets somebody like you. Because I speak in common sense terms about it being where we probably disagree fundamentally on things like perhaps between communism and capitalism. Not sure what exactly are your triggers, but I'm sorry for that. But that's a you problem, not a me problem. And you can't make it a me problem just by swearing at me and calling me names. It doesn't work. But Mark, I'm not going to talk about your special needs issues on and on. It's quite boring, and it's 11:30 at night where I am. And I don't have time.
Honestly, Mark, from the time you came on the app, you've been, kind of pushing nonsense. The only difference is that rice cooker takes it to everyone sees is what she's doing. But from the inception of you comparing anything that we got going on in America right now as communism, it's very nonsensical. And rice cooker, I don't know, at this point, I'm like, we need, in Scarface, you need people like me. I just don't know what to say.
So Mark, I would have to say,
who identify as communist, at least in my state, I do, probably in most states, but anyway.
Mark, if there was anyone that identified as a communist in your state, they would have already been tracked down by your party supporters.
And I'm not for that. I get that.
So Mark, the problem is this: is if you are using the word communism incorrectly, as Rice Cooker indicated,
that doesn't become what you called a you problem for him. It's a you problem for you. So either
yeah, and I just explained it. If you can't understand it, I'm sorry. It's I'm the one using the word, right? I'm talking about my state where I'm actually competing.
All right, Mark. Give us the name of somebody who
identifies themselves as a communist.
Okay, give us the name of somebody that's running under the Communist Party, please.
You might have some reason.
Let him answer why he wants to. He said Mamdani, right?
You may have some reason why you want to use.
I swear I almost called you the same word that Sasha called you with the C, and I don't even use language like that. You boom.
Yeah, so Mark, you may have some reason why you want to use the term incorrectly. It doesn't change the fact that if Rice Cooker calls you out on it, that you're using the term incorrectly.
Yeah, no, it does, because if I am aware of, I'm speaking about specific people who promote specific terms, and they use the term communist. So I would have to be disrespectful to them to call them something that they're not.
Aren't you the group?
You're speaking about an ideology.
You get really offended when Trump gets called like a Nazi or something.
I mean, I've written articles about that, yeah.
So you would understand how this would be like.
There's not at all the somebody who says I'm a Nazi and I believe in Nazism. I'm running for election. Vote for me because I think Hitler's great or something. And then somebody, a third party, listens to that, and then they repeat that. And then a troll, a special needs troll, in the middle of the night on a clubhouse room somehow wants to criticize.
You make the claim that Mamdani ran as the Communist
Who's
Party.
a communist?
You are so dishonest, and the only thing is that Rice Cooker calls you out at such an extreme level that everyone just puts their magnifying glass on what she's doing. But you're a real problem, Mark.
No, John, communist. He calls himself a communist. Now it's he has some communist adjacent views.
I asked him. I said, you're telling me that Mamdani ran under the Communist Party. That was my exact word. And he said, I can give you a name. And I said, give me a name of somebody that's running under the Communist Party.
No, not under the party.
It's called the Korean Socialist Party. You know that, right? So whatever they run under doesn't mean anything. The fact that the Democrat Party does have, let's say, communist adjacent people, right? So you're saying like a fascist could run under the Republican Party and we could use that same excuse? What party is he? He's not a fascist. He's a Republican. No, but your point was that they self-identify communists. No, I never said that. I said he has views that are communist. I like it.
Sasha,
I don't want to talk. What's happening?
Yeah, all of that. Good. Can you just relax?
I don't know about that. So
you can do it, Sasha. I believe.
Hold on. Yeah, but I'm trying to talk to him.
He is asking me a favor. I'm asking a favor back.
Okay, horrible.
Yeah, I asked
him. Horrible is not, he's being kind of...
He's horrible. But he's just like dishonestly white knighting for...
Yeah.
Christ.
I agree that's happening, but maybe we could talk to Mark without all the insulting.
Well, let me just ask.
No way. The thing is, Mark just doesn't answer any question.
I'm going to ask him. Let's see if that's true. I'm going to talk to him. Okay, so Mark, let me see. Do you think Israel, and you can just be straightforward on this, it'd be cool. Do you think Israel is guilty of a genocide?
Of course not.
Okay.
Which being used, the
difference between calling somebody a communist and then saying, well, it's because they self-identified, and then switching eventually to this idea, well, they advocate ideas which are communist adjacent or whatever. I mean, those are all different things, right?
Yeah, I think being, as Stoff would put, toxically charitable to Mark, it would be something like, you think that the United States is just looking more toward communism in such a way that's alarming, and it's not. It may not be in absolute numbers anywhere close to what you think, communist, state or country is, as far as how much they give back to the government or whatever the case may be, the people must give. You may not think it in that way, but you think that there's just a lot of stuff that's sliding towards what you would consider communist.
Yeah, guys, the context was that I'm running for Congress. It was about my district, and that context, I probably know more than you guys do about my own district in my area and the people running for Congress.
That's fair. So what?
You want to treat for that?
Well, hold on. So what's going on in your district that you think is like clear indicators of what you would call communism? Like, what do you think those things are?
Well, I would say things that lean towards communism, not that are part of the Communist Party doctrine. But, I go to Democrat rallies, and the Communist Party itself is there, and they do promote their own agenda. And they have, pamphlets, and they recruit people, so it is a real thing. But beyond that, there are many on the left who I would say, tend towards communism and or socialism. And I am the complete opposite of that. And that's kind of what I was trying to point out. Now we're an hour later.
What do you take communism to be, Mark?
Again, remember when we started talking, what I was explaining is that
I don't remember that. I came in like 15 minutes.
Okay, I was saying that was for capitalism and for the government having less control. I was giving examples of in my state, the government has more control than all other 49 states because our leadership policy tends to be more socialist oriented and communist oriented.
Which state is that? Stop. Mark, do you remember what I asked you?
I'm not sure who you are. I'm not looking at the phone.
No, but do you remember what question you were trying to answer?
You said, how is my race? Are there communists in the race? Something like that? Is that right?
No. I asked, what do you take communism to be?
Government control over individuals rather than individuals control over government.
Sorry, I don't know. I'm not clear what that means. That's not an understanding of communism that I'm familiar with.
The Karl Marx's book. It's very interesting. I think it's clear that conservatives generally are not for bigger government and government control.
I understand that, but you understand that bigger government and communism are synonymous.
In the context of large government and no control by the actual people to have a vote and determine their own destiny.
It's not communism. Can you stop talking? This is like language is so important. That's not communism. Yo, chill. Can I just finish the sentence? No, you can't. You can't finish. You can't finish. No, you cannot. Mark, that's not an understanding of communism that I'm aware of. Certainly, it doesn't mean big government. There are a lot of ideological and governmental organizations that you would call big government that have nothing to do with communism. So it seems weird to think that, what communism is reduced down to is big government. Do you get what I'm saying? Like a king, a king having complete autonomy. So
I don't understand.
Wouldn't be communism, right?
Right. So in talking about the technical definition of communism, I just don't understand why that's of interest. Maybe it's to you. It's not to me.
No, but it's in the same way. It's in the same way. It's interesting that. The way it's interesting is
of communism. And if you don't know, it's completely invalidated of being worthy of listening to on Clubhouse
I'm sitting in my basement and.
No, but are you saying no, Euro? Can you be quiet, please? Mark, do you understand that you can't just say, well, I'm going to use this word, and I don't care what it means in any sort of other setting. I'm going to use my private definition, and that's the only thing you can impose on me.
No, I was using it in context. We're talking about.
No, but you're not in the right context, right?
Not for.
That's like saying I'm gonna call Trump a Nazi. I don't care what the technical definition of Nazi is. I don't care what the technical definition of Nazism is. I'm going to call him a Nazi. Now, if I were to do that, and if you're saying you had a debate or you wrote something like that, your response is going to be, hey, that's unfair because people understand Nazi to be this like evil thing, and there's a bunch of connotations.
Okay. If you said Trump was a Nazi, first of all, the conversation was about you running for some elected office. And then you brought up that it's really not material, but you brought up, you said, well, Trump is a Nazi. It's actually quite a common thing that TDX people do. And so
I didn't actually call him a Nazi.
Trump is a Nazi. No, I'm giving this hypothetical because you brought it up. And so you say that. And then you want to turn the conversation as well. Now we've gone very far afield, right? You say Trump is a Nazi. We're talking about running for Congress. And now you want to go even further afield. I guess it's sort of like not just moving the goalpost, it's completely changing the conversation and complete distraction. Then you want to talk about Nazism. Do I understand Nazism? And can we talk about what it is at its origin and have like a scientific discussion about what Nazism? When the subject was you're running for Congress, why are you running for Congress? It's really like almost is sort of.
Your example is hyperbole, not analysis.
Sorry, you didn't understand the comparison to calling Trump a Nazi.
Mark, look,
you don't understand what the point of that was?
I'll make it clear for you, Mark. Look, you started by saying because I'm running because there's like these dishonest politicians. I don't want to be like them, right? And it seems like everything is tending, something like everything is tending toward communism, especially in my area.
In my state, right.
And so then they're saying like, well, what does communism mean to you? Because it doesn't seem like that. And then you want to say like, oh, it means like, government control, taking control away from people. And so, right. But then it's like, well, that's not like communism as I understand it. It usually means something like a stateless, classless, economic and social, because you're using the term. We're just trying to find out, like, are you using the term in the way we're using it? Or something like that.
Right. We spent like about an hour on that now, right?
Yeah, if you want to move on, it's fine. I'm just making clear what the.
But you understand that it's.
I totally get it.
You understand that even as someone who's running for Congress, presumably you're some sort of politician. Maybe you're not, and you're trying to be, but you have an even bigger responsibility to be careful with how you're using words than we are. So when I tell you, like, hey, it's inappropriate to call these things communism because they're not communism. And communism carries with it specific negative connotations that you don't want to willy-nilly be callous about. You don't want to call stuff communism that isn't communism, because then you're inappropriately loading the language with all of this, with all of these negative implications, when what you actually mean to say is just like, I want government to be smaller. I don't want it to be as big as maybe the Democrats want to make it. And I'm saying that's kind of the same as when some leftist calls Trump a Nazi. What we want to say as a pushback is, well, here's what Nazi means. Here are the negative connotations of the word Nazi. And we don't think Trump of those things. So it's inappropriate and irresponsible to call it, not to mention incorrect. And that's kind of what I'm trying to do with you, which is what I'm saying is like, well, this kind of definition of communism is, first of all, inaccurate for the most part. But second of all, why even then use that word, which if you don't mean communism as it's defined by the broader masses and academically and has all of these negative connotations, why then even use that word? Because that's clearly not what you mean. So why would you want to saddle your language with all of these negative implications?
That's a good question. When you're speaking to audiences, I would say probably on Clubhouse, most people aren't academics and they're not well educated in what communism is, for example. And so it's very helpful.
How about
the point is, I understand.
Yeah, so what you could do, Mark, is use words like totalitarianism.
Well, that's also not good, but
how about no? But I mean, it's certainly better than communism.
No, it's actually worse. But,
Why?
because that's even more inaccurate than the communists.
No, not in terms of what he's describing. He's describing a system where people don't have control.
He's not interested in the semantic debate.
Exactly. I ran against a guy named Roger Krishnamurti. He's running for Senate. He'll likely be the next senator.
But what was his explanation? This was just so confused. He says,
anyway, so I was talking to Roger.
know what communism is. That's why I'm using the term.
So listen, I'm talking to Roger, and Roger said to me, I'm very offended. He your point.
Mark, just let's go over the explanation again.
Now try to be quiet. Try to control your impulses.
Mark, let's go over the explanation.
But just read yourself, buddy. So Roger said, listen, you can't call me a communist because that's beneath the dignity of the office. He's currently in his 9th or 10th year in Congress. So you can't call me that beneath my dignity. So I said, Roger, I'll stop calling you a communist. Right. And he shook my hand. There were 100 people in the audience. I said, from now on, I'm just going to. Words aren't always perfectly precise from a clinical definition or an academic definition. And to have conversations about semantics.
You're just not enough.
Yeah, I think if the idea is you're trying to express something accurately, for those that do know which I can say that I think a lot of people have kind of misunderstandings about what communism is, what socialism is. I think it would be hard for all of us to even align here on this very stage. If we gave a definition, I don't even know if it would be consistent with one another to any great degree. But, I mean, if you're going to use a term like that.
More importantly, what the fuck was that explanation? He said most people don't understand it. So that's why I'm going to use the language people can understand.
I think it's perfectly fine to call somebody who believes in big government and the reduction or elimination of lots of freedoms that we have in this country. I think it's generally okay to call that person somebody who leans towards communism, even though it maybe doesn't fit up in there.
Wait, is it fine to call you a Nazi?
I suppose if somebody technically just wanted to kill Jews, let's say, they wanted to have a pure race.
No, I just mean like you're like
even if they never heard of Nazism, that would be okay to do that.
Wait, why would they technically Nazi?
I just mean somebody was right wing.
And policies that the Nazi Party had, that you could probably call them a Nazi. If you did it in this room, you would have an hour-long conversation about what the definition
I just want to say, Mark, I genuinely think you're like just a waste of space.
Hold on. Yeah,
you're like disgusting. Stupid, ugly, warning. Just like you say words morals about your siblings.
Better just to, Mark, I know you're no brother, but hold on. It's hard to find audiences to listen to you. No, I'm that way. Mark. You found a home. Congratulations, Mazel Tov.
Mark, real quick, please. I am glad you're here, despite the experience you've had. I just want to say that I am actually conservative, right? Now, most people on this stage are not conservative, okay? But I am conservative. There's a few people that are. I just wanted to quickly ask you, so I got your take on Israel. What do you think about, let me ask this, what do you think is the absolute, undeniably best policy or best action that Trump has taken? It doesn't matter what anybody says about it, it's like the best thing you can see that Trump has done since he's been in office. Let's say this.
Fixing the border.
Okay, yeah, and I think that's pretty, yeah. So I think that's going to be one that a lot of people are going to have a hard time. Okay.
Tom Homan actually is, and if you check it, you probably don't think I'm real, but if you check out my website or my Facebook or whatever, you'd see that Tom Homan's my friend, and Tom Homan endorses my candidacy, and Tom Homan actually gave me my little slogan, which I used in the last election, which is vote for rights, bring back
Hold on, horrible. Go ahead, Mark.
That was pretty cool.
What was it? What was the slogan?
Tom Homan gave me that slogan, vote for rights, bring back guns.
Oh, okay. Nice. Okay. Well, let me ask you this then, Mark. What is when people say things like, look, immigrants do more, they commit less crime, they'll do jobs that, we won't do, they do,
Yeah, there's a lot of truth to that, yeah.
Okay. So,
I'm not against immigration, I didn't say that. I said that out of the job that Trump has done thus far to deal with the border issue, I think he's saving thousands, I know he's saving thousands of lives, both immigrants and American citizens, and it's wonderful to see that somebody's finally getting it done.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that, of course, I'm not for any injustices being done to the immigrants, and we need immigration reform, and we need some kind of a path to citizenship, even for certain types of illegal immigrants. I'm not against any of that.
Okay. Do you think that there is systemic racism in the United States?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting. And
I think it's overblown, that term, and so forth. Is there, again, you're using we're talking about using words, and so is there any? Of course there is.
Okay. And then where are you at with guns? You want to take them away, give more checks and balances?
100% pro 2A. We should have universal ownership of guns, really, without, other than keeping the guns away, having some government would keep guns away from people that, shouldn't have them, and we can talk what that is, mentally ill and so forth.
Okay. What about universal health care?
Not for reforming this messed up medical system we have, which is created by the big pharma and the special interests which are making money off it, which is quite broken. So I'm not for necessarily the status quo, but I'm also not for universal health care because we have a broken system.
Okay, what would be the single biggest problem with universal health care?
I mean, you won't like this answer, as some people here, but go to a communist country where there is universal health care and compare that to the finest medical care in the world.
What is a country like
when you have government?
What about Canada?
Government all over something as important as health care, you'll get the same kind of treatment and the same kind of service that you get in other areas where the government takes over, like, I don't know what else is where it's necessary, obviously, but medicine, I don't think, is one of them.
Okay. Bob, what you want to ask? What is an example of a communist country where healthcare?
Yeah, like what kind of countries?
What would you say is an example, Mark, of a country that's implemented universal healthcare that you think is just failing abysmally at it or whatever?
Canada.
Are they a communist country?
No, I didn't say communist.
You said that earlier, but name a communist country that has universal healthcare.
Well, I guess they all do. They all have communist healthcare, I guess, right?
Okay. And then what's your view on abortion, Mark?
Pro-life.
All the way, like,
no, it's rape, everything.
Nice.
What?
Wow. Okay. Well, that you and I are going to line up on. And big time. But let me ask you this, though.
Law enforcement.
I know, law enforcement, of course, is going to be in favor of law enforcement, I'm sure, and so am I. Most of us are. I think most of us are going to be in favor of law enforcement here. But let me ask.
I'm not trying to avoid it.
No. You didn't really define what a man is. You just said there are two genders, but.
What if that man has male XY chromosomes? It's defined by biology.
So you define it by the chromosomes. Now, what is the problem with somebody decoupling gender from sex and then using it in a different way? Since words change usage over time, is there any problem with people using words in a different way?
Wait, I know exactly what you mean. Use words in a different way.
Well, like for example, the word gay used to
Example like communism.
Yeah. The word gay used to mean married. The word gay used to be married. Now it means like homosexual broadly, right? That's what people intend when they use the term, right? That's what they intend to express.
Wait, what did it mean before you said?
Married, like a happy.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Married.
So happy and gay, right? Okay.
Yeah, no, right. So we have words to change over time.
Right. So if people broadly just said, you know what, let's start using gender different. Let's decouple it from biological sex, and let's use it in a different way.
Audrey, can you hit that note one more time?
Yeah, you like that?
So happy and lit?
Yeah, did you like that? But if they wanted to use the word gender to just basically mean kind of a self-description of some collection of self-described attributes, like if somebody wanted to say like, I want to be called she, by that I just mean I'm feminine. What is the problem with that, given that we have words that change or evolve over time and they're used in different ways? What's the problem with that in principle?
I don't, I guess, it's sort of a hypothetical. It's like, what if in the future we change certain words? And is that okay? I guess you have to look at that on a case-by-case basis.
Gender and sex.
Well, I think it's happening right now, actually, Mark. I think what's going on is there's a good portion of the country, I don't know what the percentage is, but a fair amount of people that have bought into this linguistic convention, and I don't say bought in there as a pejorative, I'm just saying they are adopting it, they're starting to use it, such that they don't mean biological sex. That's not what they mean. What they mean is again, just a collection of traits that they identify with that they're calling. Yeah. So if somebody just says like, look, I'm a male, but I want to be called she because, or I'm a female and I want to be called he, let's say, because I feel that I'm more masculine than most females have historically been, right? So if they feel that way, and they, then it seems like since we've allowed for these linguistic changes in all other areas or many other areas of language, what would be the principal argument that you would have against somebody just saying this is just another one of those things? It's just word.
Yeah, I guess you have to have discernment, right, between whether this is something for some political agenda or whether it's just there probably are appropriate times where words change over decades or centuries. That it can happen. I'm not discounting that, but all this political nonsense to change words that influence the way people think is bad. I would like to stop that. I don't like that. But okay.
I know you're probably pretty tired, Mark. So just one more question, maybe two, but one more. The second, what is the second policy or second action or big thing that Trump has done since in this term that you think is just undeniably good? So you did the immigration thing first. What do you think would be second?
That's a good question. I think there's a lot of things that Trump has done very good. So I don't know.
To round us out, what's your favorite color?
Of the Supreme Court.
It's a bit of a curveball for you, Mark.
Red. Is that good enough?
Actually, it's a good answer.
There might be some problems with that, yeah. That's all the time we have.
So Mark, what would be a second one?
That's one I would say would be the border to me.
Right.
Anyway, but that's not, everybody's affected differently. Where I live, that's the biggest thing.
This is becoming like the first term of his presidency where Trump did, and it's like
one by one.
How about the Supreme Court, Mark?
Good. And I'm very happy and pleased with
How
all of
about your
them.
second favorite color?
I'm blue. No, not blue. What's it?
Green. Sasha, green.
Okay, so you said, did somebody say, you said tax cuts, right, Michaela?
No. I said Supreme Court.
That's a good one, but it's all relativism. I don't know how to say this one is better than the other exactly.
Well, no, but I mean something that you perceive to be broadly the best for, like in the well-being or the best.
Well, I'm not going to say that it's number two, but I'll say that another great one is the fact that he extended the tax cuts. Without that, we'd be in a deep shit. We'd be in a big recession right now.
Okay.
I did the math, and we would be.
Okay. And then the tariffs? What's your view on that?
I think you do have to wait it out, but I actually think that what we had before was completely unsustainable, and that in fact we have a really nice chance of seeing the tariffs taking that lever and working.
Yeah,
not 100% positive, but overall very positive. Well, allowing other countries to walk all over it like they did for decades under mostly different countries, it was not sustainable.
No, it was not sustainable.
Oh my gosh.
Very next question. Favorite ice cream flavor?
Do you want to talk about
cookies and cream?
Cookies and cream, nice. Do you want to talk cookies and cream? I don't know. There might be an argument against that.
No, I think you're doing a great job. It's just I feel like the questions are a bit too tough, and like you're putting a bit too much pressure on. So I'm just trying to lighten it up.
Oh, what a nice girl.
Bob, what's your strongest critique? Since I know Mark's got to go, but what's your strongest critique against Trump?
Can't you fucking draw them?
No.
Having to go for a while.
We'll give him a little harder ball here before he goes.
One for the road.
What is it?
One for the road.
Yeah, Bob. Cabinet pick by Trump. Is that it? What's your? Okay. So, Mark, the cabinet pick. Can you, in good conscience, defend the picks that he, defend the selections? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm actually quite happy with most of them, if not all of them. Which one are you talking about?
Well, it's not.
Like, for example, Tom Homan, which is that a cabinet position? I'm not sure.
What about the FBI? What about FBI director? What do you think about the FBI director?
Cash? You're not talking about Bongino.
Yeah.
I mean, Cap. I know it's a little. There's a lot going on as we speak, right? Bongino, I think, is resigning. Has he announced it yet?
Yeah, the deputy director resigned.
So it's official though now that he's resigning?
Yeah. He announced his resignation.
Yeah. So anyway, there's a lot going on there, and there's a lot of, for me, a lot of things I think that are unclear at this point, and I think we're gonna see in very short order some major changes in the FBI. Major, like people going to jail and things like that. Some pretty significant events take place. So that'll be interesting. I'm all for draining the swamp. I think he's basically doing that. I know these are broad terms, and I can get criticized for that, but I really finally see after his first term and now, a year almost into the second term, he is draining the swamp.
Yeah. Okay. What did you think of Charlie Kirk getting shot?
Charlie's my dear friend. He also endorses me, and you can see a video of that on my website. But he's
That fucking idiot endorsed. Yeah. Oh my God, he was so dumb. He's so stupid. He got into the show.
I'm not joking.
Mark, since you're a proud Zionist,
he went to the high school adjacent to my son's high school, and they grew up together. And I've known Charlie since he was a baby, before he even started turning 20. If you want to have a debate about Charlie, bring it on. He's special needs boy or girl. We can talk about it.
What do you think about, since you're a proud Zionist, it says, what do you think about him ending up rejecting Zionism and saying that it's basically all, vast majority, 90% of the country of Israel is, what do you say?
Charlie is actually what we call Shomer Shabbos. He not only loved Jews, he loved Israel. And a lot of what you're reading, it sounds like from the question, is called propaganda.
No, I'm talking about his statement.
They say, I understand, you could be reading, reading and/or video that's deep fake or taken out of context.
Left-wing propaganda. His interview with David Patrick McDavid.
I know PBD personally.
Yeah, right. And so, did you see his interview? It seemed like he said.
I have a picture of him and I off on my website there.
It seemed like
I have talked to PBD about it.
It seemed like Charlie Kirk said on that podcast that 90% of, or something like that, of Israel is just Mossad or something. You're saying unless somebody maybe you're saying somebody doctored the video. I didn't say
Well, it's so nonsensical. 90%.
So maybe that's what he said.
No, it's not just
He's like a fucking idiot.
No, he wasn't, but he was very wise, but he was also...
Wasn't he like saying like some gun deaths are necessary and that's fucking good
he did say that, and he did die by a gun.
That's kind of funny, right? That's kind of funny.
No, it's not very funny to me because I was
he said
makes me very sad that he was murdered. Maybe that doesn't make you sad.
Well, he wasn't murdered.
I understand.
Well, he wasn't murdered. He was killed.
We argue about the semantics of whether he was murdered or killed. Anyway, I would say he was murdered.
Well, he wasn't.
Okay, what's the definition of murder? I'm not going to go down that stupid road. He was murdered.
Okay.
What are you talking about?
No, he was killed.
All right. He died, yeah, and he was killed and he was murdered.
He was put down like a dog.
Okay, come on.
Then for you, and you think this is not doctored, okay? Just a short clip, and I know you got to go, Mark. And I added you, buddy, and I hope you're welcome back anytime, despite the experience. I hope you do come back. But let me play this for you. And this is short. So this is Charlie Kirk with Patrick.
I don't use that term lightly, okay? They're talking about basically removing 2.5 million people, okay? And let me tell you, my pattern recognition over the last 5 years has become pretty sharp. COVID, Maui fires, Epstein. When I see a story and it doesn't click, our guts are usually right.
Okay, so he does the further part. What was the further part that he said? Converse, something like that.
I don't remember the exact number, but he was like, I've come to realize something like the majority of the country is massage or IDF.
Can you confirm that that's not AI? Like is there a video of that or?
It's Patrick David's website. It's on his YouTube channel, so it's the actual video. So
family who lived in Gaza, and I know something of the situation. I've been to Israel, I don't know, probably say 30 times. So I know quite a bit about this. I don't think you want to get in a debate with me, but I
absolutely. Let's do the debate. Hold on. I know you have to go. Okay, hold on. Actually, I just found the actual clip. Hold on, the longer part. Hold on.
The hard-right government has a mandate. I gotta be careful the way I say this. To very ethnically cleanse Gaza. I mean, I don't use that term lightly, okay? Talking about basically removing 2.5 million people from there, okay? And honestly, they have a mandate to go seek justice and revenge. They do. There's this idea that they need to have a truce or a peace treaty, that's morally crap after you see women and children be burned alive and dragged to the streets. But there are some serious questions here, Patrick, and let me tell you, my pattern recognition over the last 5 years has become pretty sharp. COVID, us are usually right. So I've been to Israel many times. The whole country's a fortress. When I first heard this story, I still have the same gut instinct that I did initially. I find this very hard to believe. I've been to that Gaza border. You cannot go 10 feet without running into a 19-year-old with an AR-15 very often, and most Americans don't know this. The last 9 months, Israel is on the brink of civil war. It's not an exaggeration. This judicial stuff, there were hundreds of thousands of Israelis taking to the streets because Bibi Netanyahu was basically redefining the Israeli constitution. That's not an exaggeration, right? He said the judicial branch has too much power. There were protests planned this week against Netanyahu, or the tens of thousands of people that take to the streets. That's all gone, Patrick. Netanyahu now has an emergency government and a mandate to lead. I'm not willing to go so far as saying that Netanyahu knew or there was intelligence here, but I think some questions need to be asked. Was there a stand down order? Was there a stand down order? 6 hours.
Okay, so he didn't give the numbers thing, but he did say something.
I agree with everything he said. I totally agree. It's a big question of whether I don't think there was a stand-down order, but they clearly are going to investigate why Israel was, let their guard down and enabled the terrorists to come across like that. I don't agree that when he says ethnically cleansed, plans. And what he should be saying is, I forget the words that he used, but he should say that it is true that Israel wants to remove all the jihadists from the
so to be clear, you don't agree with everything he said.
Not every single thing, but a lot of what he said I do.
Okay. That's what he said. He had like
a lot of different things, right?
Yeah, you just said that you agree with everything he said.
Almost everything he said. I think.
Okay, good job. You're good at training. That was like much easier than last time.
Wow.
When was that recorded? Was it right after October 7th? So I can do it.
Well, that's what y'all talking about now. I'm sorry, Kayla. I'm sorry.
What?
But if he
I cut you off. That's what y'all talking about.
If he had such good pattern recognition onto it, like why didn't your record skills gonna get shot? Like did he just like want to get shot?
No, Sasha, stop. Here, last one. I found the one that went short.
Israel can make me a stronger Christian away. I have a heart for Israel. Can make me a stronger Christian away. The whole concept of ethnic cleansing, I think temperatures need to go down. It's not egalitarian. People are killing people for multiple. And here's Israel's difficulty: is that Hamas, they build their headquarters under hospitals. Currently use humans as human shields. And so civilians are going to die, and that is a tragedy. And Hamas brought this upon themselves. My wish, my plea to Israel is be precise, be focused in your retaliation. You have a moral right to go and seek the blood of the people that did this. What I think would be bad for Israel, and I have a heart for Israel. Okay, it made me a Christian away. I can't even tell you, right? Let's see where our Lord rose from the dead. My heart for Israel is that they don't overreact. I have a heart for Israel.
That isn't the one I thought, but he did. He does say that they're all Mossad, basically.
That's part of this message.
He said IDF, because everybody has to
IDF,
serve it. And that's why they say
Your mic has gotten really bad, Mark. Your mic's got really hard. Okay, that's better.
Maybe if Charlie served in the IDF, he wouldn't just show up. Like he would have like dodged or something.
Thank you.
Position and stuff better.
Thank you, Sasha.
He just seems kind of stupid.
Thank you, Sasha.
Like Mark, wouldn't you agree he's kind of stupid for getting
No,
shot?
I certainly would not. I think he's one of the brightest young men I have.
Well, he was. He's dead now.
I said he was one of the young men.
I'll right above you. Yeah. So if you see my PTR, over here?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, what do you, I hate to just throw this on you. What do you think of that?
I don't understand. What is that? I mean, is that an actual picture? It's not, right?
That is a 3D print of Charlie Kirk getting shot. Someone printed out, I guess, a table or desk statue of him getting shot in his neck.
That's an AI generated photo. It's not a real photo.
It's AI. It's not.
I mean, it's part of a trend of similar AI photos, and it says Nano Banana on the fake box, which is the name of the Google image generation AI. The name of the Google image generation AI.
Okay, I can't even tell. Okay, but even with that being public, but maybe the left, how does it make you feel? What's your thoughts on it? And like you said, if it's too controversial, if you want to talk about it, understand. I'm just curious.
He was killed, murdered, assassinated. I think all this is. I mean, it's such a tragedy. That's how I feel.
Yeah,
I'm from his neighborhood. I mean, I've known him since a little kid. I actually coached against him in basketball when he was like in 5th grade. I mean, it's a very big tragedy. It's a loss for our country. It's a loss for me personally. And I'm not sure what the purpose behind a lot of this conspiracy theory stuff is. I mean, I'm open to it, I suppose. What are you getting at? Tell me what you're...
No, I'm just curious how you take it, because especially for someone in the space that you're in, and not just in the space, you're a politician, so, he's an activist, he's not there. And to see, especially, understand what you're saying now, that he's your friend, So this is not just remotely hitting users direct. This is something that's affecting you. I'm curious of how.
Yeah, but he doesn't understand. Free, sorry, he doesn't understand. He thinks you're saying that there's like a conspiracy theory or whatever. You're saying people have been. Yeah, but Free, are you trying to indicate that like, oh, people have like been horrendous and started like celebrating his death? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah. Well, yeah, pretty much that, as well as how he is, and Mark, it's just for clarity, I'm sympathizing with you. I'm not trying to, right. So my position is on this situation is that I don't believe in the conspiracy theories. I believe it's pretty black and white that there have been people radicalized with certain ideologies, and they're acting on their radicalization. And Tyler Robinson is one of those people. I don't think he was hired by the Israeli government or anything like that. Yeah, I don't believe that he, whatever. I think he's literally a person, like regular one of us, who happened to have some extreme views and acted on those views. And I don't think he necessarily operated alone. But I think right now, and the reason I said it because just that text message doesn't sit right with me. It sounded planned. It sounded too organized. Yeah, it gave all the necessary information to exonerate his partner. So it didn't make sense.
But the question wasn't about that, right? It was about the public being like brutal.
I mean, I care a lot about Charlie. It affects me deeply. I think about him all the time. I miss him, and the fact that some people have the ability to celebrate his death is sick to me.
Did you know Tim Pool also got shot at this week too?
No, I didn't hear that.
Yeah, Tim Pool got shot at this week also.
Shot at? I didn't hear that. What was that?
No, David was shot at his studio while he was in it, from my understanding.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's terrible what's going on,
Yeah.
And frankly, I'm somewhat outspoken about the idea that a lot of news media and TDS types that are just really like Trump's presence in the White House are using the type of things as triggering some of these people, especially people that are, on the spectrum or, have emotional distress in their lives. And I blame them for some of that.
What do you think about this profile picture, Mark? Like, how do you analyze this image?
What image? What image?
Look at my profile picture.
Let me try. What's your name?
Rice cooker.
Rice cooker. Oh, you just made that up just for this. That's fun. And when the water is so good, you low-key that it did the Charlie again. Hey, you're like a sick, dementia person, no offense. And it's sad that people like
you. He's just really enjoying his Starbucks. He's enjoying his Starbucks.
Hey, Mark, do you have a religious affiliation?
People that listen to you, that if I were in charge of this room, someone like you would just call them trolls. So we get rid of them because they get in the way of having productive and positive conversations.
Yeah, that makes sense. Hey, Mark, are you religiously affiliated with any?
I'm Jewish, yes.
Okay, gotcha.
That makes sense.
I was going to ask that as well.
Yeah.
It makes sense that he doesn't take the genocide. It's like, oh yeah, Charlie Kirk was killed by the Jews. That's a conspiracy. That's just Brazil.
What do you think about Jesus, Mark?
Mark was probably involved in killing of Charlie Kirk. Like, he was close with him, and he's Jewish. Like, Mark, you probably somehow did it. Like, you probably helped him with that.
I don't know why.
This is anti-Semitic, right?
You need to respect him and listen to him. It's sort of amounts to hate speech. I don't understand that he probably.
Well, it's better than like doing a genocide, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. One is overt, one is covert. One is just saying, things that are shocking, but you're sleazy, so there's always that.
Okay, so look, there's assessments I don't agree with. So look, Sasha doesn't like Charlie Kirk.
Andrew, I get it. As long as he says his bullshit in a nice tone and then dodges around people pushing him on it, it's all good. It's only when you kind of mean and explicit.
Okay, well,
earlier the point was just to show people that he's a dishonest piece of shit. I think to anybody with a brain that has been a
established like just completely, right?
Yeah, I think
because like he was completely unable to answer like the most basic, straightforward questions.
Right.
But like for some reason you still want to keep him around.
Yeah.
Now I just want to bully him.
But
and that is for my enjoyment.
Also, people have different moral failings. Maybe he's not quite honest. You're being extremely vile about somebody who died, and you're like rubbing it in his face. I mean, that's pretty weird. So I mean, I don't know.
Just like look, I think it's tit for tat.
Yeah, what's different from that and somebody that supports genocide or is denying a genocide? What's the difference between that? The fact that you can't see a comprehensive difference is a problem.
No, I think there's.
It's not just like he's gonna be like, yeah, like Trump wants to defund trans healthcare. I think that's great. I stand with him. And like also like if you push me a little, I'll fucking dance around like a piece of shit. And you should be bullied and make you feel bad.
Yeah, but
and you would agree with me. In any other case,
no,
like you just weren't fucking blindsided.
I don't.
You just weren't fucking blindsided. Like it's like surface level niceness.
Even if it were the case, Sasha, that I really dislike somebody like Joel, I would not be okay with you just saying your friend died and I'm
happy. I don't know
who
Joel is.
Joel is the guy that I was debating in the Hebrew Israelite room that you came in.
The point is like I think you would understand what's going on. If somebody just and started like hurling slurs at me and it's the fact
Andrew, how long have you been on here, man? It's been hours.
The fact that he's doing something.
Long time, my friend. Obviously,
he was probably involved in killing him. That's what you're not saying.
You don't believe that. You obviously know that I like Charlie.
Mark is a Jew. Look, let me lay out the case. Mark is a Jew. He was directly involved with Charlie Kirk up close. Now, Israel needed somebody to take care of Charlie Kirk. It's like, as we just played in those clips, and he was like, starting to turn the other way. And Charlie Kirk was starting to call out the genocide. So Israel put it heaven. So Mark was like, okay, I'm going to help kill Charlie Kirk so my people can keep genociding the deserts.
All right, hold on. So let me just make some case here. Mark, so just so you understand, because I'm doing the best that I can to understand.
Mark, it's disgusting.
Mark, I know you can't be here long.
And then he wants to dismiss and ridicule Candace Owens for exposing.
Okay, hold on, Sasha. Listen, Mark. So Selah up here is probably one of the most rigorous anti-Zionist, on the app. I mean, she's pretty heavy anti-Zionist, And the fact that you're pro-Zionist, obviously, she's not going to be very.
No, that's another trigger. But why do you allow somebody so?
Well, let me give you the case.
Why do you allow somebody
Hold on, Sasha. Taylor, let me give the case. Please let me give the case because I think you'll listen to what I'm saying. Mark, here's the case, okay? So I don't really take a strong stance on this, although I do think there's some stuff that's gone on at the hands of certain officials in Israel that's not good, that should stop, or that it has been over the top and it should stop. But let me just ask you, how many people do you think that Israel is responsible for killing? How many people, since, I don't know, let's just say since
people or Gaza,
since Hamas did what they did?
How many
people total? How many Palestinians
in other conflicts as Americans, more or less?
It's another kind of relativistic answer, But relatively, the Holocaust got so much.
Well, let me just say, do you? How many children?
Again, less than we killed in Dresden. How's that? In one city. We mean Americans. And I'm not justifying it, but I mean,
how many people were involved in the conspiracy or
Zionist, which is the same thing.
No, I'm sure it's going to get it. To be honest, now.
Do you think that there's a disproportionate response that Israel has had towards Gaza or the Palestinians?
Yeah, I think the response wasn't strong enough because they haven't eliminated all the terrorists. But they've done a good job.
Hold on, Sasha. So you understand from the perspective of Selah and probably Sasha and others here, and me to some extent, it's going to be the case that there seems to be some overkill, right? That's being done as far as
you're working Al Jazeera based feeds. Yeah, I get it. Totally get it. Okay. You're biased. They're a biased prism. You're thinking that somehow Israel is the IDF is an immoral army and they're trying to kill innocent people. It's all bullshit.
Well, let me ask you this: Did Israel starve children?
Did they do what? Starve what?
They did starve children. Yeah.
Did they what children?
Starve children.
No, my goodness. I mean, what you can see is all the food and all the aid, and who starved the children, and who used the children as human shields, who actually killed children directly. It's Hamas, not Israel. It's ridiculous.
What do you think about the usage of white phosphorus?
Say that again. What is it?
What do you think about Israel's
actually? Wait, here's what I control. Because I don't know their name. I'm confused. You got lots of names on here. Rice cooker or whatever. I'm no longer responding to you because you do not have.
I trust you so much on your involvement in the death of Charlie Kirk, and now you're running away.
Yeah, I'm really afraid
you see, Andrew, this is like when Colombo got the guy. I know. I figured it out. I put it in
hate speech and is on the level.
Hate speech is not a real thing. Hate speech doesn't exist. Hate speech doesn't exist in American law, sir. Hate speech doesn't exist. Stop making up words.
What's interesting
that's not a real thing in American law. It's snowflake. Snowflake. This is America. We have the First Amendment.
You sometimes sort of make sense, but you continue to sort of pacify him.
Hate speech
I don't
is not
have to do that. You guys can do that. I imagine he provides entertainment. And maybe sometimes content.
Maybe I'm a troll, but you helped assassinate Charlie Kirk. And that's Star Wars.
Mark, I actually would like to set it maybe, would you be willing to have a discussion? No,
maybe you should debate Charlie Kirk about the epic classic.
Hold on, would you be willing to have a respect? Hold on, Sasha. Would you be willing to have a respectful dialogue?
I don't like Charlie Kirk. I love Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, I actually really do.
You love it.
But would you be willing to
have gay sex with him?
No, come on, Sasha. Come on. I'm a huge fan of Charlie Kirk as well, Mark. But let me just say this. Would you be willing to have actually defend that position? And I just wanted to people.
Yeah, especially now people are frightened. But if you would look at my website, for instance, Right for Congress, or on Facebook, Rights for Congress, I have maybe a 2-hour podcast all about Israel, speaking to people in Israel and other places, speaking to people on both sides of the issue. Are quite knowledgeable. And in my district, again, even though we're in the middle of Illinois, we're not near Israel, and we're even in the middle of the country. Probably the person that I'll be going against in the general election, which won't be until November, will be a Hamas supporting, from the river to the sea, along the Jews, Palestinian. So it's going to be very interesting what I'm deciding to do against that.
What about this idea that Mark denies Charlie Kirk? Because he said he disagreed Charlie Kirk about it being an ethnic cleansing.
I think I understand what Charlie meant by this, but he did mean to.
Well, that's what he said.
God was calling
You're a special kind of idiot, Mark.
So are you allowed to debate Charlie Kirk on this or no?
Come on, Sasha. So, Mark,
I can do a little meat puppet with Charlie Kirk, maybe, and
not just a brawl. He sounds so silly. Did you guys just help me understand this so that I understand what I'm saying?
I wonder why it is.
Well, it's clearly not warranted, Sasha.
Wait, why not?
Well, you're just being hyper excessive, rude towards him.
I was just repeating it.
Well, I
don't understand. He comes in here with all these fucking shitty views. He won't defend them. He just dances around direct questions. Just ask, why doesn't it work?
Well, wait, which view did you?
Tons of people do that all day. Nobody gets this much victory.
I don't think they do it to that extent. They don't get coddled by. Right, I'm saying not to the same extent, but not the same extent of dishonesty from them.
like usually like what happens is like, you know, like we'll go down the line and like you guys will be like, oh, you're being too mean, but also you guys are not answering the question. And like we kind of move on, maybe like run it back twice, thrice. That's dumb. But then like just coddling this fucking piece of trash like for hours.
Yeah, I don't think that's true. I mean, I'd specifically ask him, being a pro-Zionist, what do you think about Charlie Kirk?
Doesn't answer direct questions, and you make space for it. Right? Like, he comes in, he has these fucking shit views. I answer.
Yeah, I really wasn't interested in that pedantic point in the least, basically.
Wait, sorry. Maybe you can argue the first point was pedantic. The second point definitely wasn't. The second point was just, did you say this or not? That was just like clear as day. And he was fucking bullshitting with that for half an hour and saying it's not all black and white. And even once we agreed it is black and white, he still wouldn't fucking answer. But that's how much of a dishonest fucking cunt he is. And you make space for it. So I think it's perfectly warranted to be mean to him.
You make space for all kind of people that you think are retarded.
I don't see how that helps you.
Clearest thing is, Sasha, you've obviously, you've been over the top. I mean, people asked me the other day, I don't know who it was, maybe he's in the Discord club.
What do you mean over the top? Like, you just mean it's unmarried. I disagree.
I'm gonna tell you.
I disagree. So we're doing
I'm gonna tell you what I mean, and you tell me if I'm wrong, okay? People in the clubhouse, Discord room, or whatever, they said, have you ever seen Sasha experience remorse or show any remorse? And I said, well, and the fact that I took a second to think about it, there's like, yeah, exactly. And I'm like, well, actually, I do think there's some times it's like, okay, I do think I saw a twinge or a tinge of, yeah, maybe like I shouldn't have done that. Like that was too much. But generally speaking, no, you aren't particularly super self-restrained on going in on people, right? Whether it be you die, kill yourself, kill your kids, whatever. Okay, that stuff is over the top. It is over the top. And if you don't see that,
you're not saying what you mean by it's over the top. Like, I think you just mean it's unwarranted, and I disagree.
I'm saying it's wrong.
Okay, I disagree.
Okay, so you don't think telling somebody to kill their kids or that their kids should die or that they should go kill themselves, you do not.
Not in this context, no.
No. I'm saying in the times that you've done it with the interlocutors that you've had.
No, I don't think it's wrong. Maybe there were cases where it was wrong. I don't remember all of them, but generally, no.
Okay, and do you think that, like, telling a bunch of black people that they're subhuman or telling people in general they're subhuman, do you think that's wrong?
You mean in the context that they've actually done it?
Yes.
Yeah, no.
Okay. So do you think that you're causing people some pretty severe mental stress and pain?
No.
Okay.
So I think I'm causing them maybe a moderate, just slight amount.
Okay. So why do you get any kind of bit offended if anybody misgenders or terms that you don't like towards you?
I get offended.
Yeah, like you have, certainly.
I mean, so you might mean I don't like it, or that I ask people something about it.
Yeah, you get upset about it. Yeah, you get upset about it.
So the first one, as in just I feel bad about it.
Yeah, and it seems like it.
Okay, yeah, sure. Sometimes I do feel bad about it.
Okay.
I don't think it's super often, but sure.
Yeah, but
usually it's more just a consistency thing.
Well, okay, but I think sometimes you use that as actually a reason.
No, just no, that's a general reason. It's not a reason for me. Generally, I'm actually quite fine with it. But there are cases where people have said things to me that have upset me. I agree with that much.
Okay, but when I was doing the thing where I said, what is a woman, you got kind of mad because you thought I was doing the stereotype Matt Walsh thing, remember? And I've changed it since then because I'm considerate of your feelings.
But you understand that that's not just look, if I'm annoyed at somebody lying or something,
yeah.
I don't think the key takeaway there is I feel bad about it. I have some hurt feelings over it. I agree with you.
That's not I agree. Yeah, I agree. If somebody's lying or something, that's a different kind of a thing. It's not like, oh,
yeah. I'm saying something similar applies here, where it's like it's not really about like it makes me feel bad, like in that way. It's just more like you're doing something that annoys me because you're like kind of aligning yourself with these like spineless piece of shit.
Okay. Is there something that somebody could call you that would hurt your feelings? Do you think there's like something that would like actually?
Really not like a random person.
Okay.
There are things like that, like people in terror would tell me that I was.
Do you think that it's?
No, sorry. I mean, I guess also like just if I respected someone's opinion, even if I'm not close to them, there are things that we can say that would hurt.
Okay.
You know, like if like I respected someone's opinion and they said I was dumb.
Yeah.
Like I might take that seriously.
I hear you.
And like I don't want to be dumb.
Okay. Do you think that people on the receiving side of some of your insults might have just a weaker constitution, such that maybe they shouldn't?
Sure, but I think they deserve it.
Okay. Okay.
Like I think Martin deserved like every bad thing that could possibly happen.
I'm sorry. Once I told y'all that I have nothing left for anyone at this point in the game that denies that there's a genocide. Like you're a special kind of ugly in the world, and he deserves every bit of what Sasha is saying to him. He is that and more.
No,
But Sasha, I'm curious. Do you agree? Why not murder people like me? You're happy to.
I would go to jail.
Turkish murder. That's a good.
Yeah, I would go to jail. That's
right. You would what?
Yeah, I would go to jail. I would go to jail if I did.
But would you support somebody else murdering somebody like me because I'm saying things that you don't agree with? Yes.
It's not because you're saying things I don't agree with.
Well,
but yes, I would support.
That accepts your sense of.
No, that's not the reason either.
Well, whatever.
What is the reason, Sasha? What do you think is justifiable to be happy or to be quite fine with somebody else doing it if you could get away with it, putting them up to it?
He's a political figure who's just completely dishonest and stands for like really shitty positions. Right? So like he supports things that are bad, and then also is like kind of outside of the scope of being rationally helped out of them because you just fucking can't talk to them.
Do you wish Trump had been killed?
Yeah, of course.
I gotta be careful with saying stuff like that.
Well, that's pretty much what. That's what that's what this has come to.
And it's like you think it's fine that like thousands of children were killed, so that Hamas could get done. But you're not fucking
perfectly fine with what Hamas started.
You're
and then
are.
And knowing that this would be the result.
When you're asked about it, you're like, well, they died, but it had to be done. Right?
No, I don't say that.
About human life.
It didn't have to be done. Hamas could have given up when they saw their people being killed.
Yeah. And could Israel have not fucking done what they did? Could they have fucking stopped?
What were they supposed to do, my dear? Were they supposed to just take it? Right? You're going to go back and you're going to go back into the history and say you deserve dead. You're going to.
Here's what they could have done.
You know what?
Here's what they could have done. They could have taken the deal to exchange hostages, could have boosted their fucking defenses, right? And then they had the people they were taken back, and they're probably really well prepared so that nothing like this fucking happens again. Because again, it shouldn't have fucking even been possible in the first place. So yeah, that's what they could have fucking done. And yeah, you still have Hamas in power, but you don't have fucking 50,000 innocent people dead.
So they should have accepted Hamas's taking the hostages, exchanging thousands of Israeli prisoners. Right? They should have been to Hamas.
Yeah, but I'm asking you about Israel. Like, look, I'm not pro Hamas to be clear, right? I think Hamas is bad. Right? I'm just willing to condemn both sides.
Well, I really hadn't thought of what they could have done differently.
let Hamas take over the land of Israel. That would have worked, right? Why not?
But that's not what I fucking said, you suck.
Pretty much.
Anyway, the point is,
you really are.
no, I didn't. I said they bolster your defenses
and you're colored by your anti-Semitism and your anti-Zionism.
Shut up, you don't fucking Jew.
And you actually don't have a sense for the facts, which is sad, because you're probably listening to a lot of propaganda. Actually, that comes out from Hamas, and you're listening to it and you're repeating it like a fool. And maybe people listen to you. That's
sorry. So what propaganda
do you think it's okay for me to be murdered, for example, or for Charlie to be murdered?
What did I
Some
say?
people actually enable you to be on the air and speak. I don't think it's appropriate, and that's an interesting conversation. I really don't think that.
I don't do like you was on my free speech. I get it.
Platform.
Why you need to control the media. Why you need to control the media?
Well, hate speech,
What did I say about
freedom of speech, but you can't yell a fire in the middle of the theater? And essentially, that's
no hate speech. There's no hate speech. Okay. First of all,
you
this fucking subhuman.
Answer the question correctly.
Hey, Mark, shut up.
Hey, listen.
Hey, subhuman bitch, shut up for a second.
Or whatever you
hey,
really are.
Subhuman bitch.
Boy, right?
Hey, you dumb fucking jerk, shut up for a second.
Listen, boy, will you answer the question directly?
What question?
Are you asking for people to
what question?
Yes or no?
Sorry, what?
Yes or no? Say it. Answer the question. Don't obfuscate. Don't avoid the question. The question is, are you encouraging people to murder me? That's called hate speech. I'd just like to know for the record. I think you said before. Did you say that? Did you say that before? What?
No. I said I'd like them. No, I said I'd like them, so I'd be happy to. I didn't encourage it. But also, you don't know.
You don't understand words very well. Okay, you said you'd like for people to kill me. That's the same thing as encouraging people to kill me.
No, it's not.
That is not appropriate, dude. You're a dude, right?
Mark,
that's not appropriate.
You understand.
And the fact that you probably believe you're a girl,
can you mute him now?
You're actually a boy.
So can you mute him now and answer this question?
Andrew,
doesn't deserve a platform.
No, Jesus.
That's also called hate speech. I'm for freedom of speech.
Mark, you understand.
Not encouraging people to commit murder.
Look, you understand that in America there is no such thing as hate speech, right?
You're wrong. That's exactly wrong. Yes. You can be convicted and thrown in jail for it.
No.
Sure you can.
No, in America, you fucking idiot.
Oh my goodness. Well, you
find me a case of somebody. Find me a case in America of somebody being thrown in jail for hate speech. You fucking suck.
Yeah, go into Google and waste your time, and you'll go see.
Okay, I'll go into Google right now and see.
Yeah, Google it.
No, again, I'm Googling straight now. Hate speech.
Crime.
America.
Convictions. U.S. See what you get.
Hate speech in America is generally protected under the First Amendment, meaning the government cannot regulate it simply as offensive or hateful.
Generally, it's true that we have freedom of speech, but there either can be crimes. You cannot go to a movie theater. You cannot be threatening to
kill. You think that's hate speech? You're fucking stuck.
That's hate speech. You're
threatening
essentially to kill me by telling others to do it. If you don't
You're so fucking stupid. No, yelling fire in a crowded theater.
I agree with Sasha.
Yes, reading from the Wikipedia.
I'm sorry, but
hate speech,
I would draw the line.
Hate speech in the United States cannot be directly regulated by the government due to the fundamental right to freedom of speech protected by the Constitution. While hate speech is not a legal term in the United States, the U.S. Supreme Court case on the issue, Mattel versus Tom, 2017, the justices unanimously reaffirmed that there is no hate speech exception to the free speech rights protected by the First Amendment, and that the U.S. government may not discriminate against speech on the basis of the speaker's viewpoint. Okay, are you satisfied with that fucking idiot?
When it endangers other people.
It's not hate speech, you fucking subhuman.
Oh my goodness, what would you call it when you speak? You use speech to try to hurt people. I would call that hate speech. I don't know.
It can be blackmail, it can be incitement, it can be lots of things.
I agree with Sasha.
No. You understand that you can discern the difference between, just saying, hey, you dirty Jew, and all these things that he's saying to me, but saying, hey, I want somebody to go kill this guy.
Yeah.
That's actually different.
Yeah, I don't think
it's not hate speech.
Yeah, it wouldn't be hate speech. I think it'd be criminal. It could be criminal threat or maybe criminal
incitement. It could be incitement.
Right, criminal solicitation or something like that. But it wouldn't. I don't think it would classify under hate speech. I think that's correct.
But I think in the wrong.
But it could be illegal. But it could be illegal for sure. Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So look, but let's. Yeah, I don't know that anyway.
Why is that kind of rhetoric a platform? It's odd to me.
No. Look. This has definitely been over the top, Mark, and I don't agree with it. I repudiate what she said there. I don't think any of the mods agree with it. I also would like to allow as much free speech as possible, but I do think that's too much. So I don't know. It puts us in a tough spot. But yeah, Sasha, don't say stuff like that anymore, please. Look. Mark,
anyway, let me read you.
See how much
If saying someone should be killed legal in the U.S. Short answer, it depends on the context. Simply saying the word someone should be killed is not automatically illegal in the U.S., but it can become illegal under circumstances. Protected speech, often legal, under the First Amendment, even very offensive or disturbing speech doesn't matter.
If you say you would like to see someone get killed versus saying I would like however you just worded that was not the same as saying I'd like it if this person, I would like it for someone to murder somebody. Like that's a different thing. If you say that, that would be, you agreed that you did say I'd like someone to murder him. That is something that
kill, not murder.
Well,
that is also fine, right?
Well, look up.
It's even in this, right? Speech becomes illegal if you know it.
What do you think about this? If your statement is made in a way that targets a specific person and leads them to reasonably fear for their safety, it may be classified as.
It doesn't lead them to reasonably fear. That's the thing.
I'm a public person. I use my real name, and you're telling people that they should kill me. Why shouldn't I be? I know you're a soul. I
think the idea is, Sasha, is if you have people that have any influence in here, and there's anybody that appreciates what you're saying there, they don't like me, and you're saying I would like it for him to be killed. That is, I think it's dangerously close.
Because just obviously it's in no way likely to cause them imminent harm.
Okay, so this is what it says. So this is what it says. So it says, if your statement is made in a way that targets a specific person and leads them to reasonably, so that's what it's going to be, right? Reasonable email or messaging, etc., can trigger federal charges under 18 USC 875, which prohibits transmitting threats in interstate commerce. So I don't know. I mean, it seems like it could. There's several different actually headers that this could fall under.
None of us are lawyers or judges, but it's clearly. But you as a mod or I'm not a lawyer. I'm not going to bring a lawsuit, but this is not. It's inappropriate.
I think you should sue Andrew.
No, I'm saying Andrew should use his judgment to not allow this kind of silly behavior.
Yeah.
And perhaps dangerous behavior. It's just, in my view, the type of language you use and the type of person you are, most of them probably don't take you serious, but there probably are some that might listen to you, and they might be, who knows what state they're in.
Yeah. And what do you think the probability of that happening? Yeah, and what do you think the probability of that is? Like, what do you think, the probability is that me saying this stuff influences somebody to actually harm you in any way?
I think in this environment where what happened to Charlie and Trump and others, it's quite very possible. More
If
so
you give like an estimate, like can you like approximate
more divided than I've ever seen it.
Can you give like an approximate number though?
And there are a lot
Can you give an approximate number though?
able people.
Can you give an approximate number?
It's not really, I don't think measuring.
Well, it's like, it's just like, it's supposed to be reasonable, right?
Yeah,
take it like if it's reasonable, then you have like some confidence.
Chance you have them getting murdered, that becomes reasonable. I think it would be a very low percent. Nobody wants to even.
Yeah, exactly. So it's reasonably based on me saying there's nothing will happen.
Some insane person who thinks he's a woman online and has somehow been able to dupe people into listening to him and paying attention on a clubhouse room could incite somebody to murder.
Charlie Kirk.
It's very possible.
You killed Charlie, like, you helped set up the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Mark, I know it's getting late. If you feel like you want to stick around, I'm glad to have you here. Please don't take this as some kind of.
There's one person in the audience.
Yes, I do. I understand your point. Yes, I do. Yes, okay. I take that serious, and that's why I'm telling you. It's a hard no, Sasha. It's a hard no. Just no more. But listen, Mark. Here's the deal.
Well, that's saying that I'd like to see him get killed.
No, Sasha, stop.
I'm serious. Is that what?
Yeah, I don't care. Don't do that. Stop doing that. Stop. Okay. Don't do that. You are not just causing potential. Look, that's not cool. Okay, you've got banned, and you can get us in trouble. We are trying to have a platform where people can talk about that. And that's not my view. And obviously, it's not against the law to be a Zionist, so it's not like you're breaking any laws, clearly. But on a moral level, I hope you can understand that allow that side to speak as well. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And that's why so it's a tough situation to be in as a mod.
No, I think if you can have a rational, not when it gets to be like this, it's.
I understand.
It's not very helpful, right?
No, it's over the top. I agree. Sasha, if we bring it up, you can't say any more of that stuff. Okay, just no more. You cannot don't say don't do the tricky stuff like, well, what do you think about if I said it, or what's the issue? You know what the issue is. Please quit saying that stuff. We probably need to.
It's just going to be a conversation about what's wrong.
I don't.
Yeah, I think we should.
I literally don't know what exactly you're saying the issue is.
The issue is you're talking about.
Tell me.
Okay. I mean, if it's not the case that is a clear TOS violation and obviously I think it's immoral, but you're not agreeing with that, but it is a TOS violation. Please don't do that.
You just mean the Charlie Kirk thing?
Yes, he's saying he did it and literally making that as a serious thing. And also, that's all that. It's not doing any good. It's not gonna. There's no value. There's no comedic value. It's just not cool. Just please, on every front, it's not good. Yeah. If other people want to come, it's totally good. Converse, let's reboot if that's cool, buddy. I'm gonna open a different. Bob Crimson wants to challenge you to Mark. Listen, you're welcome, man, to come back anytime. I know that this is a bad experience, but I would definitely. I'd be willing to host a debate between you and somebody who is. On the other side, and we'll make sure it's respectful. Obviously, it won't be.
Yeah, I'm a real person, so you can find my email or even phone number.
Yeah, I appreciate it. Something. Yeah. My profile, just tap it one time with your finger. Tap my profile. It'll open up my picture, my profile, and then you'll see a thing that says.
Are you Andrew?
I'm Andrew. Okay. Yes. So you click it, and then you'll see a section that says message. Right. So if you hit that right now, it'll open up, and you can do it right now. It'll just open up, and it'll show you that I've messaged you a couple times already. Okay, and that's how you talk to people directly on here. So
you want to reboot, Andrew?
Yeah, I'll reboot. Mark, I'm going to open up the room. You're welcome to come over if you'd like. We'll try to keep the extremes pen the link or whatever, and then we'll move over there.
I'll pin the link when Andrew makes a new room at the top of the room. That way you can easily move over there to the new room. But yeah. And Mark, to give you an idea, Andrew's conservative actually.
It's that way, yeah.
Yeah, Andrew's that he was at Ruby Ridge. That's how conservative.
I don't know any background, but it seems like a nice guy. It's just odd that allowing trolls to dominate a room.
For me,
He was actually also friends with Charlie Kirk, believe it or not. They were actually lovers at one point.
You know what I mean? Like, why do you guys completely dominate conversations?
Like I said before, Sasha's not usually like this. Sasha's really good on philosophical topics and stuff like that. She's usually a really straightforward reasoner. But I think that there's just like, obviously you guys are incompatible.
I just don't like people who bullshit. Like, don't answer questions. Like, I just think like those people, need to do better.
Yeah, Andrew, how are you making a room when you're still in here? Oh, he's gone now, sorry. Alright, so I'm going to get the link from the new room.
On the app.
Okay.
I haven't done it lately. I haven't been on it.
Okay,
We have this saying that like it's so easy to do that even a fucking idiot like Charlie Kirk could have figured it out.
I have such friends on here, and Rice Cooker has 12 friends.
Yeah. Well, Striker has been banned.
Well, it's not a contest. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Well, Andrew's he's a kind of an extreme, like, free speech advocate.
Yeah,
he's not like a sensitive Jew who like makes shit up, like hates.
Sasha, go down.
What?
You call him a Jew.
Yeah, I'm a Jew. I'm very proud of Israel and behavior from 1948 to today, including Gaza, including everything they did in Gaza. And a lot of what you speak, is propaganda, and that's bad. And it's sad they can hypnotize people with weak minds and people that are mentally ill. But they do a very good job of that, on the other side.
I mean, like, for example, they hypnotize people into believing that 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust.
Exactly.
It's like, actually, if you look at the evidence,
Alright, Sasha.
it was like more like 100,000.
Taking it way too far.
What do you mean?
You can't do Holocaust denials.
Yeah, you deny the whole Holocaust or just
maybe like 8, 9.
9 what? People?
Yeah.
You think 8 or 9 people were murdered in the Holocaust? And
Sasha can't talk anymore.
What?
Sasha can't talk right now.
Oh.
Hey, Mark, I have a question for you. So,
I know there's some comedic value to that, but honestly, there's really mentally damaged people, especially on an app like this, and they have. And by the way, I don't want to get into it, but I have dealt with very serious people about doxing and things of that nature. And I mean, 3-letter organizations of the federal government as my own.
Well, Sasha's not actually a Holocaust denier. Sasha's just doing that because...
Oh, that was a troll?
Yeah, it's like, yeah, basically.
Who knows? Yeah. But again, right, so you say that, but I don't know that, but for sure, some mentally ill person who's in pain and is self-medicating by using drugs in their basement that's listening to this might be, who knows? I mean, like, influenced by that. Mm-hmm. That's the scary part. And what percentage chance is there that will happen? I don't know how to guess that. But just the fact that there is a chance, it's unnecessary, completely unnecessary. So if I were managing a platform or a room, which I've done before, I typically was pretty quick to kick people out, but especially people that say things like that. And that's another thing.
I have to understand, he's using his credit here. So Sasha has a credit.
He was in like a Hebrew Israelite room or something. And then he left, so he must be the one to make the room, but for some reason, he takes like forever to make a room. But it looks like he's made a room now, so I'll get the link and I'll post it.
My question to you, Mark, is that what it takes for you really to accept that Israel government might be doing something wrong. I mean,
that's very powerful.
What does it take for you to accept that?
Every day I'm open to the idea that anybody can make a mistake, including Israel. Not saying they're mistake-free, not saying they're perfect. I never said that. But that was how trying to destroy the world and all of these crazy, sort of.
No, my question is what it takes right now.
All right, we're moving to the new room. We're moving to the new room. The new link is up right now. All right, so click the link at the top, and we'll move to Andrew's new room. I'm closing this room out, so.
Okay.
Click the link and let's close the room. Bobby, get over there, Crimsonite.
with a prophet. The primary way of
all of these women profit here.
Because you got rejection because I didn't like you. I don't want you.
Prophet, I'm about to pack you up. I'm not gonna lie.
He converted, Shai. He converted to Islam because of a woman that then rejected him a week later.
Your boyfriend didn't want you. She was never gonna marry you. She was fucking you. And you were mad that he didn't
The difference is one of these stories
and
is
so you
true.
started chasing
The
guys.
difference is one of these stories is true, one of these stories is false.
Call me into private room.
Oh, that is, yeah. You wish.
And then I
You wish,
said,
Prophet. Right. And that's so then why didn't I call you Prophet? Then why didn't I call you
that, Prophet?
Why didn't I call you?
Are you following her, harassing her? If that's the case. Why are you following her, harassing her? Not tracking her.
She used to send me a ton of that.
Why are you following her and harassing her?
That is insane.
Why are you following her and harassing
Why she
her?
follows me? She follows me.
She didn't follow you in here. You followed her in here and immediately started insulting her.
I go to whatever room I want to.
All right, you followed her in here and immediately started insulting her. For what?
Anyways.
Why did you start insulting her and immediately coming into this room if you're not upset that she rejected you?
And he doxed me.
You're upset that she rejected you.
Screenshotted a photo that I shared with my friends.
That's the reality.
About my body.
And she went and rejected you as his PTR. You're upset she rejected you. Get over it. All right, no problem. Get over it. You got rejected. You like the woman that rejected you after turning you to Islam. All right, no problem. Get over it. It's not the first time you've been rejected. It won't be the last. So let it go.
That's the personal stuff.
It won't be the last time you get rejected. Let it go.
Okay, sure. Some man doesn't care.
Okay, let it go. Let it go, sweetheart.
When you're rejected.
Let it go, sweetheart.
Rejected by hundreds of women.
It doesn't seem like she got rejected, though. It seems like you're the one that got rejected, and now you're upset about it. Hence why you're following her into the room, and you're fucking harassing her.
That's why she left Houston.
You think you're announcing something to the room. You're not announcing any news to anybody. No one cares. No one cares, Maddie. No one cares. 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 Why are you venting?
Because I don't like her.
Why are you venting to us? We don't care. We do not care. Stop following Bima and harassing her. Stop harassing a woman that rejected you. It's very weird. You're not gonna get married at this rate. Women that see this type of fucking act rejected, let it go. You're acting like the guy that gets rejected in the street and clotheslines the woman for no reason because she said no.
It's not a big deal.
You asked for her number, she said no. Let it go, bro. If everyone gets rejected, why are you following her into the room harassing her? Why did you come into the room harassing her? Why did you come into the room harassing her? Why did you come into the room harassing her? This is what he does. Why did you come into the room harassing her?
Nobody will ever marry her.
All right, no problem. Why did you come into the room harassing her, though?
He's begging for a ring.
No problem. Why did you come into the room harassing her?
Nobody cares.
Why did you come into the room harassing her? You're not answering the question, faggot. That's not the question. The question is, why did you come into the room immediately insulting her? That's the question.
They all reject her.
Are you tracking what's being asked? I don't think you're tracking. I think you're triggered.
Which is
I think you're triggered because you see the person that rejected you.
Look at his profile of the
down and mad about being rejected.
Our man doesn't want a man doesn't want.
So quick question.
Thank you so much.
Prophet, Megatron wants to ask.